122 in overtime. The Pistons will now look to avoid setting the all-time NBA record for a losing streak when they host the Toronto Raptors Saturday. And the Cleveland Browns are going to the playoffs for the first time since 2020 after beating the Jets Thursday night, 37-20. Former Jet Joe Flacco with 3 first-half touchdown passes as the Browns won their 4th straight. And that's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Transparency is in short supply in today's NFL. Things were already headed in that direction before the 2020 pandemic, but when COVID-19 forced the league to shut off the majority of media availability, the league looked around and decided, well, this is nice. Players and coaches now go so far out of their way to not say anything that they come across as almost unbelievable at times. The game has lost some of its human element, instead heading into a robotic direction that keeps NFL headquarters happy, but doesn't do much to endear players and teams to their fans. I will never crush a player or coach for being raw and honest after a game, even if they say something they probably shouldn't, because the league needs more of that honesty and fewer empty phrases mixed with a healthy dose of stringing together words that don't really say anything. Speak your mind and fans just may respond favorably. I'm Chad Withrow with Outkick 360 and Outkick.com on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out why it's a great time to buy or sell a home. Considering a career in real estate, visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday afternoon at 4.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tommy Lahren.
What's on your mind?
They've come for your light bulbs, your cars, your gas stoves, and now this. Democrats ruin, regulate, and tax everything they can get their paws on, and this time they're coming for another household item, your gas-powered leaf blower. Washington state Democrats are seeking to outlaw gas-powered lawn equipment, and if they get their way, violators could even face jail time. Their bill claims that your gas-powered lawn equipment contributes to climate change and noise pollution and therefore must be stopped at all costs. There are a few exceptions for commercial, government, and residential use, but those who do not comply could be saddled with a gross misdemeanor, fines up to $10,000, and even imprisonment up to 364 days. Liberals, man, they seek to regulate your life while they simultaneously allow illegal immigrants, felons, and thugs to run buck wild. Well, I've got news for you, Washington state Democrats. Pause off our functional household items. We have had enough. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show, Tommy Lahren is Fearless, at Outkick.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. 2023 was a year in which the rich did what the old saw says, got richer. The combined net worth of the 500 richest people on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index surged by $1.5 trillion, rebounding and gaining a little from the $1.4 trillion lost in 2022. Their fortunes are closely tied to tech stocks, and no one did better than Elon Musk, having netted an extra $95.5 billion through yesterday's market close. But he didn't win everything. Musk's X Corporation, the company formerly known as Twitter, lost an effort in court to block a California law that looks to control toxic posts on social media. It requires companies to make public their content moderation policies. A federal judge in Sacramento rejected arguments that the measure violates social media platforms' free speech rights. On Wall Street, stock futures are pointing a little higher for the start of the final trading session of the year. S&P futures up a point, NASDAQ futures 14, Dow futures up 10. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone. All thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper Heavy Duty Dry Cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it end zone, caught, touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action tomorrow morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
The YMCA is just a starting line. For the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. Y is the before work hustle, an after school home, a section of my block, a corner to call my own. With my Y, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your Y. Join today at ymca.org for a better us.
Opiates has taken everything and everyone I've ever loved away from me. Everything.
I blew my ankle out and I got prescribed pain pills by my doctor.
If making my detox public is gonna help somebody, I'm all for it. I just wish I would have had a warning.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth. A message from Truth, the Ad Council, and ONDCP.
What's one of your favorite memories?
That's a tough question. Well, there was this one time I went camping with my parents in a forest back when I was maybe like 8 or 9. And, I can remember one night we were laying out in our hammocks and we were just, watching the trees rustling in the wind above us, and we could hear the sounds of the forest all around us. Frogs singing and owls calling and the creek running nearby. It was amazing. It felt like we were a part of it all. I don't know if I do it justice trying to describe it, but I'll definitely never forget it.
Most of us have a memory of being in nature we'll never forget. Let's protect the world's natural places so more memories can be made for generations to come. Visit worldwildlife.org.
Start the new year off right. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you missed anybody on your list, don't worry, you still have time because Omaha Steaks has big savings during the Omaha Steaks end of season event. You can stock up on all your favorites and get 50% off site-wide. That's 50% off incredible steaks like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, or sink your teeth into their memorable Butcher's Cut Top Sirloin. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Plus, when you use code Zioli at checkout, you're going to get an extra $30 off your order. Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal from Omaha Steaks. From perfectly aged tender steaks to juicy burgers, decadent desserts, and classic comfort meals, every bite is guaranteed perfect. For a limited time, get 50% off site-wide, plus you'll save an extra $30 off when you use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply, and every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. So start the new year off right with food from America's heartland, America's original butcher, omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Well, treating yourself this holiday season, why not treat your car as well by scheduling an appointment for your car at United Tire? From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make or model. So get your new year in gear and treat your car to some special gifts from your locally owned United Tire. You can also visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Rich Zioli.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, Philadelphia, live from WPHT 1210. This is Kayal and Company, but it is not Nick Kayal, and there's no company present except obviously our highly respected producer back behind the glass. This is Sean Farish. You may know me as Captain Deplorable here, and coming to you live, filling in on WPHT for Kayal and Company, a show that has been so kind to me and a show that I've bragged about to my friends. I've said, you got to listen to this show out there in the Philadelphia market. And they go, Philly? I say, yes, I understand. Look, here's a little about me. I'm from New York. I grew up on Long Island. I'm not a Giants fan. So for anybody out there who's going to kind of get a little worked up about the fact that there's some New York guy coming in here talking smack, well, I'm going to talk a little bit of smack because I love the little rivalry that we have, the New York-Philadelphia rivalry. I've started a couple of problems in my time in Pennsylvania. Nothing crazy, but a little here and there, back and forth. You know, the New York-Philly thing. So let's get it out of the way. Philadelphia, the Eagles fans booed Santa Claus. I don't know what that was about, but that doesn't seem like something that would be really appropriate to do. To poor old St. Nick, you guys cracked the Liberty Bell, and you gave us John Fetterman. The Eagles fans booed Donovan McNabb. My goodness gracious. But last but not least, the Philadelphia area and Liberty Hall, Independence Hall, gave us the Declaration of Independence, which if you're watching on YouTube, where it's streaming video live all day long, all show long, you see me sitting in front of the Declaration of Independence. and the Betsy Ross flag merged into one big, beautiful, highly respected video and, highly respected picture. Folks, my name is Sean Farish. I'm the host of the show Ungoverned on LFA TV, the Rumble channel, LFA TV. That show runs Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. But for the next 4 hours, you are stuck with me. So here on 1210 WPHT, I'm also really excited to be here. It's the first time I had ever done 4 hours of live radio. So we are excited to be here. I am thrilled to be with you this morning, and we are going to have a whole heck of a lot of fun. Now, you may know me as the guy who calls into this show and sounds almost exactly like the 45th president of the United States. You know what I'm talking about? He's a tremendous person. He is highly respected and the greatest president in the history of our great country. You understand that? Nobody does it better than I do. There are people who try. There's a lot of people who try, but nobody can quite pull it off. You know, there are people who say you sound more like Trump than Trump does. And that is an honor and something that I find to be absolutely incredible. So again, thank you to Kayal and Company and to everybody involved at WPHT for this amazing opportunity. We're going to have a good time. We're going to go through a couple stories today. Obviously, what's going on right now, everyone always wants to hear the backstory. How the heck did you find out that you could sound just like President Trump? It's a fun story. We'll hit that on the way. Obviously, huge news that broke yesterday in the state of Maine. Big news that broke yesterday out of the state of Colorado. We'll talk about what goes into that Colorado ruling. Why did the Colorado Secretary of State decide, yeah, you know what, after all that hullabaloo, if you want to call it that, after all that, all the shenanigans and the fiasco and all the conversation last week about Donald Trump being banned from the ballot or barred from the ballot, why they decided to just put him back on the ballot. And obviously it's because what they did was blatantly unconstitutional. We have the statute, this section of law that was passed in 1948 that is essentially there that requires that to be fulfilled for somebody to be charged with insurrection and removed under the 14th Amendment, Section 3. What Maine did is eerily similar to what New Mexico attempted to do. Remember Governor Lujan Grisham down there in New Mexico? She decided she was going to trample on New Mexico citizens and residents' rights to bear arms. And she said that the right to bear arms is not absolute. And so it looks like Maine Secretary of State, what's her name? Shenna something. I don't know. Her name is not important enough to remember. Let me see. Shenna Bellows. That's what it is. She believes that the right to due process is not absolute. She's able to just trample on the rights of not just anybody, but the 45th president of the United States and the leading contender to be the next president of the United States in the 2024 election. Polls look good. Are they perfect? No, the polls aren't perfect. My phone calls are perfect. Everybody knows that. I have the greatest phone calls history of the world. I got impeached for it. I'm being impeached and indicted for many phone calls right now. Polls aren't perfect, but they show us so many promising indicators with regards to what 2024 looks like, the outlook of 2024, everything regarding voting demographics, voter blocks, who is going to be breaking to and from Donald Trump, Joe Biden, et cetera. The Maine Secretary of State, Shenna Bellows, decides that she is going to remove Donald Trump from the ballot, showing everybody that we have a full-blown tyranny going on here in the United States. They always complain about Donald Trump being a dictator. They call him Hitler 2.0. He joked about it with Sean Hannity and said that he was going to be a day one dictator. Do I love the phraseology? Probably not. He gave the media a lot to hyperventilate over. But we have that. We've got the border crisis, sanctuary cities. I know all about New York City. We obviously are broadcasting into Philadelphia, a city that has been ravaged by homelessness and drugs, and they call it the city of brotherly love. And you guys have the tush push. You have the tush push, and we're not talking about what happened in the Senate hearing room, okay? We're not talking about that. You have Jalen Hurts. He's fantastic. You have the a couple of stories coming across the border, illegal aliens arrested for raping a minor. I mean, these are just disgusting stories. So we have that and more for the next 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. If you're listening to WPHT 1210 AM, the phone number to call is 855-839 1210-855-839-1210. If you want to speak to the 47th president, he will be with you here all show. And we'll be back on the other side of this break, starting off with the Colorado ballot fiasco. Donald Trump is back on the ballot. We will run into Maine, and then we will have a whole lot of fun right here on 1210 WPHT. We will be back on the other side of this break.
Dom Giordano.
Hey, Paul, good afternoon.
You're crying about inflation. When was the last time minimum wage has been raised to catch up with inflation?
You're perfectly fine. Do you and your wife both do the shopping together? You're perfectly fine with what things cost because they're not going to go down anytime soon.
Unless you have coupons. It's not rocket science, Don.
Oh, it is. So how about the blueberries? So I should just ration the amount of blueberries I eat each week, right?
Count them up.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Throw for Allen. He's got him. Far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it. End zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action tomorrow morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a veteran of Iraq or Afghanistan, joining IAVA.org really helps in the transition home. It's a network of OIF and OEF vets like me who've got your back here, just like we did over there. That means when you need help navigating the GI Bill, we've got your back. And when you're dealing with the transition home, we've got your back. Or when you just want someone to share stories with, we've got your back. Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America is there for you. Join our community at IAVA.org. We've got your back.
Brought to you by IAVA and the Ad Council.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
WPHT 1210 here. Donald Trump back on the Colorado ballot. We're going to get to that. Sean Farish filling in, guest hosting for Nick Kayal and company here. WPHT 1210 AM. Happy to be here with you on a Friday morning, the final Friday of the year. Happy New Year in advance. It's going to be a great year. It really is going to be the happiest New Year the world has ever seen. It's, quite frankly, it is tremendous, and it is incredible when you think about it. Donald Trump is back on the Colorado ballot, and I want to dive right into that real quick because last week that broke back on the when he we have on the what was it? He was banned from Colorado. He was removed from the primary ballot. No charges. There were no charges. There were no convictions. There was nothing. The funniest part about that is he was never charged with insurrection. Not once. Deranged Jack Smith looks like he hasn't shaved in weeks. I should talk, but a little better than he is, right? Deranged Jack Smith comes in there and he says that Donald Trump obstructed an official proceeding, which, by the way, that's under consideration by the Supreme Court. DOJ Section 1512, obstructing an official proceeding. And the fact that they're even pushing that charge on him and many other J6ers is an abomination in and of itself that we may not even have time to get to today. But the only time Donald Trump has actually been charged with insurrection, Chuck Schumer called it something different. I don't know if we want to get into what he actually said on the floor of the Senate. Whoops, right? But the only time Donald Trump was charged with insurrection, the only time it happened, was in his impeachment trial. I call it impeachment hoax number 2. It was impeachment hoax number 2. Terrible. Really was horrible. Impeachment hoax number 2. They charged him with inciting an insurrection. And what happened in the Senate shortly before he left office in 2021? He was acquitted. Donald Trump was acquitted of the charge of insurrection. Now, I've spoken to several legal experts. There are a lot of people who say, well, since he was acquitted of insurrection, then can he be charged now? Is it double jeopardy? Well, impeachment is a political process. It's not necessarily a legal process. However, it's a generally accepted idea that a president cannot be criminally charged until they have gone through impeachment, right? So you impeach, you remove him from the office of the presidency, and then you can go ahead and criminally charge him with something. When you look at the insurrection, so to speak, on January 6th, what you watched was, look, was it the finest day for people like me? MAGA supporters? Was it our best hour? Was it our best look? Of course not. And I'm not one of these people who says that everybody who got caught up in bad stuff or did bad things on January 6th. I'm not one of these people who said that they were all Antifa, that they were all bad, bad actors, that none of them were Trump. Some of the people, look, we have to come to grips with this idea. Some of the folks that participated in January 6th and did bad things, attacking police officers, etc., were not our people. They were not, or some of them were. But some of them did actually do bad things.
I'm one of these folks who can look at a movement. I was an activist in New York, ran an organization back on Long Island called the Loud Majority, right? Because I firmly believe there are more of us than there are of them. We're a pro-Trump group. We rallied tens of thousands of people. You've probably seen pictures of all these events going around and around and around. You've probably seen pictures of these events, the flag drops in New York City, right? All I can tell you is this. As an activist in New York, I made it my top priority when I organized these rallies, which tens of thousands of people attended. I would go on live streams on Facebook and say, no free ammunition. What do I mean by that? No free ammunition means don't give the media, don't give the bad actors, don't give the quote unquote the enemy. I call them, the fake news is the enemy of the people. We don't want to give them any free ammunition that only works for one person, and that would be Donald J. Trump. Didn't work for me. I said, we see a protester there, leave him alone. You see somebody waving a BLM flag, leave them alone. It's not about them. It's about us. We don't give the enemy free ammo. On January 6th, some people did give the enemy free ammo. Most people were peaceful. I know a lot of folks like Derek Evans in West Virginia. He's running for Congress in West Virginia. I believe it's his first congressional district, West Virginia's first congressional district. Walked into the Capitol, fist bumped a police officer, did nothing wrong, and walked out. Matthew Perna, who I have interviewed on my show on Rumble, on Ungoverned, on LFA TV. I interviewed his aunt, Matthew Perna, walked in. Actually, some of the newly released January 6th footage, you can see him walking, just strolling through the Capitol with his cell phone out, doing nothing but walking through the Capitol as if he was on tour, behind police officers. Was he where he was supposed to be? Letter of the law, he wasn't. Were those people in Portland who firebombed the courthouse where they were supposed to be? No. Are they sitting in jail or facing 20-year felony charges or terrorism enhancements? No. Matthew Perna, by the way, I hate to put a damper on your morning, took his own life in light of the charges that were brought against him over January 6th. That's how serious this is. They have abused and they have trampled on all of our rights to due process. You are now guilty until proven innocent. You are now guilty until proven innocent. You, the defendant, must now do the impossible thing known as proving a negative. You are now guilty until it started with the Me Too movement. Ask Andrew Cuomo about guilty until proven innocent, right? I'm not trying to defend him. Ask Brett Kavanaugh about guilty until proven innocent. Everyone thinks he and Clarence Thomas, by the way, did horrible things. And so what Colorado did, which started this entire firestorm, this whole domino effect, and now you have Maine doing the same thing, and we'll get to that next segment, was a blatant trampling of the constitutional right to due process of Donald Trump, and it sets the precedent to trample on your right to due process too. There are a lot of people, I'm sure, could be listening to this right now in the Philadelphia area going, who is this guy? That's not Nick Kayal. Why is he telling me that this is going to impact my life? If you don't understand that this impacts your life, you're not paying attention. I'm not here to scold you. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that, that you are or are not a certain way because of how you may or may not feel. But if you look at January 6th and think, well, I wasn't there, it doesn't matter. Oh, really? There are people who did not attend the protest who are on TSA watch lists being followed around airports right now simply because they flew into Washington, D.C. on January 5th. Never attended the protest, but had a file written up about them that said they were domestic terrorists and broke into the Capitol. There is an 8-week-old infant who was added to the Quiet Skies terror watch list simply because his father attended January 6th. January 6th happened before that baby was even conceived. If you don't think it's a problem, you're not paying attention. Colorado removes Donald Trump from the ballot. They pull a guilty until proven innocent nonsense. There is a law that was passed in 1948, 18 U.S. Code, Section 2383. Rebellion and insurrection. That is the statute, that is the law that is supposed to be used to enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, the Insurrection Clause, that was added to the Constitution as an amendment to prevent Confederates from holding federal office. There has not been one criminal charge levied against Donald Trump regarding insurrection. There has not been one criminal charge levied against Donald Trump regarding rebellion. Are we going to see that as a superseding indictment from deranged Jack Smith? Maybe, because that's what they need. But they don't just need the charge, ladies and gentlemen. They need the conviction. They need the conviction. You cannot just simply say, I think Donald Trump committed insurrection and convict him without even having the trial. That's not the type of country that we are. It may be the type of country that a certain political party in this country wants us to become, but that is not who we are. That is not who we are. It might be who you crazy people, Biden administration, Democrat Party, radical left-wing crazies want us to become, but that is not who we are. If you're watching on YouTube, this document behind me, the Declaration of Independence, that is not what was designed to come out of that document. As a matter of fact, they talk about a long train of abuses and usurpations. That is the right of the duty to throw off a government that has levied that upon its citizens. Folks, there is a long train of abuses right now that the Biden administration has levied on us, whether it's guilty until proven innocent, whether it's mandates, whether it's political persecution, jailing people over memes, jailing people because they're pro-life, taxing the heck out of people because of their political affiliation, weaponizing government, spying on American citizens. There is a long train of abuses, and this is not a call for violence, but there is a long train of abuses that the Biden administration has levied on the American people. And it is our duty going into next year. This is the final show before 2024. It is our duty to throw off this government politically at the ballot box and bring this country back. The next time you hear Kayal and Company, the next time you hear a show on this station, next week, it will be 2024. And we can all say, we're voting for Trump this year. At least I'm going to say that. We'll be back on the other side of the break with more about Maine, Shenabellos, following the script, staying on brand for the Democrat Party of tyranny. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Experience class.
I've got you.
Escape the ordinary.
Under my skin.
And let the music play.
But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop.
With Sid Mark and Frank Sinatra.
Because I've got you under my skin.
The legend continues. Sunday with Sinatra with Sid Mark. Sundays 11 till 1. Presented by the Crash Proof Retirement Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
And my dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. If you haven't come see it, see it. It's amazing.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You are not your diagnosis.
A medical chart is not your identity.
And vision loss does not define you.
Your drive shows who you are.
And you are not alone.
Because we are driven too.
To be a beacon of strength.
a champion of courage.
An advocate for hope.
You are not alone.
Because we are stronger together.
We drive the research for the cures we are finding.
We're fighting macular degeneration,
retinitis pigmentosa,
Usher syndrome,
and the entire spectrum of blinding retinal diseases.
We fund.
We fight.
We win.
We
are the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
Together, we are fighting blindness.
Join the fight at fightingblindness.org.
Rich Zeoli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, back with Kayal and Company here, WPHT 1210. We are rocking and rolling here in the, it is the tail end, or getting towards the tail end of the 6 a.m. hour here on WPHT 1210. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has been removed from the ballot in Maine. All right, here we have it. We just talked about Colorado, 18 USC, section 2383. And we were talking about how that was a complete violation of his constitutional right to due process, and why that would be a problem for the rest of us. Because again, if they can do it to Donald Trump, a man with, you would say, probably nearly unlimited resources to fight his own legal battles, nearly unlimited resources to withstand the persecution and the hailstorm from the deep state, right? If they could do it to him, imagine what they could do to a guy like me. Imagine what they could do to someone like you. This isn't to scare you necessarily, but it is to stop you in your tracks. If you're driving, if you're listening at home, if you're sitting down and, just taking it in right now. Okay. So you can reflect on what we're living through. So you can reflect on what we're witnessing. So you can reflect on just how evil the forces being levied upon us are. Donald Trump removed from the Maine ballot by Secretary of State Shenna Bellows. An article in the Post-Millennial last night comes out about this story. In an unexpected move on Thursday, Maine Secretary of State Shenna Bellows released a 34-page ruling stating Donald Trump is ineligible to appear on the 2024 ballot. The ruling from Bellows states that Trump's primary petition is invalid under the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban. Again, if you wish to enforce the 14th Amendment, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, there needs to be some sort of charge. I get this all the time. I'm on Twitter at Sean_Farish. I get this all the time, right? This whole idea that, well, the Constitution, the 14th Amendment doesn't say that you need to be charged and convicted in order for it to be enforced. If you are going to cite the Constitution to me and say what it says versus what it doesn't say, can we please go to the first 10 amendments and tell me where in there it says that due process can just be waived at any given point in time because the Secretary of State of Maine or the Supreme Court of Colorado just decides that you don't get due process, you don't have the constitutional right, innocent until proven guilty anymore? You want to cite the Constitution? People come on Twitter. My bio says constitutional conservative, right? They go, oh, for a constitutional conservative, you sure don't know the Constitution. You know what? Do me a favor. Take that and stick it up someplace, what Barack Obama may enjoy, okay? Because the Constitution guarantees American citizens the right to due process. I've said it 1,000 times this morning. There have been no charges. There have been no convictions. No, the 14th Amendment doesn't say charges and convictions are necessary. But the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments of the Constitution, guarantee that to us, that if you're going to be held legally and criminally accountable to the extent of being barred from office I would expect there to be some sort of charge and some sort of conviction in a court of law in front of a jury of your peers to enforce any section of any amendment in the Constitution. I can't just decide that since I don't like the flag that is hanging in my neighbor's yard, that my neighbor is a murderer, and then I'll just call the police and say, hey, Billy Joe down the street here is a murderer because I said so. Now put him in prison without a trial. You want that? Is that the country you want to live in? Moreover, if you're on the left, do you want people like us to be able to use that against people like you? That's the point here. Obviously, the answer to that question is no. Because they all think, oh, Donald Trump's going to be a dictator. I'm going to be the greatest dictator in the history of the world, by the way. The greatest. Nobody's ever seen a dictator like me before. We're going to drill, baby, drill. That's what we're going to dictate. We're going to say energy. Let's do energy. Let's close the border, and we'll get to the border next hour. Now, the ironic thing about Maine is there was another article on Post Millennial. And you know how much I love Chris Christie. And let me just tell you, let me tell you something about Chris Christie. There's a lot to love, believe me. Chris Christie, a story in the Post Millennial last week came out, and it said that this is just too funny. Trump gets removed from the ballot in Maine. Everyone's talking about it. Vivek Ramaswamy came out once again, leading from the front, leading the pack, saying that if this is going to continue to happen, he's just going to keep dropping out of respective states where Donald Trump's name is not on the ballot. The only person putting his money where his mouth is. I know there's a lot of people, I don't trust him. I don't know what to do here. Where did he come from? Is he a Trojan horse? Why did he come out of nowhere? Well, here's why he ran out of, he couldn't have run for president beforehand because he was too young. I think he's doing a great job. I think he's arguably running the best campaign. Donald Trump has the biggest base, so he doesn't have to focus so much on ginning up new voters in this stage of the game. But I think Vivek Ramaswamy is running one of the best campaigns, if not the best campaign in the entire primary right now. Not to say he's going to win, but that he's running the best campaign. He's not being financed by special interest. He's not being financed by any sort of major, like Nikki Haley, puppet master donors. He's independently wealthy. And he's just going out there speaking truth. Now, we can look at Maine, and they removed Donald Trump from the ballot. But it is actually, when all is said and done, if and when the Supreme Court goes ahead and looks at this authoritarian ruling from the Secretary of State. Again, there was no court of law. There were no charges. There was no case laid out. There were no convictions. There was just a 34-page ruling from Shenna Bellows, whoever the heck that is, that says Donald Trump cannot be on the ballot in Maine. Cannot be on the ballot in Maine. That's it. It's over. Don't worry about it. You're guilty of insurrection because Shenna Bellows, who's taking pictures with Joe Biden on social media, says that you're guilty. She's the end-all be-all. Didn't you know that? She's a Democrat. What she says goes. Everyone says two-tier justice system. No. It's a one-way justice system. Their way. Chris Christie does not have enough signatures, according to a post-millennial article last week, to have his name listed on Maine's 2024 primary ballot. How ironic is that? He doesn't have enough signatures. So if there's anybody missing from the ballot, it's Chris Christie, not Donald Trump, when all is said and done. The Biden administration and the Democrats, we do this thing on my show on LFA TV on Rumble. It's rumble.com/LFA TV. We do a thing on there called #NotJustJoe. A lot of people don't seem to understand that it's not just Joe Biden. The Democrat Party, and I believe I've said this on the show on appearances with Kayal and company in the past, the Democrat Party wants so desperately to have a fall guy, just like they did in New York with Andrew Cuomo. Handsy Andy. We are going to shut down the schools. You cannot go to a bar after midnight because the virus is going to get you. Andrew Cuomo, by the way, the slowest talking New Yorker in the history of the world. I don't know what that deal is, okay? Now, the only thing worse than Andrew Cuomo being a slow-talking New Yorker is the fact that folks in Philadelphia call heroes hoagies. I don't know where you got that from, but that's for another day. They're badly looking for a fall guy. Badly looking for a fall guy. If they can take Joe Biden, blame all of this on him, and then rug pull him, right? Pull the rug on him, get him out of there, yank him, get the hook, righty out of the bullpen, pitching change at the last second for that lefty-lefty matchup, right? And I say that as a Texas Rangers fan. We just won the World Series. They can pull him at the last second, make that quick pitching change, blame it all on Joe Biden, and then put in a guy like Gavin Newsom, a younger, more charismatic, smoother talker. He doesn't go out. I mean, I haven't heard Gavin Newsom. The only thing embarrassing that I saw him do was run over this Chinese kid playing basketball, which, I mean, I got along very well with China. I never would have done that. But they ran over this he was a Chinese boy. They were playing basketball. He comes from China. And Gavin Newsom ran him over. It was incredible. Like somebody in the way, in between Rosie O'Donnell and a plate of mashed potatoes. He ran him right over. Incredible. That was a foul. That was an offensive foul. I call it a charge. You look at what they're planning on doing, and I believe this now, and I'm going to believe it until Joe Biden is the nominee. If he is, I don't think he's going to be. They're going to pull him at the last second. They're going to blame it all on him. They're going to say Gavin Newsom is not Joe Biden. He's not going to make the same mistakes. Joe Biden is being told what to do. Everything that he is doing embodies the entire platform of the Democrat Party. We say this on my show all the time. Hashtag not just Joe, because it's not just Joe. Just like Andrew Cuomo and Kathy Hochul governed in exactly the same way because they belong to the same party. Just like Andrew Cuomo and Kathy Hochul were the same type of governor in New York. I lived it. Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, crooked Hillary Clinton, or Buttigieg, whoever it's going to be, they're going to govern the exact same way. Because what Joe Biden has done for the last 3+ years has been taking his marching orders and marching in lockstep with the demands of the radical left and the Democrat Party. This is not just a Joe Biden issue. This is a Democrat Party and a toxicity in the Democrat Party issue. Their entire brand is toxic. We know it. That's the message that we have to push. I don't like Joe Biden, but I am not just going to levy all of this on Joe Biden. So Maine has been a state that has fallen in line with this ridiculous idea of removing Donald Trump from the ballot. Why would they want to remove me? I was the greatest president the world has ever seen. We did so many fantastic things. Why would they do that? We shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done that. They know they shouldn't have done that. We had a strong border, the strongest border the world has ever seen. We had a roaring economy. Your life was better. I said this on my show yesterday, whether you're a green-haired, nose-pierced, body parts chopped off liberal or not. I don't care if my beautiful orange complexion got you upset. They say orange man great, orange man bad. I say orange man great. It's incredible. Nobody did a job like I did. You look at his tweets. Oh my goodness. He tweeted mean things at Kim Jong-un. What a shame. I call him Little Rocket Man for multiple reasons, other than the fact that his missiles are small. You could look at him and know what I'm talking about. Little Rocket Man. Terrible guy. I could say that. He's a terrible guy. But I got along well with him. Got along very well. He wasn't launching missiles because I told him, you're not going to do that. I told him, what did I tell him? My button is big and it works. And you don't want to find out about it. Donald Trump got along well with who? Vladimir Putin. And I got in trouble for him too. They say I'm his puppet. No, he was my puppet. He was my puppet. He said he was going into Ukraine. I told him, you're not going to do that. Play with your nesting dolls. You're not going to do that. They called them Matryoshka. You have the big doll that looks like Rosie O'Donnell. You open it up. There's little ones after that. All of a sudden, you wind up with a nesting doll that looks like the Sanctimonious outside of his boots. It's a tiny little thing, my little dumpling. We love him. I got along well with Xi. President Xi of China. Winnie the Pooh. They call him Winnie. You can't say that in China. You get banned. Why would they want to remove Donald Trump from the ballot in Maine? Not to go too far on a tangent and lose the thread. because he's the only one right now in the race that has demonstrated the ability to, as he said in his inauguration speech, in his inaugural address in 2016, take the government out of the hands take the power out of the hands of the government and give it back to we the people. I can tell you that they are terrified. The left. They have made it evidently clear. Donald Trump is going to seek revenge against us. Well, he told you that. He said he's going to be our retribution. Donald Trump is going to rule with an iron fist. Well, I mean, what has your fist been? What, on my pillow? Right? Has this been soft by any stretch of the imagination? In New York City, back in 2020 and 2021, Eric Adams, what a buffoon he is, and we will get to him soon, said, you can't eat. No, sir. No, ma'am. And there are only sirs and ma'ams, by the way. Just want to clear that up. No, sir. No, ma'am. You may not eat in New York City if you do not have the COVID-19 vaccination. You may not eat if you're not vaccinated against COVID. You may not open your businesses, Democrat blue state governors told people whose businesses were essential and not essential. You've committed an insurrection even though you have not been charged with it. You posted a meme, Douglas Mackey, on the internet. You're going to jail because it made fun of Hillary Clinton. Meanwhile, there's Kathy Griffin holding a severed head. There's threats to Joe Biden online. Now, Republicans are inciting violence. Well, when's the next time we're going to hear about Madonna? Remember when she threatened to blow up the White House? You probably don't because the fake news doesn't tell you about things like that. What about Johnny Depp? Captain Jack Sparrow, savvy? Oh, I might be the first actor to ever assassinate a president. Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, threatening to assassinate President Trump? Again, it's not a two-tier justice system. It's a one-tier justice system. These people want it done their way, and they are terrified that the precedents that they themselves have set are going to be used against them. They talk about threats against democracy. It's them who are taking away the right to choose. And I use those words very, very purposefully. They talk about threats against democracy. They are the threat to our constitutional republic, which happens to use some of the democratic process. Yes. But those folks are the ones who have been a threat to this democracy, the democratic process that we have, the constitutional republic that we enjoy. It is the Democrat Party that never passes its own tests. Just ask Pocahontas, Cori Bush. We'll get to all that on the other side of this break, going into hour 2 on Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in, 1210 WPHT. Hope you're enjoying the show. Stick around. We'll be back with more after this.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partnerprograms. That's SEPTA.org/partnerprograms.
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit smoking.
I talked to my doctors, and then I threw away all my cigarettes, ashtrays, and lighters.
I started exercising instead of smoking.
Getting support from friends online kept me on track.
Staying away from alcohol when I was first quitting was key.
Instead of smoking after I ate, I'd get up and take a walk.
I missed having a cigarette in my hand, so I'd hold a pen or a straw, anything.
Until I knew I wouldn't give in to temptation, I spent more time with my friends who didn't smoke.
I went to places that were smoke-free.
I didn't stay quit the very first time I tried.
I kept on trying, and I learned something each time.
Do whatever it takes.
No matter how many times it takes.
I quit.
I quit.
I quit.
We did it, so can you.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
NHL star Matt Martin for American Humane.
Hi, I'm Matt Martin, and in all my years of playing professional hockey, I've gotten my share of bruises and injuries. But for many who really put their lives on the line every day, it's not always the injuries you can see that hurt the most. I'm talking about our veterans. Every single day, 184 veterans are diagnosed with post-traumatic stress. And tragically, 20 take their own lives. When medications and therapy don't help, professionally trained service dogs can. American Humane, serving the U.S. military for over 100 years, has put together a free guide to help veterans obtain these life-saving service animals. If you are a veteran or know a veteran struggling with PTS, please go to AmericanHumane.org for this free, downloadable resource. Let's give our veterans the help they need to win their battle.
For more information, visit AmericanHumane.org.
Your weekend just got a lot better. Sunday mornings with Barry Siebel and friends.
This show, when we originally started, was fixing things. All I hear is the negativity. Oh, and stop, you finally woke up.
Your show is part of how we fix this. You keep asking, what to fix, you're the fix. Identifying problems, explaining them that common people can understand. You don't have real talking heads in there. You have people that experience life.
Barry Siebel and friends. Listen Sunday mornings 9 to 11 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That changed my life.
At that moment, it hit me. This is why I joined the Guard. We're soldiers, always ready to protect our country. But we've also got communities. Family, friends, neighbors who count on us. I couldn't believe it. I just saved a life. Somebody from my hometown.
See what it means to be a citizen soldier at NationalGuard.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm Wendy Gillette. At least 18 people were killed when Russia unleashed nearly 160 missiles and drones on Ukrainian targets. CBS News correspondent Cami McCormick reports.
Ukraine says Russia fired a record number of missiles and drones, the most since the war began. Air raid sirens sounded in Kyiv, but there were targets elsewhere. Analysts say Russia has been stockpiling these weapons for massive strikes during the winter. Fighting along the front line is largely bogged down now by the weather.
The Ukrainian Air Force says the previous biggest assault was last November. Tens of thousands of Palestinians keep streaming into southern Gaza as Israel expands its offensive against Hamas. The BBC's Yolande Nell from Jerusalem.
The UN says that in Rafah, which is on the very southern border with Egypt, that in just the past couple of days, another 100,000 people are estimated to have turned up there. And already Rafah is the most densely populated part of the Gaza Strip, with hundreds of thousands of people who've gone there seeking shelter.
Gaza's health ministry says more than 21,500 Palestinians have been killed in the war and almost 56,000 injured. Maine is the second state to rule former President Donald Trump is ineligible to appear on its 2024 Republican primary ballot under the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment. For now, he's back on the Colorado ballot after the state's Republican Party asked the Supreme Court to decide the issue. CBS News election law contributor David Becker.
There is another pending matter in the United States Supreme Court based on the Colorado decision. So the United States Supreme Court could resolve this issue for all states at any point in time, and hopefully soon.
The surf's up in California, but in a dangerous way. CBS's Jarrett Hill explains.
A rogue wave crashing over the seawall in Ventura, swallowing a truck, sending 8 people to the hospital. From Montecito to the Bay Area, waves as high as 40 feet are battering the West Coast.
These are epic surf conditions that we're looking at. We've got high swells. We've got waves coming in directions we're not used to them coming.
Evacuation orders have been issued for several communities as the surf surges past the beach and near homes, sending water pooling into neighborhoods.
Cities across the country are getting ready to ring in the new year Sunday night. Security is a major consideration, Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox.
We will have officers in abundance in and around the activities for first night for both day and evening.
This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's time to confetti test in New York City.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so it's not exactly the new year, but like any good show on Broadway, there are dress rehearsals, and that means the confetti test. Some 3,000 pounds of confetti will be released on New Year's Eve, and the confetti test will see how far it flies and how long it takes to hit the ground. To make sure all is proper and correct, handfuls of multicolored confetti will be thrown from the Hard Rock Cafe marquee on Broadway ahead of the real deal on New Year's Eve. That's when some 1.5 tons of the stuff will be released in Times Square. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
Pope Francis may have signed off on the Vatican allowing same-sex blessings, but priests across Africa are saying not so fast. They've decided they will not bless gay unions. Catholic priests from countries including Kenya, Nigeria, and Zimbabwe are among those resisting the change. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partner programs. That's SEPTA.org/partner programs.
Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Dom to your down on noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Sean Farish coming back with you here on 1210 WPHT. We've gotten through hour 1. That was quick, first time doing this live radio thing, and that was a fast hour. It's a little different. My show on rumble.com/LFATV, it's called Ungoverned. It runs 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. It's just an hour long of fast and furious, boom, 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 boom. And, we have sponsors and stuff like that, but no breaks. It's like weird. I'm sitting here and we got news coming in and all sorts of good stuff. But we go fast and furious on our show. So if that's your kind of thing, then you would probably enjoy it. You'd probably enjoy it anyway. I call it the best show on the internet, but it's the internet's best kept secret. Anyway, okay. So Oh, okay. Hold on. There we go. I'm sorry. I think I messed up on my camera there. There we go. Sorry. I clicked a hotkey. If you're watching on YouTube, I clicked a hotkey on my software, and it actually put the wrong clip up if you're watching on YouTube. Apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to get to the border crisis now, New York City's border crisis. Eric Adams is a buffoon. I was in New York when he was elected, and he won with a large percentage of the vote in Manhattan and defeated Curtis Sliwa for mayor. It was quite interesting. But Eric Adams and New York City is facing a migrant crisis. They call them migrants. But this is the interesting thing that's happening in New York City. All right. When it comes to Adams in New York City, when it comes to I think his name is Brandon Johnson in Chicago, the mayor of Denver, you see all these blue city mayors trying to duck responsibility for what they themselves wished upon their cities, what they campaigned on. Matter of fact, if you are watching on YouTube, now that I know that feature works, I actually can put Eric Adams' tweet on the screen for you if I could find it. It's funny because in June of 2021, Eric Adams campaigned on making New York City a sanctuary city. In June of 2021, Eric Adams campaigned on making New York City a sanctuary city. I'm going to pop this up there, and this is what the tweet says. That's got my pillow. The tweet essentially mentioned how New York City is and always has been, it says it, Eric Adams, a city of immigrants. We are a destination for diversity and a place where people from every nation seek refuge, raise families, and enrich our communities. Under my administration, our government will reflect that. Eerily similar to the sign that we saw on Martha's Vineyard. We respect women and value Black lives and stand with our community members and stand with immigrants and refugees and indigenous peoples and people of all faiths in the community. But they don't. Eric Adams in New York City, they're finding out the hard way. You cannot just let people in. And this is something that we've been saying since before 2016. I used to trigger people in college. I was a liberal coming out of high school. They got me. Barack Obama, free healthcare. Sounded great as an 18-year-old kid coming out of high school, 2009. Barack Obama, the Democrat Party, they say if you're not a liberal in high school, you don't have a heart. And if you're not a conservative after college in your older age, you don't have a brain. Just look at AOC. She's a prime example. I think she's a year or two older than me. She's a hardcore leftist and definitely lacking something between the ears. Now, I want to tell you, you have Eric Adams, New York City, this sanctuary city stuff. I triggered people back when I was in college. I said, in one of my political science classes, I was a minor. My minor was political science. And I said, do you think we can, I asked the professor, he was the only conservative professor at the time on campus. And I got in trouble actually for using him in a radio piece. I went to school for radio, so I got in trouble for using him in a piece, believe it or not. The professor in my radio class said the piece was biased, even though I used 2 liberals and 1 conservative. But I said to him, I raised my hand, I said, do you think, this is 2012, by the way, when Mitt Romney was running. I said, do you think we can solve immigration and create jobs by building a wall on the southern border? And then Donald Trump stole my idea. So if you think that was his idea, it was not. It was my idea. He stole my idea. That's why, they say great minds think alike and great people sound alike. Let me just tell you that. I said, do you think we could solve immigration, reform immigration and create jobs by building a wall on the southern border? You need people to construct the wall. It would slow down the traffic, and people in the class, oh, you're a racist. They already hated me anyway, because at the time, my dad had bought me Pinheads and Patriots, Bill O'Reilly's book, for Christmas. So I was reading that, and they would see me, wow, Bill O'Reilly, what are you, some sort of fascist? No, just reading a book. Calm down. Immigration has been a problem, and the illegal, not immigration as a whole, but illegal immigration has been a problem for a very long time. Illegal immigration. You look at immigrants as a whole, I have no problem if you come into this country legally. It's when you are allowed to just walk in unimpeded. It's when you are allowed to just stroll into the country en masse. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people who we don't know have appeared in our country and are all over the place right now. All over the place. I want to get to a clip that Eric Adams talking about what's going on in New York City, because if this is something that we said a couple of years ago, we would have been called a racist. Now I say we told you so. Let's listen to Eric Adams talking about the crisis that's happening in New York City. Let's roll the clip.
We're seeing the erosion of the quality of life that we've improved on in such a short period of time of this administration. And we have been impacted. For many months, we were able to keep the visualization of this crisis from hitting our streets, but we have reached a breaking point. We're no longer able to do that because of the volume in numbers. Just last week, we had 3,900 people that arrived here. We are averaging anywhere from 2,500 to close to 4,000 a week. And if you do the math, you see that's 8,000 every 2 weeks, potentially 16,000 a month that we must feed, clothe, house, educate children, and all the services that you would give a normal adult. And we're seeing that play out on our streets of New York. And that is what the breaking point looks like, what we are experiencing right now.
The breaking point. Eric Adams talking about the breaking point. I mean, he sounds like a racist to me. Rachel Maddow said, if you say what he said, but you look like me, you're a racist. Andrea Mitchell on MSNBC told me that if you said that, what Eric Adams said, well, we can't handle this, you're a xenophobe. 4 words. This is not a 4 words like Joe Biden. I got 2 words for you. Made in America. Made in America. It's a 3-letter word. Jobs. Jobs. Come on, man.
Daddy
the lion,
Ocean.
dog-faced pony soldier. 4 words for you. We told you so. We tried to tell you that if you let people into the country en masse without going through the proper process, without knowing who they are, and the national security concerns on that we'll get to next segment are incredible, right? The national security risks here are just immense, massive. When you let people into the country en masse who are not contributing to the system, think about it. Democrats love taxes. They love taxes. It's their favorite thing to do. They want to tax you on the air that you breathe. Literally, there was an article that came out a couple of days ago that said that human beings breathing contributes to the climate crisis. Now, I agree. AOC, she spews a lot of hot air. Adam Schiff, he spews a lot of hot air. Joe Biden, he spews a lot of hot air. Kamala Harris and her word salads spews a lot of hot air, right? They want to tax you on everything, except if you're an illegal immigrant. Then you get a $5,000 gift card when you come across the border. Look at the coverage that the great Ben Bergquam has been doing with Real America's Voice. They'll give you cell phones. They'll give you packages. They'll give you free housing. They'll give you everything. These illegals that are coming across the country are taking from the system but giving nothing back. You know, a true communist wants everyone to contribute to the commune, to the system. These illegals aren't doing that. I don't care where they're from. I don't care who they are. I don't care why they're leaving their country. There are laws here. What is the one thing the Democrats love to say? Nobody is above the law. Unless your last name, of course, is Clinton, Biden, Obama, Clapper, Comey, et cetera, right? Stroke and Page. Remember Stroke and Page? Do you remember Peter Stroke and Lisa Page? Remember the jokes that our favorite president used to do at the rallies? The lovebirds. I called them the lovebirds. FBI. Peter Stroke. Oh, Lisa. I love you, Lisa. Oh, Peter, I love you too. Peter, you're incredible. Oh, Lisa, you're incredible too. We're going to stop him from being president. Hillary, crooked Hillary, should win 100 million to 1. Peter Stroke, Lisa Page. These people are above the law. Obviously, they're getting away with it. Illegal immigrants are above the law. The term illegal, I don't call them migrants. They're illegal immigrants. When we call them migrants, we're taking away that illegal act that they do once they step foot in the country. If you want to come here, that is okay. Do it the right way. But Sean, they don't have the resources to do it the right way. That's not our problem. But Sean, the Statue of Liberty says, give us our tired and needy and poor. That's a statue. The left doesn't even like statues. Statue of Liberty does not set policy. It's a statue. It's only a matter of time they're going to want to take that statue down too. If you want to come into our country, do it the right way. Eric Adams talking about New York City has reached a breaking point. I was told if you say things like that, you're a racist. But Democrats never pass their own tests, including, let's just go down the list real quick. Pocahontas. I call her Pocahontas. Chief Spitting Bull. Chief Liawatha. She's a liar. She said she was Native American. She's not. I'm more Native American than she is. Pocahontas. Chief Liawatha. The only human being in the history of the world to fail a DNA test. Cori Bush. She wants to defund the cops that keep you safe while she adds to her own security detail. Martha's Vineyard. We put the piece up on YouTube. If you're watching on the live stream, they talk about we stand with our immigrants, we stand with refugees until the refugees land in Martha's Vineyard. Then what do? You declare a humanitarian emergency and have the military deport those illegals out of here. You know what we call that? George Carlin had a bit. NIMBY, not in my backyard. Hunter Biden is allowed to avoid and bail on a congressional subpoena, but Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro aren't allowed to do that. Joe Biden was allowed to squirrel away classified documents at the UPenn, Penn Biden Center, which, by the way, was managed by a gentleman named Michael Carpenter. There's a clip. I call it the Quid Pro Joe clip, where Joe Biden talked about, I called a Ukrainian president. I said, you got 6 hours. He said, you're not the president. I said, call him. You got 6 hours. If you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a, they fired him. Yes, that guy. Michael Carpenter was on stage when he said that, by the way. He was sitting next to Joe Biden. Michael Carpenter, the senior director of the Penn Biden Center, where classified documents regarding Ukraine are found. Joe Biden apparently doesn't have to face any accountability or consequences for the classified documents that he was not allowed to have. And they impeached Trump over that. Democrats never pass their own tests. Tim Pool did something interesting on Twitter. He said, you know what? Women should not be allowed to have guns. And then you had this trans woman come out. Well, trans women need to have guns to defend themselves against men. Really? Women need to defend themselves against men? Why do you want to put men in women's safe places like locker rooms, bathrooms, and showers? They never pass their own tests. Next segment, we're going to talk about a disgusting story right here in Tennessee, where I'm from, and why border security is extremely important. Another illegal alien in this country committing a heinous act against a minor. We'll be back after this.
Throw for Allen. He's got on far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it. End zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action tomorrow morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You should live without boundaries and no fear of missing out. Be fulfilled in everything you do. How you feel tomorrow starts today. With proactive steps to be well, take time for you. Be proactive. Maintaining total health and wellness includes staying up to date on preventative immunizations so you can be your best self every day. Talk to your doctor about which vaccines are right for you.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey, Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh, right. It's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
You can admit it. You're obsessed with the news. But you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
With food prices going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and where to buy. If you're looking for a way to stretch your food dollars, look no further than your neighborhood grocery outlet. We have the name brands you love for 40 to 70% less than regular grocery stores. Our stores are locally owned and operated by people in your community, so we understand the challenges you are facing. Stop by your local grocery outlet today for deals you won't believe.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 7:25 a.m. W1210 PHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and company here on W1210 PHT. Happy to be with you, rolling into hour 2. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in today. You know, the border crisis is an absolute mess. And I have said on my show, rumble.com/LFATV Ungoverned, runs 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're enjoying what you see here, it's more of that, but just in a shorter version, about an hour long, fast and furious, crazy, wild news. We have a good time on Rumble. Free speech Rumble. You know, you hear the promo coming in. Free speech lives here, and it does. Free speech also lives on Rumble, too, and we love it over there. You know, the border crisis, I've decided I've stopped calling it a crisis. It's absolutely an invasion. And I want to roll into this, a quick clip from MSNBC, believe it or not. You know, I love left-wing sources that show us what we've been saying for quite some time. That's why we just played Eric Adams in the previous segment, showing that, you know, he was talking about how New York City has reached a breaking point. MSNBC reported down on the border at Eagle Pass, Texas, this huge crowd of migrants. And I want you to listen to what the field anchor is talking about, the reporter on MSNBC is talking about on the border. Let's roll with cut 5, MSNBC.
Another thing is these crowds here in Eagle Pass have never been this large during my reporting. This is the most people I've ever seen in Eagle Pass, and other reporters, colleagues working other parts of the border in Arizona, in Jacumba, near San Diego, tell me the same thing. We have these conversations, and the conversation is always, wow, I've never seen this number of migrants arriving. And we know from the reports coming from the government with these numbers. So we have the number of apprehensions, the numbers of encounters, everything spiking. So we don't know what this will mean moving forward. We just know that the numbers are much larger as the resources are spread thin.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of people coming across the border. MSNBC can't even hide from it. You know, you had Corinne Jean-Pierre the world's worst press secretary with a very bad hairdo. And nobody knows hairdos like I do. I can tell you that. She's terrible. She's horrible. Really is a horrible person when you look at it. Karine Jean-Pierre, the border is secure. Kamala Harris, the border is secure because secure borders are borders that are secure. And security is very important to the security of our border. It's very easy to do Kamala Harris word salads because you just pick 4 words and repeat them in different variations over and over and over again. When Trump made fun of her that one time, the wheels on the bus go round and around because buses go here and then they go there because that's what buses do. Kamala Harris, word salads.
I love electric school buses.
She loves electric school buses, folks. Of course, unless they go on fire. Now, this is the not so funny part about what's happening on the southern border. Again, in New York City in 2021, if you wanted to go eat in a Wendy's, you had to prove that you were vaccinated. If you wanted to fly out of the country, you had to prove that you were vaccinated. If you wanted to be Novak Djokovic and come compete in the U.S. Open, tennis, you had to prove that you were vaccinated. There were things that were being asked of American citizens that are not being asked of these people crossing the border. We do not know a bunch of things that are very important about what's happening on the border. When an individual comes across the border from another country, we need to know. We need to know who they are, what their intentions are, why they're coming here, right? Where they're coming from. If you're seeking asylum, okay, apply for asylum, but you can't just live off the system while that process plays out. That's why Donald Trump had the remain in Mexico policy. The fact is, the border is wide open. You've got illegals coming across the border on trains, literally on top of freight trains. We heard that customs, they stopped the railways, right? They stopped the trains, not to stop the people, but because they wanted to bring Customs and Border Patrol agents over there to process the people. We don't know who they are. And I will maintain that the vast majority of the people coming across the country are probably not bad people. Probably not. They may indirectly be causing strain on our cities, but I don't believe that for the majority of these people, that's what they want to do. I don't think so. I don't think so. But from a standpoint of the fact that we don't know in those crowds, in the crowd that was being reported on MSNBC, not Fox News, not Newsmax, not One American News, not my show on Rumble, MSNBC, the home of Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, Andrea Mitchell, Morning Joe. What a terrible show, by the way. Mika and Morning Joe, terrible show. These folks that are coming across the border, we don't know them. We don't know who they are. It's a terrible story. Another one of these. Now, while the vast majority of people that come across the border are probably not like this individual, this animal, that's what I'm going to refer to him as, because what he did is just a complete act of utter savagery. An illegal alien from Mexico has been accused of raping an unconscious 15-year-old girl. Because we don't know who we're letting into our country. People like this are getting in those large crowds, right? Because this is the same concept as fiery but mostly peaceful. Most of the people at a BLM riot, or well, not a riot, but most of the people that attended those BLM rallies didn't burn down places. But bad actors found their way in, and they hijacked the entire demonstration. And then the AutoZone was on fire. David Dorn was shot. Horace Lorenzo Anderson Jr. was shot, and Chaz Chop. Who is that? Oh, he just happened to be an African-American teen boy who was murdered in the Seattle Chaz Chop zone. Funny, we don't hear that name. We hear George Floyd's name all the time. We hear Michael Brown's name all the time. We hear Breonna Taylor's name all the time. We hear Freddie Gray's name all the time. We don't hear about Horace Lorenzo Anderson Jr., who was killed because Antifa decided they were just going to take over 4 city blocks in the city of Seattle. Which finally, by the way, Seattle finally bulldozed over the BLM Communist Garden. They thought they were going to live off of this area. I mean, that was just incredible, right? The Summer of Love, they called it. This illegal alien in Hamilton County, Tennessee, was arrested. Eric Santillan of Mexico has been arrested and charged with aggravated rape after allegedly raping a 15-year-old girl while she was at a friend's house in 2022. According to police, this is on Breitbart, on June 20th, 2022, the girl went to stay at a friend's home where Santillan was as well. The girl, her friend, and Santillan, police said, went to buy alcohol, and Santillan proceeded to chug beers that they had bought. The girl eventually felt dizzy, according to police, and laid down on a bed alongside her friend. When the girl woke up, she realized she had injuries consistent with sexual assault. The girl's friend later told police that she woke up to find Santillan raping the girl. Because we can't secure our border. Because we can't keep this country safe. Because oatmeal pudding brain in the White House and his bag of wind, Kamala Harris, and his useless waste of space, Karine Jean-Pierre, they tell you the border is secure. People like this are coming into the country. People like a story I covered on Ungoverned on my show on Rumble, coming into the country, raping minors in Maryland. No, I'm not saying that everybody who crosses the border illegally is a rapist. What I am saying is we are giving these types of people very easy access to our country. They do not deserve to have access like that to our country. This is not about exclusion. This is not about xenophobia. This is about safety. And I always tie this issue with the issue about men in the women's bathroom, men in women's sports, men in women's locker rooms. I am not saying that every transgender individual or somebody who is suffering from gender dysphoria, the mental disorder that leads to feeling like you're trapped in the wrong body. I'm not saying that every transgender individual is going and is doing that to gain easier access to women to commit these terrible acts of sexual assault. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is by not making sure and not vetting and not checking and not securing these locations like our country, like bathrooms, like locker rooms, like showers, you are giving predators easier access to their prey. You do not let foxes into the hen house. And if you do let the fox into the hen house, you cannot then act surprised when all the hens are dead. If you put a boa constrictor next to a bunny rabbit, you cannot be shocked when the bunny rabbit winds up inside the boa constrictor. It's graphic, it's ugly, it's nature. But if you allow predators and prey to exist in the same spaces, the predator will eat the prey. We are allowing predators into our country. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they're going. That is why border security is so important. That is why in the next segment, we're going to get to Chicago, another sanctuary city that is now suffering some of the exact same consequences and some of the exact same repercussions that New York City is facing as well in the wake of this very severe invasion on the southern border. Don't go anywhere. We have a jam-packed segment coming for you next. Kayal and Company, W1210 PHT. We'll be back after this break.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
And my dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. If you haven't come see it, see it. It's amazing.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Idiots are everywhere. You can't swing a cat without hitting an idiot these days. And I'm not endorsing cat swinging.
And Jimmy Fallon, 10 to midnight.
We have a White House where someone is capable of getting anthrax inside and wouldn't be capable of finding out who committed the crime.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rural stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rural stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rural, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rural.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:40 a.m. WPHT 1210 a.m. Kayal and Company, Sean Farish, my name, filling in for you right now. From now till the end of the show. It's been a fun first half of the show this morning. Happy everybody is sticking around. The YouTube chat is cranking. A lot of fun comments over there. I saw someone say, when you let enough mice in, eventually all the cheese will be gone. It is true. You let enough people in, eventually everything that you had for them will be gone. And if they're not adding to it and not helping replenish what they have taken, we will be in a bad situation. And that is exactly what is happening on the southern border. And you have seen that now rearing its ugly head in New York City, because Eric Adams, he's come out and said that, but he is not the only one. Yes, Aaron Lewis, I'm not the only one. He's not the only one, right? That is suffering in this country. Massachusetts, was going to be asking people to put illegals in their private homes. I say, you want to start in Massachusetts, where should you start? Martha's Vineyard. Chicago, sanctuary city. Marxist Mayor Brandon Johnson, take from the rich, give to the poor. He says also, by the way, this is Mayor Brandon Johnson, Chicago, says that reparations are going to help fight crime. Yeah, okay. Very good. No, it's not. You know what helps fight crime? Police and letting them do their job. The southern border has become, to me, the most important issue in the country. Look at Rome, right? Look what happened in Rome. Illegals now in Minnesota are now being allowed to join law enforcement. There were rumors that illegals were being given the opportunity to join our military. We don't know who these people are. But Sean, you just said you want them to contribute. Yeah, I did. I didn't say I want them to be in the military. I have no problem. I want to say this again. With somebody who comes into our country the right way. When I was back on Long Island, we had these massive, massive rallies. Conservative Trump rallies with trucks and flags and filling parking lots. And there were people who were there who were not from our country originally. One woman in particular, her name was Alma Rivera. She's a singer, very talented singer, had come to me during the rally and she said, hey, would you mind if I said a few words? I'm an immigrant and I just got my United States citizenship. I finally finished the process. It took her years. And there's all the racists at the rally that the newspapers told us, all these people are racist. They're terrorists. They go to school board meetings. These are bad people. The SPLC labeled them an extremist group. They did. Badge of honor. It's okay. Because we went to a school board meeting and said masks are not appropriate and critical race theory is dangerous. Terrorists. Oh, my goodness. She said a few words, and all of the people that we were told don't like people from outside, the xenophobes, all the people we were told don't like folks from other countries gave her a standing ovation. 500 to 1,000 people in a parking lot at a train station clapping for the woman who said she just received her citizenship. Finally, doing it the right way. You think she's excited about someone coming into the country, going around all of the different laws, regulations, rules, whatever you want to call them, that are in place to make sure that when you come here, we know who you are so we can keep our people safe, so we can keep our system safe, so we can keep our country safe? There's a lot more than that, just that story. That one I know personally. In Chicago, you have a huge problem in Chicago. Okay? There have been issues in Chicago for the last couple months because of the southern border. I want to play for you a clip of these. It's a black community in Chicago. These black Chicago residents are very, very upset over illegal immigrants being put first. You see, America First is not just a white issue or a black issue or a Republican issue, this is why the left likes to demonize nationalism. Well, Hitler was a nationalist and he believed in a strong Germany. Well, he believed in a lot of really bad things too. That's what makes him an evil person. When we say we want to put America first, I'm not asking for genocide. I'm not asking for bad things to be done to people who are not Americans. I'm saying the people who are citizens of this country come before people who are not citizens of this country, whether it's folks who have illegally entered the country or it's countries overseas. I say every morning, I start off every day on social media. Today, I didn't do it today because we have this show, but I'll do it after the show is over. Today is December 29th, 2023, otherwise known as a great day to end all foreign aid. All foreign aid. All foreign aid. To every country. End it all. Why? Because we have our own problems here. You ever been on a commercial airliner before? The flight attendant comes down. If there's a sudden change in cabin pressure, the mask will come down from the ceiling. Please put your mask on first before assisting others. Why? Because if you assist others before you assist yourself, you die. As the great Dan Bongino says, I love him. He's probably probably my biggest inspiration when it comes to this entire business, this entire industry, podcasting, radio, etc. 3 simple words. Rule number 1 of the Dan Bongino Show is don't get dead. If you assist other people on the airplane before you assist yourself, you have a higher chance of getting dead than not, especially if you don't do it the other way around. You look at America first as an issue. It has been weaponized. The America first. You have people who have taken the term and twisted it into something anti-Semitic. You have people who have twisted it into something racial. Absolutely. But the phrase America first, the concept of putting America first is not just putting the country first, it's putting the people who belong to this country first. It is putting Americans first. I want to play this clip from Chicago, these residents in Chicago who are furious about the fact that they are being pushed back on the list of priorities in favor of people who, quite frankly, don't belong here. Let's roll that clip.
All these resources that have not come to us, now you want to overly compensate for people who never lived here before, and we need to be taken care of first and foremost before anything else happens here.
Why would any leader put our black communities already riddled with crime at further risk by placing unvetted non-taxpayers steps away from our seniors, our children, and our homes we've worked so hard on our own to secure?
We are at war, people. Our communities are at war. They are violating our communities, and we asking that we across the country, and we asking and we're demanding for office of Black America, or whatever you want to call it, to deal with issues like this.
I did get placed on a wait list, but I was told that the immigrants was taking priority.
So that final gentleman that you heard says he was placed on a wait list, but that illegal immigrants were given more weight on that list than he was. Did those people sound happy to you? Let me ask you that question. I don't think those people sound that to me. Those people didn't sound happy, and they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. You're listening in Philadelphia, maybe the suburbs of Philadelphia. Maybe you're watching on YouTube from somewhere across the country. You're a member of one of these communities, black community, whatever the case may be. That doesn't matter. I don't care about the color of your skin. Content of character, that's me. Like Martin Luther King, right? I'm into the whole, I don't care what you look like. I care how you act and who you are. That's because that's what it means not to actually be racist. I don't judge people based on what they look like, skin color. No. Hey, if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, I might judge you. But it has nothing to do with skin color. It has to do with the fact that you're the most angry, you're the angriest fan base in the history of sports. All you do is boo, and it's kind of getting old, but it's kind of funny. Okay? Donovan McNabb. Yeah, he was a real good guy to boo.
ELGS, Eagles!
But it's not about skin color. It's not about, if you're a member of one of these communities, your community traditionally votes Democrat. Maybe you're a Jewish American and your community has traditionally voted Democrat. Do you understand the fact that the Democrat Party does not represent your best interests anymore? Does the Hamas-Israel thing not give you a clue? Does the fact that Barack Obama lobbied for Claudine Gay, president of Harvard, to remain in her position give you a clue? Barack Obama, the ultimate puppet master of the Democrat Party right now. Did you hear those residents of Chicago? If we polled that group based off of who they voted for in 2020, I would be shocked if the margin was anything closer than 90-10. Shocked if the margin Biden to Trump was anything closer than 90-10. But they're starting to realize it. They're starting to realize it. This is what America First means. There is an alderman now. He was just on CNN, which is great. I love when this stuff happens on the mainstream media, okay? Because now you have these CNN talking heads going, you start to see them panic. This is a video, but you got to hear the audio. There's 4 clips. The Colorado, my goodness, Chicago alderman, his name is Brian Hopkins. He is a Democrat, explaining what is going on in the sanctuary city of Chicago, the center, one of the centers of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Remember, who was the mayor of Chicago previous to Brandon Johnson? Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Lori Lightfoot, Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. This woman, right? She met all of the criteria. Let's just think about this right now. She was a one-term mayor in Chicago. The first mayor in Chicago to not win a second term in a very long time. Not only did she not win a second term, she didn't even escape her primary, her runoff, or before the runoff election. Lori Lightfoot should have been, based off of the left standards, the greatest mayor in the history of the city of Chicago. Why? Well, because she's black, she's a female, she's gay, she's short, she's ugly, she checks off all the boxes. You know what else she is? A former mayor of Chicago, not by her own choice, by the people's choice, because the city of Chicago is unsafe. It is so bad, they have not seen a snowfall in the city of Chicago in years. Why? Because there's too many bullets flying around. None of the flakes make it to the ground. I want to play for you these clips. This is clip number 1. An alderman from the city of Chicago, Brian Hopkins, on what is going on with the illegal immigrant crisis. Let's roll that first clip.
Brian Hopkins is a Chicago alderman. He says the migrant crisis is starting to create serious issues in his district. Alderman, tell us what you're seeing.
We're seeing communities destabilized. We're seeing an influx of new residents who simply don't have a place to reside. The impact of the local shelters is having a detrimental effect on the quality of life for local residents. We're seeing crime go up, property values go down. It's creating a political crisis as well as stress between communities, and it's simply unsustainable. The mayor's right in his call. We need immediate relief from the federal government. The report we just heard from your reporter in the field in Texas using the term decompression to describe some of the areas that have been under extreme stress. We desperately need decompression in Chicago. We've got 30,000 migrants. We simply can't handle anymore. We're not equipped for it.
Not equipped for all these migrants. You weren't equipped for the first 30,000. 30,000! Do you understand how many people that is? That's like a third of an NFL football stadium. Or as I call it, as I'm a Jet fan, a full house in MetLife Stadium for the Jets who can't seem to win a game. Woody Johnson, I love that. You know, when I was back in New York, my family had owned season tickets to the New York Jets. I'm basically alive because of them. It's a long story. They'll be the death of me too. But I used to sit in the stands, and let me tell you, after a few adult sodas, I would just say whatever I wanted. I would be screaming at the top of my lungs, hey, Woody Johnson, the only thing more embarrassing than your vaccine that doesn't work is your football team who can't make the playoffs. 30,000 migrants in Chicago. You didn't have room for the first 30K. They're sleeping in the airport. They're sleeping in bus terminals. They're sleeping on the streets. There was a part of this story, part of this interview is that they show up here. They're from Venezuela. They're in Chicago now. We have a thing called winter that we experience in the north in this country. I'm in Tennessee now, but I'm usually, I grew up in New York, and it gets cold in Tennessee. It doesn't get this cold in Venezuela. Decompression. He's asking the federal government for help. You are a member of a party who believes what the border is like right now. That was your vision. This is what your party wanted. That interview continues on CNN, of all places. CNN. It's hilarious to hear this on CNN. That interview continues. Let's get to the second portion of this interview. Chicago City Alderman Brian Hopkins, a Democrat, on CNN. Let's roll that second clip.
What do you think that would look like, decompression in Chicago?
Well, I think it would, first of all, it would result in the ability to put some of them to work. Many of the migrants that are here, they plan to stay here. They'd like to have permanent housing. They need to support themselves. They need the ability to get temporary work visas. You know, that's something that the federal government has to get out of the way for the people that are here and want a traditional path to a better life. That so many people in generations past came to America seeking. That would be the first step. The other step is an assistance in providing permanent housing for them. We have people living in bus terminals at O'Hare Airport right now. We had 8,000 people living in the lobbies of police stations. We have tents, which won't work, by the way, for a climate like Chicago. If you lived your whole life in Venezuela, you're in for a shock if you think you can live in a tent in January in Chicago. And we have people that seem poised on the brink of having to do that. We need assistance to get them into permanent housing and permanent jobs if they're going to stay here.
No, no, no. Do you understand that if you have 8,000 people in police stations and bus terminals and at the airport and on the street and in tent cities, that you don't have room for those people to begin with? It's not about giving them, now you're going to give them permanent housing. Do you know there are people in Chicago, I'm sure, who would love permanent housing, who actually belong to this country, who have the right to be in this country, the legal right, citizenship in this country? I bet you can go to the city of Chicago today and find a homeless veteran on the street there who's going to be passed up for some of these folks who came here. And he says, oh, well, they're chasing a better life. That's why so many of these people came here. Again, if you're looking for a better life, I sympathize with you. I want to better my life every single day. The difference between me and these illegals is I don't break the law to do it. That interview on CNN goes on. It is hilarious that this went on a mainstream media left-wing outlet. I want to get to the next thing that the alderman said, Brian Hopkins of the city of Chicago, about this. It's so insane to me that the words that are coming out of his mouth, they are literally Trump's talking points about the border. There are talking points about the border. They're not just Trump's. This is why the border is important. Securing the border is important. Let's get to that third clip. Brian Hopkins, alderman, city of Chicago, a Democrat, by the way. Let's roll it.
You're asking for federal help. You've seen New York pressing for federal help. They did get some federal help. They didn't feel that it was enough. Do you want state help as well? And how much federal help do you need?
Yeah, we've had some state assistance recently. The state of Illinois has stepped up to the plate, and they're providing some assistance. And some of the federal money we are getting are the form of state pass-through grants. But I thought it was notable that in this recent effort, our mayor of Chicago joined with the mayor of Denver and the mayor of New York, of course, home to Ellis Island for all those years. It bears mentioning right now where you have these municipal government leaders, one from the state of New York, talking about the fact that migration has never been a municipal responsibility. All those years that Ellis Island operated, 60 years, 20 million immigrants came through and passed the Statue of Liberty. Not a single one of them got here and said, all right, I need help from the local municipal city. I need them to provide me with housing and cash assistance and food. This has never been a city responsibility, and for the federal government to advocate its duty now and make it one is unconscionable.
Is he talking about Ellis Island? You heard that? Ellis Island. I'm sorry. Did illegal immigrants swim across the Atlantic Ocean and just wash up on Ellis Island and then say, I deserve to be here? Or is Ellis Island a port of entry? Folks, I have long hair. Like, it's the longest it's ever been, probably. It's down to my shoulder. I almost just ripped it out from underneath my hat. Listening to that. Well, it's never been a municipal. The Ellis Island is a legal way to enter the country. You go in there, you're processed. There was not this influx of hundreds of thousands of immigrants swimming up to Ellis Island or taking boats a day. A day this is happening. Per month, hundreds of thousands of people are showing up, just walking through random cities and towns in Arizona, random cities and towns in New Mexico, random cities and towns in Texas, random cities and towns in California. And now you're asking for federal money. You're asking for federal help because federally, the federal government has processed immigrants before in situations like Ellis Island. The difference is, your city declared itself a sanctuary city. In other words, you show up here in the United States, in Eagle Pass, Texas, Chicago is waving their arms saying, hey, illegals, we are your safe place. We are your sanctuary. Come to us. Now they arrive at your doorstep and you're asking for more money. That's not going to fly, because if you're asking for federal money, Mr. Hopkins, Alderman Hopkins, where does that money ultimately come from? It comes from the taxpayer. And those folks who are coming into this country are not paying taxes, which means they are a 100% draw on the system without providing anything of value in return. But they're going to work, but then we're going to give them housing. This is a negative transaction. You cannot sustain this. We have called it unsustainable from the beginning of time, and you have called us racist for what I'm about to play. What we're about to roll here. The fourth and final clip of this interview on CNN, Chicago Alderman Brian Hopkins, a Democrat, admits as such. He tells you what we have been saying for a long time. Don't you dare compare this to Ellis Island. Don't you dare compare this to people who legally came to this country in search of a better life. If you want to better your life, follow the freaking rules. Let's roll that fourth clip of Democrat City Alderman in Chicago, Brian Hopkins.
You hear about these meetings that Biden administration officials are having with Mexico. It sounds, pardon me, it sounds very promising as they're describing the agreements that are coming out of this meeting. But what is your message to them as they are meeting with Mexico?
I have to be optimistic. I'm a Democrat, but I'll say the Biden administration has absolutely dropped the ball. I'm not going to let them off the hook. They have left us in the ditch with this, and that's unacceptable. What I'm hearing now is encouraging. We needed to hear this a year ago. When this crisis first started in Chicago, we had a trickle that led to a torrent, and now we're spending $300 million of our own funds. That's about 5% of our federal municipal budget to address a problem that didn't even exist a year and a half ago. Where's the federal government been? Where has the Biden administration been? It's not too late to do the right thing, but every day that goes by, while we let the border remain open and while we let cities try to address this humanitarian crisis, it gets worse by the day, and I've lost patience, as you could probably tell.
Yes, you've lost patience, and I'm losing patience with you. Because the federal government has opened this border since day one of the Biden administration. This is ridiculous. The border didn't just open last month, didn't just open last year. We have had an issue on the southern. We had a crisis on the southern border under Trump. It was a crisis, but it was being managed. We had a crisis on the southern border under Trump. We have an invasion taking place now under Biden. He says this didn't take place a year ago. This wasn't happening a year ago. No, it just didn't reach you yet. The fact of the matter is, in this country, every state has become a border state. Every state has become a border state. You look at New York again. This is a story that I spoke at an event in Michigan, the Saginaw County Republican Club in Michigan. And I spoke about this, and I knew I was going to use it in my show the next day, Ungoverned on Rumble, rumble.com/LFATV. I knew I was going to use it on my show that the following Monday after that weekend, after that event, because of the reaction that I got from the crowd. This is what they're doing now in New York. Illegal immigrants, a story on the New York Post. Illegal immigrants are now rejecting the free food that they are getting in New York City illegal immigrant shelters. They say the sandwiches are bad. The sandwiches are bad. Show's over. Goodbye. Sandwiches are what? So let me get this straight. You come across the border. You get to a sanctuary city. You're being housed for free. You're attempting to work. Some of them are attempting to work illegally. You are being given food for free. You're not paying for the food that you're being given. And then you're taking that food and you're throwing it away. Are there not homeless people that would kill for that sandwich that you decided you don't like the way it tastes, so you're going to toss it? Are there not veterans looking for a meal? Are there not families that went hungry through Thanksgiving and Christmas? You're going to throw away free food after draining the city dry? That's why the border is an issue. And now you have this story on Breitbart. I talked about this on my show yesterday. Mexico is now trying to extort the president of the United States. Never would have happened if I was your president. We had the U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement. We got along very well with Mexico. I call them Mexico. I got along very well with them. As a matter of fact, I'm fluent in Spanish. I speak very, very well Spanish. I speak it very well. Here's an example. Sleepy Jose, caca en frente del Papa. You know what that is? Sleepy Joe pooped in front of the Pope. It happened. It did. It happened at the Vatican. He left little Tootsie Rolls. It's terrible. That's what happened. Sleepy Jose. Sleepy Jose, caca en frente del Papa. I love Hispanics. I had the taco bowl in Trump Tower. It really is a tremendous thing. You saw the picture, the thumbs up. Mexico is trying to extort the president of the United States. This article on Breitbart yesterday. Neil Monroe. Mexico's president, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, hinted to a U.S. delegation that he will reduce migration to the United States if Joe Biden gives more aid and support to Latin American dictators. So now, this is where the administration is, right? Let's go back to 2016, okay? What did we say we were going to do on the southern border? Let's go back to 2012. What did I want to do on the southern border, right? In college, triggering the liberals in the class. I want to build a big, beautiful, highly respected, maybe gold-plated. Maybe we'll put solar panels on it to make AOC happy. Maybe we'll do all sorts of fantastic things. A wall. It's a beautiful thing. A wall. You know how walls work. Liberals know how walls work. Nancy Pelosi knows how walls work. Bill Gates knows how walls work. Barack Hussein Obama knows how walls work. Joe Biden knows how walls work. As a matter of fact, he walks into them all the time. President Roomba. Where's Jackie? Jackie's dead, Joe. She's been dead for a couple of weeks. What happened? Where'd she go? She's not here, Joe. She's dead. Jackie Walorski. Walls work. They separate things. You have a door on your home. You lock it. You don't lock the door because you hate the people on the outside. You lock the door because you love what's on the inside. You don't need Mexico to secure our border. You don't need Mexico to clamp down on people walking across their country to get into this country. What is the number one thing if you want a job done right, do it yourself. This is not hard. If you want to secure our country, if you want the illegal immigration to stop, 3 words: build the wall. We chant it all the time. We chanted another 3 words too: lock her up. And we want to do that. I would love to do that, but we have to be careful. I love Hillary. She's great because I don't want to die. Don't get dead. We talk about it. Hillary Clinton's a beautiful person. Short story, actually, about Hillary Clinton. I actually led a protest in New York. We went outside. It was Andrew Cuomo's birthday. We went outside of his home. We brought him a birthday cake because, you know, he locked us down. So we decided to stand outside of his house. We brought him a birthday cake. We sang happy birthday. And I told everybody, you know, when you say happy birthday, dear Andrew, instead of saying dear Andrew, just use your favorite nickname for him. Oh, 4-letter words. None of them were love. Okay. 4-letter word. Oh, it was great. And then I found out my smart idea. Great idea. I said, you know, I heard Hillary Clinton lives around here. Turns out she was 15 minutes away. So we went to Hillary's house. I took out my bullhorn. I turned it on. And I said, Hillary, crooked, are you in there? Are you in there, crooked Hillary? I just wanted you to come out and say hello. And I know that this voice haunts you more than the name Monica Lewinsky. The Secret Service, by the way, in front of Hillary's house, they were dying. They were laughing. I was like, be careful, guys, because you might wind up, you know, in a park somewhere with a gunshot to the back of your head, but somehow you killed yourself hanging. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Someone's got to explain that to me. We did that. Hillary Clinton protested at her house. Then we had Chelsea Clinton. There's a bunch of Trump supporters outside of my mother's house, and they're not wearing masks. Nobody would have known about what we did. But because Chelsea Clinton wrote a tweet, the Gateway pundit picked up the story and went everywhere. So I was driving home and I was like, yes, Chelsea, thank you. You know, I've always liked fishing. I grew up on Long Island, so we had a lot of fishing. And it was the best lore. Just using that voice and triggering the Clintons. It was great. Now everybody heard about it. But you're back to this. We're back to this. Mexico is saying they will help secure our border if we fund the cartel dictators in these other Latin American countries. Listen, this is why I can't be the president of the United States or I can't be in Congress. Like if I was in Congress, in Elise Stefanik's position when Claudine Gay, president of Harvard, said, "Oh, it depends on the context if calling for the genocide of Jews violates our code of conduct." I would have been arrested, and rightfully so, because I would have thrown heavy objects at those women. I would have just started. It would have been Nolan Ryan, like you would have been getting beamed in the ear with 100 miles an hour. I can't throw 100 miles an hour. When I played baseball, I threw knuckleballs, unhittable, by the way. But I would have found a way to throw very, very hard at these people if I was in Congress. I can't be the president because I would tell I'm a New Yorker, and I would tell every nation that, Putin's on the phone, go yourself, Vladimir. But like, it would have been bad. It would have been, we would have problems. I can't do it. I don't have the composure. What is it? The demeanor. The temperament probably to be a good president. I can tell you that right now. That's why we do radio. We could yell, we could scream, and not cause nuclear war. At least we hope not. This is what I'm saying. If Mexico is coming to basically extort Joe Biden, they're saying, we will give you border security if you give our dictator friends in Latin America money and support. All Joe Biden has to do is go, come on, man. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. We're going to build a wall ourselves. The hell with that. Yeah, the hell with that. Come on, man. Listen, Jack, let's have a push-up contest. Mexico, the nerve. This is why I look back. This is why I look back on the Trump era. And I smile about it. Because we were respected. Nobody played these games. We had a beautiful agreement with Mexico and Canada. We call it the USMCA. It stands for United States, Mexico, Canada Agreement. Very clever. Incredible. We had Mexico using their military to help with this issue. And we had our border secured using our own resources. And we were giving them nothing. But you have Biden. He's going to get extorted. I mean, they're meeting with Mexico to discuss. There's nothing to discuss. Just build the effing wall. Build the freaking wall. Secure the border. You have the resources necessary to secure the border. I happen to take a very, I don't want to say extreme, but it is let's say it's an advanced stance on the southern border. You want to deter these people from coming? I have a pretty simple solution for you. Send those men and women with those long rifles. We hear assault rifles are very scary, right? That's what the left tells us. These guns, we have to control the guns, assault rifle. Send them down to the border. Point them south. Anybody wants to tempt fate? The threat is there. But Sean, are you really going to shoot at women and children? I don't want to. But are any women going to bring their kids up to somebody with a loaded gun? Maybe if you're Hamas, because Hamas does that type of crazy stuff. But not if you're a woman trying to gain a better life for her family. You think those Chinese military-aged men are going to storm the border if there's a large number of troops down there with guns drawn to secure because if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. Again, this is not about me hating people from other countries or hating people coming from Mexico or hating people from, Russia. Although I'm sure if you told the left that Russians were coming into the country, they would build 5 walls. Right? And by the way, we know that walls work. Matter of fact, the Biden administration is now coming out. They just said this is yesterday, came out on Politico, and it was also on, I believe, Red State or Hot Air, one of these two, David Strom. The Biden administration is now coming out saying that Ukraine, the country that we have sent, it's like a game show, hundreds of $billions in a brand new car to Ukraine, to Zelensky, right? We've sent them endless amounts of taxpayer money. We propped up their pension. We propped up their schools. We propped up their hospitals. They're now building what they're calling defensive structures. I wonder if those would be like barriers on the border, defensive structure. Okay, they're building defensive structures on their newer border because they think now that they're going to have to give up territory to Russia to end this war. Oh, God. If you're giving up territory to Russia, you must be an asset of Vladimir Putin. Got along well with him, by the way. We talked about it already. First hour, we said it, nesting dolls. You have these beautiful dolls. One of them looks like Chris Christie. You open them up till you get the one that looks like Rhonda Sanctimonious. He's a tiny person. If we were in The Wizard of Oz... DeSantis, if he were in The Wizard of Oz, he would represent the Lollipop Guild. I call him my little dumpling, Chinese takeout. My little dumpling. He's a pot sticker. Look at that. You have this is, we need strong leadership back in the White House. China's taking advantage. China. We haven't said China today, have we said it? We've said it once. China. You know, he says China, very, very different. If he's angry at China, he's China. If he's talking about how he got along with China, so we got along well with China. The virus came from China. That's why I call it the China virus. You know what else came from China? China. You know what else came from China? Eric Swalwell's mistress, I call her, Chinese takeout, Fang Fang. She came from China too. She came from China.
I forgot you called her that, Mr. President.
Yeah, I call her Fang Fang. I do that. I call her Chinese takeout. She's a Chinese takeout. Roast pork lo mein. Let me just tell you something. Not what you were expecting, okay? Just build the wall. Again, why do you lock the door to your home? Why do you lock the door to your car? Why do you lock your windows at night? It's not because you hate the people out there. I don't lock the doors and the windows to my apartment because I hate the people on the outside. It's because I love what's on the inside. Because I want to keep my home safe. Because I want to keep my wife safe. The numerous amounts of cats that we have. That's a story in and of itself. Right? We took in a rescue. She exploded. Now there's 5. It's like insane. But it's great. It's all good. It's a good story for a later day. You can see it on my Locals channel. We'll talk about it tomorrow. SeanFarish.locals.com. We keep our people, we keep who we love safe, not out of hate for others, but out of love for our people who we've prioritized. This is why doors have locks. This is why homes have walls. This is why countries have borders. This is why countries have borders. Without strong borders, all the border is essentially is a suggestion as to where your country starts and where it ends. Our border cannot be a suggestion. Rome's border was a suggestion. Rome fell because the illegals and folks who came from other countries, I call them illegals, whatever, they came in, they made themselves at home, then they joined the military, never pledged allegiance to Rome, and took down the entire country. Does that kind of sound familiar? It does to me. Borders are not suggestions. Our border needs to be enforced. You know, the border's been open for a long time. The reason I know that, remember the Canadian truckers? How would the left have felt? You know, how would Joe Scarborough, Rachel Madcow, Joy Reid, Andrea Mitchell, Caitlin Collins on CNN, you know, she got pushed around by Donald Trump. You know, Jim Acosta, you are fake news. That guy, remember him? I wonder how they would have reacted if the truckers in Canada, after being trampled by Justin Trudeau's horses, if those truckers had claimed asylum, fleeing political persecution on our northern border. I wonder how they would have felt. No, they're terrorists. We cannot let them in. No, those people are not terrorists. But the thousands of known terrorists on the terror watch list on the southern border, those people are terrorists. And the people that are now entering our country, especially after the Hamas attack on Israel October 7th, those people are now in our country. It only takes one, and there have been thousands of encounters of those folks on the southern border. It is a national security issue. National security issue. And we will talk about these Palestine protests as well. Coming up in the next segment, we will talk about these Palestine protests as well, because we have an issue in New York City right now. We'll be right back. This is Nick, Kayal, and company. I'm so excited to be doing this show. We are just cruising right along. 1210 PhD, 1210 WPHT, Kayal and company. Sean Farish filling in, host of Ungoverned, LFA TV, rumble.com/LFA TV. We'll be right back after this break.
WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Throws for Allen. He's got him far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it. End zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire complete performance.
Hear all the action tomorrow morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Hey, it's Nick. Did you guys know that Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle? It's the perfect holiday gift for that special someone. 3 exclusive brands, each with a distinct character of their own. Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery. And there's surely a vehicle made to suit every lifestyle. Now through January 2nd, take advantage of financing as low as 3.9% for up to 60 months on new Evoque, Velar, and Defender models at any Piazza Premium Land Rover dealership. Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, and Wilmington. Experience the Land Rover difference for yourself.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pluto TV is your home for the holidays. Enjoy Christmas classics, all for free. Download the Pluto TV app on all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's Natural Supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
How you heat your water matters. Did you know that water heating is the second highest user of energy in the home? Choose a high-efficiency Energy Star certified water heater from Bradford White. Get energy savings that's good for the environment and your wallet. Ask your plumbing professional about the built to be the best quality of a Bradford White water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more about their energy-efficient water heaters and to find a plumbing pro near you.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. At participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Rich Zeoli.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. With honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be shared with friends or family. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Tom Giordano at noon, Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Here it is 8:27 here on the in Eastern time zone. I apologize. I'm so used to being in the Central time zone. I always have a hard time. Like Geno Smith, he got confused when he was the Jet quarterback. I think when they traveled out to San Diego, and he slept through an alarm and didn't change his clocks and all sorts of silliness. So that was that was pretty funny, Geno Smith. But we're here on Kayal and Company. My name's Sean Farish, filling in for Nick and crew here on 1210 WPHT, rocking and rolling here for another lovely Friday morning, the final Friday of 2023. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I moved to Nashville last year in January. It has already been almost a year in Tennessee out of New York, and it is just unbelievable to see the time just fly, absolutely fly. So we just had a very long segment on the southern border, very long segment on the southern border, talking about how it is a problem because we don't know who is coming into our country. And the issue that we're having now is, well, there's a couple of issues. We have these pro-Palestine protests that are, or protests and protesters that are coming into the United States of America right now. I call her, let me just tell you something. I call her, she's a representative from Michigan. You know who I'm talking about. She looks like Roz from Monsters, Inc. You know that? She looks like Roz. I call her Piggy Smalls. This is Rashida Tlaib. I call her the Notorious P.I.G., and she's a horrible person, okay? She's a horrible person. She was the leader of one of these Hamas insurrections in Washington, D.C., and this is an embarrassing clip of her. Do you remember the story that came out? The New York Times floated it first. Do you remember the story that came out about Hamas bombing Israel bombing a hospital? Remember that story? Remember that story? They said that Israel bombed a hospital and 400 or 500 people died and the children were killed. And this is a war crime, and Israel's guilty of genocide. Remember that? And then we found out what? That it was all nonsense. It was fake news. You know that it's so fake. The news is so fake. It's the fakest news in the history of the world. Really fake. Terrible news. If that had happened, absolutely, it would be something to condemn. Even though we know that Hamas uses hospitals as a means of transporting fuel, weapons, they have tunnels under them. They've had the same thing under schools. Even though we know all that, you don't want to indiscriminately bomb a hospital, put kids in harm's way, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened. We found out that Hamas lied about it. Not only did Israel not shoot the missile that landed in near the hospital in question, not only was the hospital in question not even hit by a missile, but the missile, A, didn't come from Israel, B, didn't even hit the hospital, C, there were not hundreds of casualties, and yet Rashida Tlaib knowingly radicalized a group of people outside of the Capitol calling for a ceasefire now. Ceasefire. All right, let's dumb this down because there's probably a bunch of liberals listening. You know, we do broadcast into the Philadelphia area. There's a lot of that out there. You did give us John Fetterman, who told everybody good night at the beginning of a conversation, who said the Eagles are so much better than the Eagles. They're so much better than the Eagles. So much better than. He's coming around the mountain, though, recently. He recently just told James Carville to shut the F up. I like the new version of John Fetterman. He's just got to get a little bit better with the whole killing babies thing. He also thinks Joe Biden is still, also thinks Joe Biden is an excellent president. So I guess he is not completely healed from the stroke. Now, I have a clip of Rashida Tlaib. This is her. It's hard to listen to. It's terrible. Crying over something. And the day that this came out, the day that this clip was recorded, was after we found out that Rashida Tlaib, or after we found out that Hamas did in fact not have a hospital hit by Israel. That Israel did in fact not bomb a hospital and kill 400 children. Let's get to this this clip of Tlaib's hospital lie that radicalized a group outside of the Capitol that wound up making its way inside the Capitol. The protest for a ceasefire that Hamas had already said they don't want. They want a permanent war with Israel. So the whole ceasefire thing is nonsense anyway. But let's roll this clip from Rashida Tlaib.
Continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital where children. You know what's so hard sometimes is watching those videos and the people telling the kids don't cry and like let them cry. And they're shaking and somebody, you know this, they keep telling them not to cry in Arabic. They can cry, I can cry, we all can cry. If we're not crying, something is wrong. And so I'm telling you right now, President Biden, not all America's with you on this one. And you need to wake up and understand that. We are literally watching people commit genocide and killing the vast majority just like this. And we still stand by and say nothing. We will remember this. But all of you, you need to know, I swear to God, Wahyat Allah, you are on the right side of history. You are. You're doing everything possible to save lives. What is wrong with that? Stop it with trying to politicize this.
There's Rashida Tlaib radicalizing a group of people, spouting a lie. Now, you remember they said that Donald Trump incited an insurrection because he probably pushed out the big lie. Remember that? Election fraud. Okay, big lie. They called it a big lie. That's the big lie. The hospital was not bombed by Israel. The missile landed in a parking lot. It was fired by the Islamic Jihad out there in Gaza. It was misfired because, much like Little Rocket Man, their rockets don't work so well. They don't work so well. Little Rocket Man, Tiny Rocket Man, I can call him that too, for other reasons. You could just look at him and know what I'm talking about. Think about that. She was in front of these people telling them that Israel bombed a hospital when it wasn't Israel's rocket, and the hospital was never bombed. And she still repeated that knowingly. Why did she do that? She did that to radicalize the people outside of those congressional buildings. What happened after? The people entered those congressional buildings, took over those congressional buildings while Congress was in session. I don't know if it was the Senate or the House of Representatives. I think it was a Senate building. It sounds like, what is that called? Obstructing an official proceeding. Yes. Okay. The Supreme Court's going to look at that. We know it's a ridiculous charge and it should not be used against anybody improperly. But it's been used to ruin the lives of January 6ers for the last couple of years. Just ask Derek Evans about that charge. Just ask, well, you can't. Ask the Perna family. Can't ask Matthew because he unfortunately took his life. Jordan Meacham, January 6er, took his life. Chris Worrell, January 6er, took his life. Folks, You watch Rashida Tlaib radicalizing a group of people out there. Now, I want to tell you what happened in New York City yesterday. It's 2023. 22 years ago was 2001, right? Is that how it works? 2001 plus 22, you get 2023. That's math, and math is not racist. It's 2023. 22 years ago was 2001, 9/11. 22 years ago. September 11th, 2001. One of the worst attacks we've ever seen against our country. Thousands of innocent people dying in the blink of an eye. Thousands more dying in the 20-year aftermath of being exposed to everything that was in the air and around ground zero. The trauma, the PTSD, families ripped apart, lives destroyed in the blink of an eye. You're in Pennsylvania, Shanksville, that happened there too. The Pentagon, 9/11 was a horrible attack on our nation at the hands of radical Islamists. Yesterday in New York City, we saw pro-Palestine protests taking place at the World Trade Center. Now, I am a free speech absolutist. I believe as long as you're being peaceful, that you have the right to demonstrate. I will never, ever be somebody who is infringing on, or I don't want to ever be somebody who is infringing on someone's right to freely speak. As a matter of fact, I believe we need to embrace it more than we currently have. Because if you shove these people into the shadows, you force them underground, you can't keep tabs on what they're doing. If we outlawed that type of speech, what type of speech gets outlawed next? So the protests have the right to take place. They have the right to protest. I'm not trying to say they don't. But it's only been 22 years. The last time the phrase Allahu Akbar was chanted down at the World Trade Center, a plane crashed into a building. Lives were destroyed. People were killed. The nation was changed. The city was scarred. Yesterday, or 2 days ago at this point, in New York City, that phrase, Allahu Akbar, was chanted outside of the World Trade Center. As were chants for intifada and revolution and from the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Okay. They're like, that's not a call for genocide. Well, really? Really? So the area from the river to the sea, that's Israel, right? You want Israel out, right? You want to free Palestine and end the occupation. Are you going to do that by just what? Shaking hands and playing patty cake? Or are you going to intifada? That's like violent revolution, genocide of Jews, like from the river to the sea. We're going to cleanse the whole area. That sounds like, well, it kind of sounds like something we've witnessed in history before, doesn't it? I want you to understand the term revolution. Think about the term revolution. And if a MAGA supporter on January 6th was seen on video saying, this is going to be a revolution, what would happen to that person? The fact that you have conservatives across the country who have been labeled terrorists simply because they have attended a school board meeting is disgusting. When you have folks who have sympathized with actual terrorists, Hamas, down on the grounds of Ground Zero in New York City, chanting Allahu Akbar, chanting for revolution, chanting for the genocide of Jews. There's a piece in Red State, redstate.com, Nick Arama, here on redstate.com. He says, I have to think that whoever is behind the anti-Israel actions must be trying to pick the worst possible places to target on purpose, because they keep doing things that are guaranteed to tick off people and drive people away from their quote-unquote cause. They've crashed a Christmas tree lighting. They say they want to cancel Christmas. They've terrorized little kids in line to see Santa Claus. They've attacked the New York Police Department and desecrated the nativity scene. They've blocked highways. They've blocked airports. They've seen little kids on school buses blocked for more than an hour. They've blocked airports. They've attacked police as people were trying to travel on one of the busiest travel weeks of the year. And they think their rights trump the rights of everything and everyone else because they want it. And again, these pro-Palestine people, these free Palestine from the river to the sea, these are basically the same people that we saw out in the streets in 2020. They're just waving a different flag at this point. But one of the worst things that they've done, they planned it, they backed out on, according to this piece, was to storm the Holocaust Museum. At least someone told them to stop doing that. But this is almost as bad as doing that. On Thursday, this was yesterday, they blocked the exits of the World Trade Center. Everybody had flashbacks to what happened there 22 years ago. Palestinian and Yemen flags were being flown. Crowd was chanting Allahu Akbar. They were chanting for revolution. At the gravesite, essentially, of thousands of people who were lost in the blink of an eye at the hands of who those people who are chanting those things would consider the good guys. Maybe saying, what is the point of bringing this up? Well, it's to show you how far this country has fallen, what we have normalized, what we have made okay. I'm fine with free speech. I'm also fine with denouncing speech that I don't agree with. I do not agree with the stance that was taken outside of the World Trade Center yesterday by these pro-Palestinian protesters. I do not agree with supporting Hamas. You want to talk about Israel is occupying Palestine? Let's have a policy discussion. Let's have a geopolitical discussion on that. I don't think we're going to agree because, folks, I hate to say this to you, but Palestine isn't a place. Spare me the map that was created by England. Well, it says Palestine. That was the Palestinian Mandate. It's a word that England made up. It's based off the word Philistines. 3,000 years ago, one of my favorite follows on Instagram, his name is The Misfit Patriot. There's this book. My wife reads it a lot. It's called the Bible. And it says that 3,000 years ago, the land of Israel was given to the Jews by God. There's a lot of evidence that supports that these things took place, or that at least the Jews had settled that area many, many years before Palestine was a place. I'm okay with protests as long as they're peaceful. It didn't look like they got violent yesterday. But the things that were being chanted there, if they were being chanted at a MAGA rally, would be all over MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, NPR, the New York Times, the Washington Post, USA Today. It'd be everywhere. Everywhere. Yeah, Philadelphia, the home of Comcast. I don't call them Comcast. I call them Comcast because it's a complete and total con job. You know that? You would see it everywhere. He said that, by the way, in a press conference at COVID. Those COVID press conferences were amazing. He goes, "You work for NBC, your employer. That's Comcast. I call them Comcast. They're more like Comcast." It was tremendous. Those are my favorite. When Burke sneezed, she had the scarves around her neck. When Burke sneezed and he said, "Oh," and he acted like she was going to get him sick.
Get away from me. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, we don't want to take any chances. I don't want the China virus. If MAGA supporters chanted for revolution, if MAGA supporters chanted for these insightful or violent rhetoric, you know what the stories would be already written. I'm fine with free speech. You want to demonstrate peacefully, no problem. You want to wave a Palestinian flag around, no problem. I would ask that you do it in better taste, not at the World Trade Center in New York, but you people don't have taste. You people don't have class. And yes, I am saying you people, and you know exactly who I'm talking about. You're a bunch of terrorist sympathizers who believe that raping and beheading babies and women and chopping people's heads off with shovels, is that graphic? Is it a little too heavy for the morning? It might be, but we need to say these things. These people need to be denounced. They have their time in the limelight. They can have their time to protest. And I have my time on this station right now to tell you that these people are absolutely reprehensible. They are detestable. They should be denounced at every corner and stop making it the norm that calling for the genocide of anybody is okay. It's going to be the Jews first. It'll be white people next. It'll be anybody that steps out of line after that. It's not okay. It's not okay. You want to speak freely? Go ahead and speak freely. I'm speaking freely too. What you're doing is disgusting, and you're not winning over anybody. We got a lot more for you. Final hour essentially coming up, a little bit longer than that. We're going to talk about these protests in New York City. Who are the real Nazis again, by the way? We'll get to that next segment and more. And then we'll get to end the show, the final hour, we're going to get to some good news. I've got a lot of good news. We'll have a little bit of fun the final hour of the show. Before that, we'll get to the next segment. We'll talk about these protests. Then we'll get to some good news in the final hour. This is Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in, host of Ungoverned, rumble.com/LFATV, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern, Mondays through Fridays. If you want to watch that show on Rumble, you'll get what you got here, just in a shorter format. Kayal and Company, 1210 PHT. We'll be back after the break.
Dom Giordano.
Let's go to Representative Eamon Brown on Talk Radio 1210. My producer here, Dan. He wants to know the most important thing. Where did you vote on the Taylor Swift recognition vote?
I voted for it because Taylor Swift, she ain't writing no song about me. I was like, I better vote for this because she's going to be like, all right, you know they're going to point me out. The one black man from West Philly is anti-Taylor Swift. And all her Swifties are not going to vote for this.
Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
She gave you a tie, he gave you a toaster. But what both of you really wanted all along was a new kitchen. So toss the tie into the toaster and head to the holiday sale at Colonial Marble and Granite. Right now, get a complete new kitchen fully installed for $13,599 with 0 down and 0 interest at any Colonial location. No batteries required. Give your home a New Year's makeover at Colonial Marble and Granite. But don't sleep on it. Sale ends January 1st. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
Could you be the person who gives a kid their forever family? Across Pennsylvania, kids in foster care are waiting for a family of their own.
My name's Keyshawn, I'm 17, and I want a family that will love me for me. I'm tired of moving, and I'm ready to accept someone in my life to have them as my forever family.
Meet the kids and learn how you can become a foster or adoptive parent. To learn more, visit adoptpakids.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The 8 a.m. hour of Kayal & Company is sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. The Acura season of performance is going on now at Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. Get special financing for as low as 3.9% for 36 months. Shop online at piazzaacura.com or stop by your local Piazza dealer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that in Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Calling on Sewell, New Jersey to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, coming up here at 7. Sorry, again, I'm in the wrong time zone. Geno Smith error again. 8:52 a.m. here on WPHT. Kayal and Company, Sean Farish filling in for you here today, this morning. Thank you. So I keep going to the wrong time. I should have changed my clock on my computer to the current time zone. I usually don't struggle with that because when I'm on my show on Rumble, I don't announce the time, but we're on radio. It's a little different, so we're kind of working out the kinks. But it's getting to the point where it's like riding a bike. All right, we're going in and out of the breaks. It's pretty cool. All is good. Anyway, so we are I want to talk about these protests here in New York City, and who are the real Nazis again? Right? Who are the real Nazis again? Well, I've seen the comparisons that people have been making to Hitler, Donald Trump to Hitler, which is a pretty crazy comparison because I don't remember the 6 million of a specific group that Donald Trump killed indiscriminately over a short period of time. I don't, because it never happened. But over in New York City, you saw it happen. There was somebody flashing a swastika on their phone in Washington, D.C. At a Ceasefire Now rally. A man was carrying a poster, a sign of a swastika. In New York City, again, there was a swastika pointing to the words that said Israeli military, as if to insinuate that the Israeli military was some sort of Nazi faction. It's unbelievable. And yet, you see at Harvard University, I saw somebody actually in our YouTube chat. I believe his name was Howard Levin. Shout out to Howard Levin, or maybe it's Levin, like the great one. Get off my phone, you idiot. I'm trying to educate you. I love Mark Levin, the great one, right? Howard Levin said, now we're hearing of Jewish artifacts getting destroyed. Worse. You ready for this? At Harvard University, there was a story from a couple of weeks ago. Howard, story from a couple of weeks ago that had broken out of Harvard University that Jewish student groups during the Hanukkah holiday were told not to leave their menorah, not to leave their menorah out overnight because there were a group of people who were going to vandalize it, and that the vandalism of the menorah would make the school look bad. A, it's not going to make the school look as bad as it looked when Claudine Gay testified in front of Elise Stefanik. B, why are we, this is just like the argument I had about Joe Biden. Why are we relying on other people to fix your own problems? Mexico is not supposed to fix our border. We are supposed to fix our border. Mexico can help on their side, but we can build a wall and solve a lot of our problems that way. Why is Harvard University asking Jewish student groups to hide their menorah because vandals are coming to get it, simply because Harvard is going to look bad if the vandals come and make it and desecrate their display? Why are we not taking action against the vandals? It's the vandals now that run the show at Harvard. It's the criminals that run the streets at Philly and New York City and Chicago and San Francisco. San Francisco's got their own problem. You know that we talked about Crooked Joe. He likes to poop. They do that in San Francisco all over the place. They have an app with the poop emoji. It's incredible. Looks like chocolate ice cream. Don't eat that. Believe me, you don't want to eat that. You don't want to do that. The poop app. It's a terrible thing. The vandals run the show at Harvard. The vandals are the ones who had the upper ground. The vandals, all they had to do was threaten to desecrate the Jewish student group's menorah, and the Jewish student groups were the ones who were told, hide your stuff. That's where we are. But Trump is a Nazi? But Trump is Hitler? But Republicans are nationalists, white supremacists? I don't think so. We're coming up on the final hour of this time on with you guys, Kayal and Company, WPHT. We got some good news to get to, and I'm talking about really good news. Fantastic news that the New York Times even had to put out. The failing New York Times, maybe they won't be failing anymore. We'll be right back with some of that good news after this break. Keep it locked right here, 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in. We'll be back on the other side of this break.
WPHT.
Throws for Allen. He's got him far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action tomorrow morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Wendy Gillette. Officials say Russia has launched almost 160 missiles and drones against Ukrainian targets, the biggest air assault of the war. The BBC's James Waterhouse.
This morning, there were 3 very loud, very powerful explosions. We, like so many others across the country, headed to the shelter below. This is a coordinated attack by Russia. There is no doubt about that.
At least 24 people were killed. The military did intercept more than 100 of the missiles and drones. Security will be particularly tight at New Year's Eve celebrations across the nation on Sunday. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen from Times Square.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams called keeping revelers safe during this time a Herculean task.
Everyone look for events like this if they want to do bad things.
and the police department is on top of it.
A recent law enforcement bulletin obtained by CBS News warns of a likely heightened threat of violence through the holidays, including at large gatherings like New Year's Eve celebrations, and particularly by lone actors.
Surf's up in California, but in a dangerous way. The Weather Channel meteorologist Jim Cantori says there's more to come.
Big wave action as this parade of storms is just going to continue to come into the west. The biggest storm for the weekend is going to be coming into California.
The massive waves are a big draw for some, CBS's Carter Evans explains.
Lifeguards kept inexperienced swimmers out of the water, but many expert surfers took advantage of the rare opportunity to ride waves as high as a 2-story building.
Maine's Secretary of State ruled former President Donald Trump is ineligible to appear on the state's 2024 primary ballot because he violated the 14th Amendment by playing a part in the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Correspondent Scott McFarlane.
Trump's campaign promised an appeal and blasted Maine Secretary of State, a Democrat, for her decision. It adds to the growing legal challenges nationwide to Trump's candidacy, citing the 14th Amendment. And this could all be on a fast track for the U.S. Supreme Court.
What are your New Year's resolutions? Same as last year? In that case, you're not alone, as CBS's Bradley Blackburn reports.
Plenty are already planning for what happens January 1st.
I just want to focus on myself and work out more.
I hope to get back to lose a little weight, as always.
A new survey from Forbes Health finds, no surprise, the top resolution for 2024 is improving physical fitness. Number 2, improving finances. And number 3 is improving mental health.
U.S. stock futures are down. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Ever heard a podcast that made you say, wow, they really said that? Risk is the show where people tell true stories they never thought they'd dare to share. Listeners say the show makes them burst out laughing and crying. Good crying. Some say it saved their lives. Surprising honesty. The most jaw-dropping moments that are stranger than fiction. Think you've heard it all? Wait till you hear Risk. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Idiots are everywhere. You can't swing a cat without hitting an idiot these days. And I'm not endorsing cat swinging.
And Jimmy Fallon, 10 to midnight.
We have a White House where someone is capable of getting anthrax inside and wouldn't be capable of finding out who committed the crime.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
It's a Hessert holiday at Hessert Chevrolet, and that means it's time to get the best price on a new Chevy this year. Hessert has a huge inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles and will pay top dollar for your trade. Online or in person, shop Philadelphia's most convenient, hassle-free car dealership. Enjoy a Hessert holiday and get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Chevy, together let's drive.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
See dealer for complete details.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 9:06 a.m. WPHT 1210 Kayal and Company, but it's not Kayal and Company. It's, maybe I could say this, maybe I shouldn't say it, but we love Nick and we love the crew, but maybe somebody who's just a little bit better looking, but only because I sound like a guy who's a lot better looking. Let me just say that. Filling in, my name's Sean Farish. I host the show Ungoverned on rumble.com/LFATV, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. But excited, always excited to appear on this show. You know, I've been on here. We do the bits with Nick and crew, with Donald Trump coming in, and then we talk about the issues and all that stuff. And this is just such a fun show with such a great team at such an amazing station. It can't be said enough how thankful I am for the opportunity to be able to come to you this morning here in the Philly market, right? Philadelphia. And listen, when I was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, when I was just a wee lad, a little younger. And, we had this little New York rivalry going at one of these camps that I was at. So I always had this affinity for the game, or the show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? Improv and all that stuff. And they had the Irish drinking song. So we were in the mess hall, and, there was a New York rivalry brewing because we were a group from Long Island, and we were, we were a group from LI, and everybody was from Philly and surrounding area. So we were the hated group, and I of course played the villain. I played it up. I played the heel role very well, as wrestling WWE fans would, I guess, say, right? And so I did my own Irish drinking song. Every now and then kids would stand up. We'd all start standing up and start singing. Random chants and stuff, and why everybody was the best. So I came at them with this. I was proud to be from New York. I'm still proud to be from New York. I'm not proud of what the state has become, but I will take it to my grave. New York greater than, New York City better than Philly. But hey, I'm not here to get you mad. I did say this, though. I said, I'd like to tell you something. It's just a simple fact that if the bell was in New York, it never would have cracked. Oh, I-dee-di-dee-di-dee-di-dee-di-dee-di-dee-di. That did not go over well. And I was treated like, Santa Claus in that mess hall for the rest of the week. A lot of booze, maybe some batteries chucked my way, but it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. Anyway, I said good news, good news. And again, I am eternally grateful for the city of Philadelphia for giving us the Declaration of Independence. If you're watching on YouTube, you see I sit in front of that all day. I think it's one of the greatest pieces ever written. But here are some good news. I do the whole Trump thing, right? Some good news. I sound like the greatest president in the history of our great country. You know what I'm talking about? Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better than I do. A lot of people try. A lot of people want to do well, and they do okay, but they're not great. But I am great, and I am the greatest. Everybody knows that I'm the greatest. The New York Times, ladies and gentlemen, the New York Times had to admit that Donald Trump is the quote-unquote return to normalcy candidate. I say, hold on a minute. That was in the New York Times? Absolutely was. As Senator John Kennedy would say, you're darn tootin'. I love Senator John. If President Biden was in charge of the Sahara Desert, he'd run out of sand. He'd be better off selling late-night catheters on television. John Kennedy actually said that Joe Biden, he said this in a recent clip, that Joe Biden was as popular as herpes in Louisiana. He's as popular as a tornado in a trailer park. President Biden, I've been working on my Senator John Kennedy. New York Times columnist suggests that Donald Trump is now seen as the return to normalcy candidate. This is on the Gateway Pundit. New York Times columnist and pollster Kristen Soltis Anderson is saying that Donald Trump is now seen as the return to normalcy candidate. It's a shocking turn of events for anyone who's been following political news the last several years. Obviously, the New York Times is no friend of ours. Matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, Taylor Lorenz won Idiot of the Week on my show for saying that only right-wing opinions are welcome at the New York Times. But Taylor Lorenz, who decided she wasn't going to celebrate Christmas 4 years in a row because people weren't wearing masks. Okay, if you believe that a 25-cent piece of fabric over your face is going to stop the deadliest China virus in the history of China viruses, then you're out of your mind. But this is Taylor Lorenz that we're talking about. Shocking turn of events for anyone who's been following politics for the last couple of years, especially when you see this in the New York Times. When Trump won in 2016, liberals all over the country started saying that this is not normal. It became a common talking point. And in 2020, Democrats claimed that Joe Biden would be the return to normalcy candidate, but he has not delivered on any of those promises. Anderson's observation highlights Biden's failure to restore America to a state of predictable stability following 3 years of his chaotic policies, such as, let's go down the list, shall we? Draconian pandemic mandates, like the vaccine mandates, the mask mandates. Remember that? The deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan, which they told us, hey, Taliban 2.0. These are nice guys now. They're different people. They're not lying dog-faced corn pop. Corn pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. Taliban is a bunch of bad dudes too, and they run a bunch of bad boys. But we decided it would be appropriate to give them an entire nation and all of our military equipment. Nice guys. Taliban, nice guys, right? Soaring cost of living. Growing instability in Ukraine. Never would have happened if I was your president. Never would have happened. And the Middle East. And record high invasion numbers on the southern border, which we covered intensely and passionately, as many people on the YouTube chat told me, in that second and third hour. 2024 election will not be fought along. This is the Gateway Pundit again. The conventional axis, this is coming from that pollster at the New York Times, Kristen Soltis Anderson, of left and right, or even change and more of the same. Anderson wrote in the Times, voters very much want change. They have made that clear with the absolutely abominable ratings they give the leadership in poll after poll. But instead of clamoring for someone to blow everything up, she says, they're crying out for someone to put things back in order. Put those gas prices back where you got them. I don't want to pay $2.89 for gas, which is a bargain compared to what it was in March of 2021. 22, sorry, where I actually made a video in front of a gas pump. And I said, the gas, let me just tell you something. The gas is too damn high. It is higher than Jerry Nadler's pants. It's up to here. It's incredible. It's too high. The gas is too high. It's wild. It's incredible. It's crazy. We can't keep doing that. It's wild. We have to fix it. We have to fix it. It's higher than Hunter Biden after a night on the town. The gas is too damn high, believe me. Put those gas prices back where you got to. Put the price of eggs back where you found it. I don't want to cut off my arm and donate it to Publix to buy a dozen eggs. I don't want to have to sacrifice the firstborn of the family for a dozen eggs. Put things back in order. Give us a strong border. End the wars all over the world. Voters wanted this from Mr. Biden, but they clearly feel he didn't deliver, which is why Mr. Trump currently leads by notable margins across most of the swing states. Think about the Trump era, 2017 to 2021. Many people are probably going to call it America's golden age, or we can call it America's orange age. The age of the citrus. It was incredible. We had a strong border. Nobody was sneaking across. We were taking care of it. We had a beautiful wall being built. We were prosperous. We had a roaring economy. Such a great economy. It was like nobody's ever seen an economy so great. Record low unemployment among women. Record low unemployment among minorities. I thought Trump was a racist. He was really bad at it if all of those minorities that he didn't like so much got jobs. We were safe. Our country was safe. They say Orange Man bad. He's a terrible guy. He tweets too many mean tweets. We were safe. We killed the founder and leader of ISIS under President Donald Trump. Promises made, promises kept. His name was Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And as President Trump famously said, in quite possibly the best press conference in the history of press conferences. Al-Baghdadi, he said, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a dog, crying and whimpering and screaming all the way. And our men rushed into the house and blew a big, beautiful hole, and they ran right in. You know, you see, usually people knock on the door, can I come in? They blew a hole in that place, they ran in, and they killed him. And he died like a dog. Matter of fact, later in that press conference, one of the funniest things was he mentioned our dog. The dog's name was Conan, I believe, but he didn't say it in the press conference. Chased al-Baghdadi into the tunnel. He says, nobody was even hurt. Our canine, I call it, he goes, a dog, a beautiful dog, a talented dog. Just Trump being Trump. Took out al-Baghdadi. Soleimani, the Iranian general. He took him out too. Many would say he probably died like a dog also. I got along very well with Vladimir Putin. We talked about the nesting dolls on several occasions. Vladimir Putin, he got those nesting dolls. He's got beautiful. There's one big one, looks like Stacey Abrams. Then you open it up, you get Rosie O'Donnell. Then you open it up, you get Oprah. And you go down the line until you finally reach little Ron DeSanctimonious and his boots. He's a tiny guy, my little dumpling. We love him a lot. I got along, Trump also got along very well. He always says the story about Abdul in Afghanistan. Abdul got along well with him because he was starting his funny business. And I said, Abdul, it's a beautiful house you have. It's made of sand. We're going to knock it down. He said, sir, please don't do that. I said, then you can't mess with our people. You need to keep our troops safe. We got along well with Abdul. The age of Trump was prosperous for all of us. I don't care if you're a green-haired, pincushion face, gauges in the ears liberal. Maybe you're a green-haired, gauges in the ears, pincushion in the face conservative. Not many of them, but there could be. You never know. You really never know. It's not a stretch to say that for just about everybody, life was a hell of a lot better under Donald Trump than it was under Joe Biden. The good news is that publications like the New York Times, these people hate Donald Trump. They hate him. I probably don't help matters when I keep saying they're failing, but they don't like me. They're not a fan. I thought they were going to endorse me because they need me. They need me to win so that they could talk about something. It's true. The New York Times has a columnist now saying that Donald Trump represents the return to normalcy on the ballot. They're not the only poll. They're not the only poll or the only publication that is admitting that Donald Trump would be a return to normalcy. There's a poll we're going to talk about next segment, an Emerson poll that has some of the most encouraging news that you could want to see and how it goes in conjunction with a very different type of endorsement that Donald Trump has gotten over the past couple of weeks that some people have blown way out of proportion. So we're going to get to that in the next segment. But folks, I'm an activist first. I was an activist in New York. I'm involved here in Tennessee. I want to win. I want to laugh along the way. I love when videos go viral and we get hundreds of thousands of views and followers and clicks and likes and all that. But most importantly, I want to win. And I want to win with all of you. So we're going to keep the good vibes going in this final hour here on 1210 WPHT, filling in for Kayal and company. We're going to keep those good vibes going because I believe we are on the precipice of winning. I believe we're on the precipice of winning big, but it is going to take all hands on deck to do it. This information in the next segment from this poll done by Emerson recently is information that is going to get you very excited and very motivated. We'll be back right here after the break. 1210 WPHT, Kayal and company, Sean Farish filling in. We'll be right back on the other side of this break. Stick around.
Dawn Stensland here, friends. It's the holiday season. You need to hurry to your local Piazza dealer. Take advantage of year-end savings. Now through January 2nd, you get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like the 2024 Mazda CX-5 from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson and the 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. Just visit your local Piazza dealer for details and additional offers. PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Rich Zeoli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Increase your holiday spending power with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including holiday meals, decor, gifts, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
You are not your diagnosis.
And vision loss does not define you.
Your drive defines you.
And we are here to let those challenged with blinding retinal diseases know
that we are driven too.
To be a beacon of strength,
a champion of courage,
an advocate for hope.
And we are stronger together.
We fund.
We fight.
We win.
We are the Foundation
Fighting Blindness.
Join the fight at fightingblindness.org.
Your weekend just got a lot better. Sunday mornings with Barry Siebel and friends.
This show, when we originally started, was fixing things. All I hear is the negativity. Oh, and stuff, you finally woke up.
Your show is part of how we fix this. You keep asking, what to fix, what to fix? You're the fix. Identifying problems, explaining them that common people can understand. You don't have real talking heads in there. You have people that experience life.
Barry Siebel and friends. Listen Sunday mornings 9 to 11 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Hey Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, 8:24 a.m. Again, I did it again. 9:24 a.m. on the East Coast in the Eastern Time Zone. I apologize for that, folks. I keep making the Geno Smith error. That is my fault. Here on W1210 WPHT, listen, I'm in the Central Time Zone, and I'm looking at my clock, and I'm like, it's 8 something. It's not. It's 9 something. Everybody out there in Philadelphia, the land of John Fetterman, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95. For those of you ungovernables who are listening to the show right now, that was one of the funniest clips of John Fetterman that I've ever seen.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Hey, good night, everybody. Right. I think he meant to say good evening, but that's not what he said. He said something else. The Eagles, so much better.
The Eagles.
Joe Ben. The Eagles. All right. I want to get to, we have a caller that I want to get to here. Ed in Delron. Let's go to Ed.
I could listen to my main man, Mr. Sean, from dusk till dawn. And I say to you, my friend, happy, healthy, prosperous, blessed New Year without fear.
Well, thank you very much, Ed. Really appreciate it. You are, did anybody ever tell you that you are a handsome and highly respected person? Did you know that?
Hey, listen, I'm a Trump fan, as you probably could have guessed. I don't care what Nikki Haley said. I want Trump all the way because he's got a proven track record, and I want him back. And let me tell you what. Earlier, you were talking about giving out all this foreign aid. When I was a kid growing up, my dad was a 3-year, 9-month World War II vet. He believed in a couple of really strong things. One, you don't give all this money away. Who gave them permission to give all this money away? Two, if you betray this country, you should have a fair trial and a firing squad the next day.
Hey, listen, I mean, treason is punishable by death, I think. I'm pretty sure that's the appropriate reaction. All I say about foreign aid, Ed, and it's how come we don't get money from other countries? How come we prop up Ukraine's pension? Does this make any sense to you? I think he's gone. Well, thank you for the call, Ed. Appreciate that. And appreciate the call. Obviously, Ed from New Jersey. That was pretty cool. Awesome having him on there. Folks, really good news coming in from Emerson. Emerson poll from December of 2023. I have to talk about this because it is encouraging news. Folks, Emerson College, they're a pretty reputable pollster. I know everyone has their reservations about polls. I do too, but I look at polls as data, snapshots in periods of time. This is how people felt in December. The sentiment may not be the same right now. This is in early December. We're in late December now. We're basically in January, or maybe December identifies as January. Who knows? You never know. That's called, I guess, what, being trans month or something? I have no idea. That's a bad joke. Don't use that one again. Anyway, a new Emerson College polling survey of U.S. voters finds President Biden continuing to trail former President Donald Trump 43% to 47%. So that is a 4% deficit that Joe Biden is running behind Donald Trump. You would be hard-pressed to find a consistent batch of polling that would show Donald Trump leading in the polls in 2016, right? It would be very hard-pressed to find him in a consistent, you can go back on Real Clear Politics. There was maybe one, maybe two polls that showed Donald Trump leading in that time. Maybe one, maybe two polls that showed Donald Trump leading. You're getting poll after poll after poll after poll leading, but I'm not just looking at the base level thing, right? I'm not just looking at, well, who's up, who's down, who's this, who's that, because sometimes who's up and who's down doesn't really matter. I like to look at the demographics that were polled here. And what Emerson did in this poll is very, very significant. They admitted to doing this. I guess this is their hypothesis, experiment, whatever you want to call it. They admitted to oversampling voters under 30. In other words, young voters. 45% of them supported Biden, 40% supported Trump in a head-to-head matchup, while 16% are undecided. Now, these young voters generally tend to swing to the left. The fact that they're swinging to the left at such a small margin is very significant. However, of voters under 25 years old, 48% support Biden, 35% support Trump. But voters between 25 and 29 are split, 44% to Trump, 42% to Biden. The oversample of voters under 30, this is the big news. The oversample of voters under 30 included 182 new voters who did not participate in the 2020 election. So for the liberals, I call them soils, slow on intake liberals, right? We slow it down. If they didn't participate in 2020 It means they didn't vote in 2020, which would make them a new voter in 2024. Get it? 43% of these new voters under the age of 30, which always skew heavily to the left. These new voters under the age of 30, 43% of these new voters support Donald Trump, while only 21% support Joe Biden. What does that tell you? It tells you that Donald Trump is expanding the party among voters that he used to fail to reach. This isn't the first time we've seen this. I want to get to this clip from the former, well, I don't think he's former, but he is the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island. This is being miscategorized as Donald Trump seeking Black Lives Matter's endorsement. This man, his name is Mark Fisher, came to this conclusion on his own. I want to get to this clip from Mark Fisher, and I want you to listen to this interview that he's doing. Mark Fisher, the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island, coming out in favor of Trump and saying he's not alone. Let's roll that clip.
You, BLM leader, and you're now endorsing Donald Trump, saying he's the best candidate we have. Why do you think he is the best candidate that we have?
Because everybody else sucks.
So is he just the best of a bad group? I mean, is he not that great either, but he's just like better than the rest?
Well, I like Trump, personally. And I think right now who we have sitting in the Oval Office is just a deep disappointment. I deeply have disdain for him, and I really dislike the vice president as well.
What is it that why do you not like them versus like Donald Trump? I would imagine you're alone in this. Do you feel alone in this viewpoint in the world that you're in, being in the BLM movement?
Racist question.
I feel like the tide is starting to turn. I feel like a lot of Black people are starting to pivot off of that Democratic plantation for so long. We've been slaves to that party. Actually, we've been mental slaves, afraid to get off of that plantation because, we've been used and abused for so long.
What a racist line of questioning, by the way. Surely you, as a Black guy, must be alone in voting for Trump. Did you hear that? I don't know who the interviewer was. Did you hear how she kind of was? She kind of sounded like Joe Biden. Chewing the pressure. I'll do what he's unable to do. I mean, he's chewing the pressure. She sounded like she had marbles in her mouth, like Nancy Pelosi. You're going to have a wrist-rubbing good time. Nancy Pelosi, I need some vodka, and Paul has a hammer stuck up his ear.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
I guess I do sound like Nancy a little bit. That's pretty funny. Now, I don't drink as much as she does. Now, I want to break down something. There's a lot of people who want to say that Donald Trump seeks the endorsement. He's pandering for Black Lives Matter's endorsement. This is a man who co-founded Black Lives Matter. Yes. Did Donald Trump beg him for the endorsement? No. He got the endorsement and then said, thank you. If he didn't say thank you and say he's honored to receive the endorsement, it would literally tomorrow, the New York Times, Washington Post, MSNBC, Comcast, you know who it is, would come out and say, Donald Trump does not want the votes of Black America. And that would undo everything he'd done with the Black community up until this point. The point from the Emerson poll that new voters under the age of 30, voters who did not participate in the 2020 election, are voting for Trump in numbers twice as high, small sample size, yes, than voting for Biden. That plus the fact that you have a co-founder of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island, an organization that, I mean, yes, they're essentially a terror group, okay? Does that mean he's a terrorist? No. Right? Well, I don't know him. I don't know Mark Fisher. What I know is that Trump did not pander to get his endorsement. He did not seek Black Lives Matter endorsement. There are people who are out there saying, they're pro-DeSantis, whatever. It's fine. You want to choose? Go ahead. Donald Trump is endorsed by BLM. He's not endorsed by BLM. He's endorsed by somebody who co-founded a chapter of BLM. He did not get endorsed by the organization. That's number one. Number two, it's showing you that he's expanding the party. This interviewer, you must be alone. He said, I'm not alone. There's a lot of people who are upset with the VP, Kamala Harris, who jailed tons of people in California over marijuana, which is like an unpopular thing to do these days. And Joe Biden, who said to black people, we're going to put y'all back in chains. I don't want my kids going to school in a racial jungle. Come on, man. The only presidential candidate who could talk about threatening to beat up a black guy, corn pop, with a chain and get elected. Donald Trump is expanding the party. It's how he won in 2016, and it's how I believe he's going to win in 2024. We got a lot more and only one more segment to do it. 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in. We'll be right back on the other side of this break for our final segment. We'll have some fun, and we'll rock and roll there. Thank you so much for sticking around. Keep it locked right here on 1210 WPHT.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. The most decorated Olympian, Michael Phelps, talks about not carrying the internal burden of mental health issues.
It's not healthy to carry something like that through life, and that really, I guess, for me, forced me to become vulnerable.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Sponsored by the 988 Lifeline and the Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services.
Too many people are experiencing suicidal crisis or mental health-related distress without support. But there is hope. The 988 Lifeline helps people who are struggling to overcome mental health-related issues. It's okay to not be okay. The Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services is here for you. If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis, call 988 for support. Trained crisis counselors are standing by. That's 988.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Start the new year off right. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you missed anybody on your list, don't worry, you still have time because Omaha Steaks has big savings during the Omaha Steaks end of season event. You can stock up on all your favorites and get 50% off site-wide. That's 50% off incredible steaks like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, or sink your teeth into their memorable Butcher's Cut Top Sirloin. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Plus, when you use code Zioli at checkout, you're going to get an extra $30 off your order. Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal from Omaha Steaks. From perfectly aged tender steaks to juicy burgers, decadent desserts, and classic comfort meals, every bite is guaranteed perfect. For a limited time, get 50% off site-wide, plus you'll save an extra $30 off when you use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply, and every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. So start the new year off right with food from America's heartland, America's original butcher, omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Heart disease and stroke can be catastrophic. They're leading causes of death, disability, and healthcare spending in the U.S., yet they're largely preventable. Alarmingly, heart disease and stroke are taking a toll on middle-aged adults 35 to 64, with over 800,000 deaths and hospitalizations in 2016. Million Hearts is a national initiative focused on preventing 1 million heart attacks, strokes, and other cardiovascular events by 2022. Coordinated actions by Million Hearts partners in communities, healthcare, and public health will keep people healthy, optimize care, and improve outcomes in populations at risk. Everyone has a part to play. Focus on the ABCs of heart health. A. Aspirin use when appropriate. B. Blood pressure control. C. Cholesterol management. And S. Smoking cessation. To learn more, visit cdc.gov/vital signs.
If there was ever a time to live united, it is now. Now is the time to speak with one voice, to build up, not tear down. It's time to join hands and live united against the problems that keep our communities from thriving. United Way fights for the health, education, and financial stability of every person in every community. Will you? Volunteer or donate now at unitedway.org.
Throw for Allen. He's got on far corner. Touchdown, Penn State. History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Old Miss Rebels for the first time ever. Drills it, end zone, caught, touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario. Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action tomorrow morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:40 a.m. Finally got the time right. See that? Finally, for the last segment. We got it. 9:40 a.m. in Eastern Time Zone, WPHT, 1210. Kayal and Company, Sean Farish filling in, host of Ungoverned on rumble.com/LFATV. 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. If you want to catch that show today, it will be live, rumble.com/LFATV, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Tonight, I would be very pleased to have you in the live chat on Rumble. We would love to know that you came from Kayal and Company and this amazing opportunity and adventure that we've taken together over the last 4 hours here on WPHT 1210 in Philadelphia. Folks, I told you we had some good news. I saw somebody on Twitter, Signs of Autumn, at Autumn Signs on Twitter, said to me in the break, great job on Philly WPHT today. My worry about saying Trump is polling really well is people will think Trump's got it and won't go out and vote like the quote-unquote red wave failed because so many said I don't need to vote. So many others will. I can stay home. Not good. Well, Signs of Autumn on Twitter, you are correct. You are correct. We have a problem with people getting complacent. So my biggest thing that I say all the time on Ungoverned and what I'll say all the time now is everyone has to act like, I don't care what the polls say. It's nice to see it shifting in that direction to motivate us, get us excited and motivate us. But your vote you have to consider your vote to be the deciding vote. You have to consider your friends' votes to be the deciding vote. You have to consider your family and your people who you know who haven't voted. They're the deciding vote. Vote as if you are making the decision for the rest, that you are the decider, that you are the straw that will break the camel's back in one way or the other. Because it's true. If we take this idea that Trump is up so big, that's why I don't talk about a landslide. I think we can win in a landslide if we put all hands on deck. And by all hands, I mean every single one of these hands. I want to go to Chris in Philly. Chris in Philly is calling in here. Chris, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Mr. President?
We're doing very well, Chris. Christopher, can I call you Chris? You're a great guy. How are you?
Yeah, you can call me Chris. Yeah, we need your voice heard among the younger voters. Like, dude, this show has been awesome. Thank you very much for being on. And 1210, please hire this guy. Like, we need this voice heard.
Well, thank you, Chris. I am, as Donald Trump said about Mark Fisher, I am honored to have your endorsement. That is fantastic, and you're a wonderful person. Thank you so much. Have a happy and healthy new year. Make it incredible. Thank you so much for the call, Chris. That was very nice of him to say that. I am happy he's enjoying it. I've seen some comments in the YouTube chat and as well on Twitter as well. I guess they call it X now. They call it X. People having a good time this morning. I've had a lot of fun, so I really appreciate that. To get back to that idea too about Autumn Signs there, yes, do not treat it like he's got it in the bag. And that's not what I want to come across as. And just like there's extremes on both directions, right? You can talk about how, you know, he's up by so many points in the polls and it's great. And that can discourage turnout because people could think they don't need to go out and vote. And then we have the folks on the other side who will say, oh, well, the system is rigged and this and that. And that's like, that's kind of making it seem like voting is a hopeless venture. We need to, period, end of story, go out and vote. And don't just do it every 4 years, right? The way we lost our country, the way we got into this situation is because there is a lot of people. I've seen it in New York. You know, we had these massive rallies in 2020 and then they died down in 2021 and subsided in 2022. And now it's 2023. And then 2024 comes around and everyone's back out and engaged again. Look, politics is tiring. I've done it. I've been around it. I was an activist doing it. We started a grassroots organization with tens of thousands of people that came out to support us. I mean, these are things that happened. But I understand it's tiring. But the left is willing to work that hard. They are willing to work that hard to achieve victory. We have to match that work ethic. And we also, and as Chris and Philly just mentioned on the call, we also have to try and find those young voters like the Emerson poll had found. We have to try and reach them. I am not happy that TikTok is owned by communist China. China, they call it the China app, TikTok. But young people, according to that Emerson poll as well, get their news on TikTok. It's not good. It's not a great place for people to get their news. I'm not happy about that. But if that's where they are, then we need to go there. Vivek Ramaswamy is doing that. My Trump impersonation went viral because of TikTok. I'm happy. I met my wife on TikTok. Seriously, she commented on one of my videos. And I was like, well, that's called out kicking the coverage. Let's see how far we can go with this. Now we're married. It's great. It really is. I did a bit on William Shakespeare. I said, to vote or not to vote? That is the question. William Shakespeare, great guy. I call him Bill. She thought that was the funniest thing she's ever heard. Now she's married. Joke's on her. Anyway, we are, just kidding. It's very good. It's awesome. Did you know that in your state of Pennsylvania, folks, that Democrats are switching to the Republican Party twice as fast as Republicans are switching to the Democrat Party? Can we say thank you to Scott Presler? You think we can say thank you to Scott Presler? I think so. Now, the final rumor I wanted to address is this idea that Trump is interested in New Jersey and New York. He thinks he can flip New Jersey and New York. And I know he thinks he can do anything. So that's just Trump being Trump to an extent. But I want to give you a little bit of look into this strategy that I think he's doing. He did this in 2016 in Minnesota. He spent a lot of time in Minnesota, rallying specifically in eastern portions of Minnesota. And the Clinton campaign, the mainstream media, a lot of his detractors said, what an idiot. He's never going to win Minnesota. It's a blue state. He's wasting his time. The Clinton campaign laughed at him, wasting his time. We're not even going to go over there. We're not going to campaign over there. But the reason why he was rallying in eastern Minnesota, if you look at a map, liberals, I know maps and directions and facts are hard for you. And you look at what eastern Minnesota borders a little place called Wisconsin. Donald Trump wound up winning Wisconsin. Donald Trump campaigned in Wisconsin by campaigning in Minnesota. Is this the strategy? Is this what he's doing with New York and New Jersey? Because, you know, the market that we're talking to right now, WPHT Philadelphia, you all are in the state of Pennsylvania. Is he looking at New York and New Jersey? Is he going to start holding events in New York and New Jersey so that he can passively, kind of under the radar, campaign in Pennsylvania without tipping off the Democrats? I hope I'm not blowing his spot up. Maybe they've learned from their tricks. Maybe they're not. I don't really necessarily think Donald Trump can flip New York. I've seen what New York is like. We came close with Zeldin. He still lost by 5 points, but Jersey might be possible. And you never know. There could be a lot of Mark Fishers out there. There could be a lot of those folks from Chicago out there. There could be a lot of people who are not going to say it. They may never admit it. They'll hold their nose. And they're going to vote for Orange Man Good. They're going to realize they like the way it was. Return to normalcy. I want to get to one of my favorite people ever in Congress, in the Senate right now. My second favorite senator. My favorite is Rand Paul. My second favorite senator, the Honorable Senator John Kennedy, on the way Joe Biden is polling. Let's roll that clip. Do we have Senator John Kennedy?
Senator Kennedy, so Biden's DOJ wants to stop Abbott from protecting the people of Texas. And then House Speaker Mike Johnson had this to say about that meeting that Mayorkas had down in Mexico. At a time when America is experiencing the worst border crisis in our nation's history, it is unconscionable to hear that the Biden administration's announcement that they discussed with the president of Mexico amnesty for illegal immigrants. So they go down to Mexico to discuss amnesty.
Kayal, last Saturday, President Biden blamed the media for his unpopularity. The truth is that most members of the media have tried to help him. In my state, for example, Our two largest newspapers are run by members of the moon wing of the Democratic Party, and they publish accordingly. But in Louisiana, President Biden is about as popular as herpes. Why is that? Two reasons. Number one, the people of Louisiana are not stupid. Number two, they think the Biden administration is. They think that its stupidity runs from the river to the sea. Exhibit A is the open border. President Biden has dissolved the southern border. Our problems at the southern border are man-made, and that man's name is Joe Biden, and the people of Louisiana and the American people know it. Yet he blames the media for his unpopularity. It's hard to believe that the president could be that obtuse. I guess if you ask him where Jordan is, he would say retired. But that's where we are in America today.
President Joe Biden, obviously, it's not funny. He's blaming the media for his problems, as if the media doesn't cover for him at every corner. There's no evidence to impeach Joe Biden. Hunter Biden doesn't have to go to the subpoena. They cover for this guy. The media's fault? Just shut the border, Joe. Just shut it down. Not hard. Folks, it's the fact that Donald Trump is able to connect to everyday people like you and me. That's what won him in the election in 2016. That's what will win him the election in 2024. It's the fact that not only can he connect with us, because I can connect and relate to a guy like Vivek Ramaswamy too, but it's that he can motivate us. He can engage us. He can expand the party. And again, I've criticized him for some of his personnel choices, so I don't want you to think that I'm some sort of Trump cultist. That's not me. But I think he's the man for the time. And I think his time in 2024 is going to be incredible because of us. Take nothing for granted, but he connects with us. He connects with people of all walks of life, all races, all creeds, all colors, all nationalities, whatever you want to say, because he speaks like us. How many of you were waiting for a presidential candidate? I was waiting for it. He called her crooked. She said, it's awfully good Donald Trump's not in charge of the law in our country because you'd be in jail. The Al Smith dinner, here's Hillary pretending she doesn't hate Catholics. We've all wanted to say these things to her. The only difference, Abraham Lincoln never lied. That's the only difference between Abraham Lincoln and you. He pointed right at her on the stage and said that. We've all wanted to do it. He did it. And he's alive still to tell the tale. He connects with us. That's why all the attempts are falling flat. He's showing us how corrupt this government is, that if they can do it to him, they'll do it to us. As a matter of fact, he said it. They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way. It's true. For DeSantis, Ramaswamy, Christie, Haley, whoever it is, you think when Donald Trump is out of the way, the left is just going to be nice to you? Vivek doesn't think that. He's been very outspoken about it. But several of the other candidates are all, I don't have indictments. You don't think they're going to indict you next? They tried to charge Ron DeSantis with human trafficking because of the Martha's Vineyard stuff. They're not just coming after him. They're coming after all of us. So we need to unite behind Donald Trump. Vote like your country depends on it, because it does. Vote as if you're the deciding vote, because you are, and win in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure, an honor to have this opportunity to occupy 4 hours of your day today, Friday, December 29th on WPHT 1210 in Philadelphia. This has been a blast for me. It has gone by like that in the blink of an eye. Appreciate your calls, appreciate your comments, appreciate your support. If you want to catch more of my show, I'll be on Rumble tonight, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern for Ungoverned, rumble.com/LFATV. I'll be posting about it on my social media channels as well. If you want to see this type of show, it's going to be different because it'll be newer information. If you want to see a show like this, we will have it on Rumble as well tonight, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern, rumble.com/LFATV. Thank you so much for listening, for watching, and for engaging with us all across these last 4 hours. Thank you to the incredibly talented team, Anthony, Phil, everybody over at WPHT, Greg, everybody, Nick, Kayal and company, for allowing me the opportunity, for giving me the opportunity to run this show for this time, for this 4 hours, shortly before the calendar turns to 2024. I am incredibly excited about 2024, and I am excited so that when the clock strikes midnight on January 1st, 2024, I can clink my glass and say, I'm voting for Trump this year. We got a country to save. You're all going to play a role in saving it. Thank you for allowing me to be with you this morning. I'm humbled by your support, and I can't wait for next time. Until then, my name is Sean Farish. You may know me as Captain Deplorable. I host Ungoverned, rumble.com/LFATV, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. We will see you there tonight. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic rest of your day. It's been a pleasure on 1210 WPHT in Philadelphia. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful weekend, and a happy and healthy new year.
Your grandfather listened, your mother listened, and now you listen to Sid Mark and Frank Sinatra.
You make me feel so young.
You know the words. You feel the music. You live the tradition.
And a wonderful fling to be flown.
The legend continues. Sunday with Sinatra with Sid Mark. Sundays 11 till 1. Presented by Parks Casino and Sportsbook.
Because you make me feel so young.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. 2023 was a year in which the rich did what the old saw says, got richer. The combined net worth of the 500 richest people on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index surged by $1.5 trillion, rebounding and gaining a little from the $1.4 trillion lost in 2022. Their fortunes are closely tied to tech stocks, and no one did better than Elon Musk, having netted an extra $95.5 billion through yesterday's market close. But he didn't win everything. Musk's X Corporation, the company formerly known as Twitter, lost an effort in court to block a California law that looks to control toxic posts on social media. It requires companies to make public their content moderation policies. A federal judge in Sacramento rejected arguments that the measure violates social media platforms' free speech rights. On Wall Street, stock futures are pointing a little higher for the start of the final trading session of the year. S&P futures up a point, NASDAQ futures 14, Dow futures up 10. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
I'm just a kid. I'm 6. I'm 9. I'm 4.5. And I've got asthma. You know just how upset I can get when I have an asthma attack.
And I know that you want to do all that you can do to help me.
But you might not know about all the different stuff that can make me have an asthma attack.
Or all the simple things you can do to fight my asthma.
You can fight it with a bear.
You can fight it with a duck. You can fight it with a wrench.
Put my teddy bear in the freezer to wipe out dust mites.
Dry off rubber duckies and fix leaks to get rid of mold. 'Cause mold can start my asthma attacks too.
Discover other simple ways to prevent an asthma attack. Visit noattacks.org. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. EPA, the Ad Council, and this station.
Thanks for doing all you can to help me out. 'Cause I don't want to feel like a fish with no water.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig, or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked. Sunny and mild today as we go into the final weekend of 2023. The high temperature 53. It's going to drop to 37 overnight with some clouds building in. It'll stay cloudy tomorrow, but only getting up to 46 degrees.
Rich Zeoli. I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Wendy Gillette. At least 24 people were killed when Russia unleashed nearly 160 missiles and drones on Ukrainian targets over 18 hours. CBS News correspondent Kemi McCormick reports.
Ukraine says Russia fired a record number of missiles and drones, the most since the war began. Air raid sirens sounded in Kyiv, but there were targets elsewhere. Analysts say Russia has been stockpiling these weapons for massive strikes during the winter. Fighting along the front line is largely bogged down now by the weather.
The Ukrainian Air Force says the previous biggest assault was last November. The surf's up in California, but in a dangerous way. CBS's Jared Hill explains.
A rogue wave crashing over the seawall in Ventura, swallowing a truck, sending 8 people to the hospital. From Montecito to the Bay Area, waves as high as 40 feet are battering the West Coast.
These are epic surf conditions that we're looking at. We've got high swells. We've got waves coming in directions we're not used to them coming.
Evacuation orders have been issued for several communities as the surf surges past the beach and near homes, sending water pooling into neighborhoods.
Maine's Secretary of State Sheena Bellows has decided former President Donald Trump should be off the presidential primary ballot because of the insurrectionist clause in the 14th Amendment. Correspondent Scott McFarland has more from Washington.
Trump's campaign slammed the order. His spokesman called Bellows a virulent leftist and a hyper-partisan Biden-supporting Democrat. Last week, Colorado's Supreme Court ruled Trump's name could not appear on that state's ballot because the U.S. Constitution prevents insurrectionists from holding office. Late last night, California joined Michigan and Minnesota declining to remove Trump's name, and there are challenges filed in more than a dozen states nationwide.
In Colorado, Trump is back on the ballot after the state's Republican Party asked the Supreme Court to decide the issue. A controversial decision in a suburban St. Louis school district is reversed.
The conservative-led Francis Howell School Board has reinstated elective Black history classes with a new curriculum that is, quote, politically neutral. The board decided to cancel the classes a week ago. Parent Lauren Chance said at the time,
Black history, it is part of American history and it should be taught in schools. And if it's not taught in schools, then I feel that we're just going to go backwards in history.
The same school board rescinded an anti-discrimination policy adopted in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's time to confetti test in New York City.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so it's not exactly the new year, but like any good show on Broadway, there are dress rehearsals, and that means the confetti test. Some 3,000 pounds of confetti will be released on New Year's Eve, and the confetti test will see how far it flies and how long it takes to hit the ground. To make sure all is proper and correct, handfuls of multicolored confetti will be thrown from the Hard Rock Cafe marquee on Broadway ahead of the real deal on New Year's Eve. That's when some 1.5 tons of the stuff will be released in Times Square. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
Happy New Year!
Pope Francis may have signed off on the Vatican allowing same-sex blessings, but priests across Africa are saying not so fast. They've decided they will not bless gay unions. Catholic priests from countries including Kenya and Nigeria say the Pope's decree should be considered optional. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
Throws for Allen. He's got him. Far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it. End zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action tomorrow morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's another takeover. The guys from the Other Side podcast live on the Dawn Stensland Show. Dan Borowski with Anthony Dorenzo. Man, there is a lot to talk about today. How you doing, sir?
I'm great, my man. Going into our final weekend of 2023.
It's kind of depressing, but kind of nice at the same time. You looking forward to 2024? Are you kind of nervous about what's to come here?
I mean, I'm excited to see what happens. I guess, I'm a little nervous at the same time because we see the animosity of politics every day, and now this is where it comes from. This is what everyone looks forward to, so
we got a big year ahead of us, an election coming up, man, a new mayor here in Philadelphia. We'll get into all of that. We'll give you some top 10 things that came out on television the past year, talk about the top 10 news stories of the past year. But, Anthony, first I want to start with this ridiculous act of anti-democracy from the party that loves to preach democracy so damn much. I am livid to see what happened up in Maine. My brother has a house up there. I spend some time up in Maine, and I'm absolutely embarrassed to admit that right now. Because you have a party that stresses the importance of democracy and then makes a decision like we saw the Maine Secretary of State make and take Trump's name off the ballot following the lead of the Colorado Supreme Court. Anthony, your first thoughts on that?
It's the party that continues to talk about saving democracy, yet it really seems like every time they have the chance to at least try to be a little bit fair, they aren't. And I mean, now they really kind of are jumping to conclusions. Obviously, this is going to be something that is pushed back on the same way we saw in Colorado. Voters continue to almost go his way. Sean, who was just filling in for Kayal Company just now, he was speaking about
Great job, by the way.
Yeah, he was doing awesome. And he was talking about how New York Times talked about how, Donald Trump is the Save America candidate. And that's, we're at this point because it's just such an insane.
How true do you think that statement is? Like America, yeah. I'm on the mindset of America needs to be saved. We're going down a really odd path, a bad path, economy spiraling out of control. I got to say, looking towards the future, I have a lot of bleakness, and it's scary. We're hopefully going to welcome a child into the world here in the next year or two. It's scary to see what's to come here for society. And I think Trump is, to a degree, a fixer.
I hope he is. I hope he acts the same way he did, I guess, to a point when he first came into office. He didn't go after Hillary last time. He didn't do this witch hunt type of, reaction. If he wins again, I don't know if he would be the same. That's just what I'm worried about. And I don't know.
Oh, he will be.
But if he picks a VP like Nikki Haley, I can't really look at him as someone who's necessarily on my side either. So I don't know. Like, he can't be this anti-war guy and then pick someone like Nikki Haley. So,
and on that, let's delve into that. Well, yeah, you know what? We'll go all over the place. We'll go into Nikki Haley now because I want to get back to this main thing in a second. But Nikki Haley, we heard her asked about the Civil War. What was the Civil War about? And she couldn't just say slavery. She had some odd backwards answer. And just the day prior, Donald Trump Jr. got ahead of the news and came out to Newsmax, Eric Bolling, and said he does not want to see Nikki Haley on a ticket with Donald Trump. And Dom did an entire show talking about Trump's VP pick, and there was not one single caller that was in support of Nikki Haley. Not one. And I can't even fathom that he would be thinking that. Do you think that's actually going through his mind, Nikki Haley and neocon joining the ticket? I don't understand what the positive benefit of having her on the ticket would be.
I just think he's worried about getting those moderates. And not even just that. I think he's trying to save himself to a degree, because I'm not saying that he doesn't have momentum. I think he still obviously has very much control in the Republican Party. But I do think when it comes to looking outside of the party, getting moderates, getting independents, getting people that, did somehow sway his way in 2016, I do think he kind of needs to do something to bring those people in. How many of those people like Nikki Haley or like a quote-unquote establishment candidate? I guess that's the big question. But, I mean, who else? The thing is, who's he going to pick? Is he going to pick Vivek? I mean, I think that would be smart, but I don't know. Vivek seems to be
Who in your mind would be the best person to grab the moderate vote? Because I don't know who's advising Trump right now, but I speak to a lot of moderate. My entire friend group are moderates. They'd swing either way. And not one of them has said Nikki Haley positive about him. The only person I've heard positivity about Nikki Haley is Maisie, because she watches her on stage at these debates. And to Maisie, Nikki Haley's the one that is the only one that comes across as normal to her. So she has.
She gets to women, man. Yeah, she does.
And that's what it is. Yeah. Dom said, what was Trump's biggest problem in this last election? It was the suburban women.
Yep.
So if you can get Nikki Haley, a person who appeals to suburban women, maybe that's the mindset that he's under. But I don't think that's a winning mindset.
I don't think so either. It's going to be. I don't know how you necessarily get those people, because, like you said, his VP candidate, one way or the other, he's going to upset people even more, the way that they spin everything with him. So I think, if anything, the thing that keeps helping him is these court orders, these ballot issues, all that kind of stuff makes people think, hey, at least let the courts do their thing before saying he's off the ballot. I think if those people that want the law before just jumping to a conclusion because they don't like someone. And but that's the environment we're in now.
So let's hear the justification for this Maine decision. This is Shenna Bellows, the Secretary of State from Maine. This is what she had to say about it.
This decision is based on Maine law and the facts that were presented to me in the Section 336 challenge. It was really important to me to look at the evidence presented in the public hearing and the law and the facts presented in the context of Maine law, Sections 336, 337, and 443. It's a very detailed decision. We lay out why under Maine law, the Secretary of State has the authority, indeed the obligation, I'm duty bound to make this determination. I laid out that the record demonstrates that, in fact, the events of January 6, 2021, which were unprecedented and tragic, were an insurrection in the meaning of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And finally, in reviewing the facts presented, the evidence, the law, the history, we determined under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment that Mr. Trump engaged in insurrection and therefore was disqualified.
How are you the arbiter of the why is she the one deciding this? Jack Smith, he's trying to make speed up the process, and Supreme Court won't even listen to him, but somehow the Maine Secretary of State has the gumption to make this kind of call. Again, going back to where I led off with, it's completely anti-democracy. It's taking the vote out of the voters' hands and saying, this guy's unsafe for you. So it's like banning or putting a soda tax in Philadelphia. Like, we don't like that you like it, so we're going to try to prevent you from doing it.
Well, and let's take this back. Like, let's go to a year ago when it looked like DeSantis might be the guy, and Trump really was falling, and Trump made a lot of weird moves. People didn't know what to think. I mean, he's always at his base, but DeSantis was rising. The Democrats, it wasn't necessarily as bleak as it seems now. And all they've done is go after him again and again and again and again. And now look at where he's at. I'm not trying to say I believe everything about polls, because polls have shown us they're a little bit flawed in these past few elections. I think there's a lot of things changing in voting trends and voter bases. But in general, they should understand that their strategy is helping this guy. And that is, I think, the current problem they have on their hands. And that's why they keep trying to play even dirtier. But I think what they don't realize is they didn't like January 6th. I don't think anyone tries to justify something like January 6th. But I think this type of behavior will make people lose their minds. They need to at least, if they forgot about him,
Trump,
if they stopped talking about him, I really am convinced that he would be less prominent right now. I really do believe that. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's,
and I often wonder, are they trying to play 4D chess? Did the Democrats have the mindset that this guy's, he has a mugshot out there. There's no way he'd ever beat Biden, so we want him to be in the general election. Are they trying to help Trump along with this? I don't know, man. It's just baffling to me that we have a state trying to, Colorado first off, and now Maine making the decision to take a presidential contender off the ballot. But on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, we are live there. Jimmy writes, and is this Anthony and Dan? Yes, it is. The Other Side live with Anthony Dorenzo. I'm Dan Borowski. We're going to get into some of our top 10 moments from 2023 top 10 television shows, kind of a year-end wrap-up, some of our favorite things that happened on 1210WPHT. But you can follow us live, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can join the conversation, 855-839-1210. Before we head to break, let's not keep Kathy waiting. Kathy in Berwyn. Kathy, what do you got to say today? I hate that whole... What? First off, have you ever had this whole music before? I get it all the time. Like, why is this Kesha song used? Yeah. And who's the company that does it? I get it all the damn... Kathy, you have 3, 2, 1... All right, you're off.
She just wants to play some music for us.
What does she want to say? Trump should have attacked Hillary Clinton, or should have
gone out. I'm happy he didn't. I think that's the whole problem with politics now. We keep doing things through executive orders. We're not following the branches of government. Everyone's acting like they don't need to follow the rules. Let's just go after people. At the end of the day, we need to make government about the people again.
But
instead
who
of
is
these
it? Who's the root of doing all this? I hate to say it, but often Republicans, conservatives are the ones that are labeled anti-America, and they're the ones causing all this ruckus. But it's oftentimes the Democrats that do it first, and the stuff that gets picked up by the media is the responses by the Republicans.
Yeah.
It's completely unfair. All right, 855-839-1210. You're listening to The Other Side live, 1210 WPHT. Hitting the break. We'll be right back after that.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
There are things that are taken the wrong way. For some reason, when people see a post, it just hits differently.
It does, yes.
Than somebody speaking.
Yes, it does.
If I delete my Twitter today, you will never say a word about it.
If both of you deleted your Twitter apps today, nothing would change on this show.
Okay.
I guarantee it.
So you're basically asking us to castrate our social media.
No, just tuck it.
Oh, tuck it.
Yes, tuck your tweets.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. This is a very easy app to use. You don't have to be a football expert. As I said, you can get live same-game parlays, find bets in the new Explore tab, make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find popular parlays that they set up for you. Visit FanDuel.com/Dom, D-O-M. Make that first bet a layup. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You have to be 21 plus. Present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. That expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania. This winter, we want you to be a hydrant hero. Every second counts in an emergency, and fire departments need to locate and access fire hydrants quickly. When you're cleaning up after a snowstorm, remember to shovel a 3-foot path to and around your nearest hydrant. Help keep yourself and others safe, and don't let your hydrant get buried. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water every day.
You can admit it. You're obsessed with the news, but you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Red one. Let's
Let's go to the beach, each, let's go get a wave. They say what they gonna say. Have a drink, clink, found a Bud Light. Bad bitch like me, it's hard to come by. The Patron.
I was wrong with the Kesha call out. I was told during the break by Anthony, corrected. It's Nicki Minaj. That is that common hold music that you hear today.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily a Barbie, which is what they call the Nicki Minaj fans.
Oh, no. Are they really?
Yeah, Barb.
Oh,
I'm not a Barbie, but yeah, I mean, her song was in the Barbie movie, so it makes sense.
Oh,
but, yeah.
She kind of looks like a Barbie, too.
I mean, she always
I don't want to go any further
and,
on
yeah,
that, but
yeah.
I think we kind of know what I'm saying there. Welcome back into The Other Side. I'm Dan Borowski. The other voice you hear is Anthony Dorenzo. If you haven't heard me before, I'm the producer of the Dom Giordano program. The program. Anthony is the producer of the Dawn Stensland program and the I can't
Kayal
talk.
Company.
Yeah, what is my deal, man? Whew.
Yeah, it's all right.
Welcome into the mess that is The Other Side Live with Dan Borowski and Anthony Dorenzo. Hey, so some comments coming in, both on YouTube and Twitter. I want to go through them. Robert says, I am sick of people insinuating only a woman can get the suburban soccer mom's vote. Are these voters stuck on identity politics like the left? I give them way more credit than that. Anthony, where do you stand on that?
I think a lot of them are driven by emotion, and I also think a lot of them are now, especially in our region, in the Northeast in general, I think a lot of them are driven by the abortion issue. I mean, they care about their own rights. Yeah. They care about their own rights, and that's something we talk about each and every day. I'm not saying abortion should be as much of a priority as it is, but they just want us emotional and upset, and I mean, that's both parties. I think voters need to come to terms with the Democrats don't really care about you and your abortion and how healthy you are either.
Not at all.
So, and that's, I mean, once people come to that realization, I think they get to a better place when it comes to being a voter. But I'm not saying everyone can vote the way they want to vote, but I really do think that's the way they try to manipulate all of us, and it does work because people can relate to it.
You think Trump's willing to look past the neocon aspects of Nikki Haley because of the abortion side of things? Like you think about it, Trump's had a very almost centrist take on abortion this time around, and Nikki Haley's had a very non-traditionally conservative stance on it. Mm-hmm. And I think that is a lot playing into why Trump would even consider her in the first place. You think that's a huge factor too?
I do. I think, and that's, I guess, probably why he hasn't announced or tried to even approach a VP at this point. I think they're trying to keep peeling back this onion until they think they can really pin it down with the right decision. But I don't know if there is a right decision because, like you're saying, you're going to upset that anti-establishment, almost Bernie-type moderate base that you had, or even some people that are leaning RFK or Trump. They're on the fence. You'll upset them, of course, with a Nikki Haley. So I think it depends on who you think you need more. Do you need those suburban mom voters more, or do you need those kind of moderate, independent, anti-war voters more?
Is there any name that's standing out to you that you see as the great shot next to Trump for those moderate types?
Great shot. It doesn't seem like there is a great shot. That's the problem right now. But yeah. I mean, I liked when someone brought up Tulsi yesterday as VP. I think she's someone that could appeal to a large base.
Ben Carson was one that I threw out there.
Yeah.
I keep throwing out Ben Carson, hoping that it gets back because I would love to see him. Maisie's a huge fan. Many women are. He's a very likable individual. He's just a very boring individual.
Byron Donalds, I know he's been popular, but he's from Florida, so I don't know if that's an issue presidentially.
But if we're considering that, like, I don't want to say low on the totem pole, but to a degree, let's talk Jeff Van Drew.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not on the national stage like Donalds, but Van Drew was by Trump's side last time around. He switched parties. I mean, it's a very, very long shot, but I think it's a great shot. You know, I think people would warm up to the guy, but it's not going to happen. One thing that I think needs to be talked about more is inflation in the economy.
Yeah.
We're really struggling. I mean, Maisie and I were lucky enough to buy a house, but it's almost impossible for our generation to do so.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with taxes. And if you live in New Jersey, it's extremely bad. If you live in Pennsylvania, it's very bad. Anthony, what's the deal with property taxes and taxation, and why the hell can't we get that under control?
I mean, taxation in general is out of control, and I think there's this need to accept it from especially people our age. We don't ever question it. We don't think about the history lessons we learned when we were coming up in school, talking about, taxation without representation is theft. And we continue to be taxed more and more and more. And going even further, when you look at student loans and things of that nature, everything, I mean, everything in society that the government is involved in, Medicaid, Medicare, healthcare in general, all of the prices continue to go up and they continue to charge you more and more and more. And we never, ever, ever question taxation. And especially now with all these so many property groups that partner with the government, contracts that it's, no bid contract. They just gift it out to one of their, buddies that gave them a nice cocktail party. And and this is the problem. And now our generation is now feeling that. And on top of the older generations, a lot of them aren't moving out of their houses because, first of all, getting an apartment is way more expensive than it used to be.
Yeah.
And second of all, why would they move if they have their house paid off? And now it's creating this kind of conundrum where younger families want to move out of apartments, buy homes. There's less and less homes. And
a
the
lot of
competition.
boomers right now, they're looking around, they're saying, hey, I can sell my property for the most I've ever seen my ability to sell it in my life.
Yep.
But if I sell it, where the hell am I going to go?
Exactly.
There's nowhere to go.
And in housing, especially in populated areas like ours, there's just more and more and more. But at the same time, with all the construction, there's constantly issues. There's constantly renovations. We have a housing crisis, and the taxation is a huge part of that, but we never question it.
And we never do. And one of the things I wish just the general moderate would do is look around, look at states, compare states. I mean, you look at New York, you look at California, you look at Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Compare it to Indiana. I spent a lot of time in Indiana. 1% property tax on private properties, low, fiscal year taxes. We had an Olympic-sized swimming pool in my high school. We had 4 different gyms, I think, a brand new property. It was beautiful. It almost looked like a college campus. And I moved from Cherry Hill, New Jersey. And Cherry Hill, their high school, absolutely fantastic, educationally. But some classrooms didn't have air conditioning. The building was dilapidated. I just don't understand how you can charge so much in taxes in these blue states. And then my conspiracy bones say is the whole idea of not putting it towards education or fixing schools or giving people something they can see with their tax money, just the ability to continue using that as a political sticking point.
Yeah. And that's something, and people don't even necessarily, I mean, I know it's hard for people to move. You and I both know that, especially in our industry. It's a lot of people are always moving and trying to find new jobs, but it's not easy for everyone. But nobody even necessarily questions, can I afford to live there? Because people don't realize how much money they are giving for taxes or really taking an overall thought. I mean, looking at Pennsylvania, I know we were talking about exact numbers. Per capita, $6,259. That's ranked 19th. Compared to something like, District of Columbia, which is at $13,278.
13 grand a year?
Is that worth it? And why would it be worth
For
it?
what?
And it's just theft. At the end of the day, it's theft. And why does the government get to involve themselves with the free market economy and tell them when and how to do things? Why do you think small businesses suffer now? I mean, we see this. I hate to keep bringing up other points, but this is in medical care. It's the same thing. Look at every little mom and pop pharmacy shop. They're all closed. Every single one. They're all getting bought out. Every time they're negated and neglected until they give in to a big pharma company that will buy them off. And, all you see is like big chain pharmacies now and all things like that because everything's been bought, especially since COVID. So it's all regulated. It's all big one company. Everything is a monopoly. And that's what the government didn't government exist to avoid that and not have things with too many power and influence over our government like that? Isn't that the entire
Isn't that what our
premise?
country's founded upon?
Exactly, but nobody thinks about that anymore.
And why are we as a generation so welcoming to governmental overreach and control?
Because it's all we've seen.
And how are we allowing ourselves?
The only thing.
Like, I look on social media and it pisses me off because people are becoming convinced that the economic issues, the perils we see, it's all just greedflation, it's corporate greed, and it has nothing to do with the government. And what that essentially does, if you read between the lines, is that's calling for more governmental regulation on private industry.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we going down that path and trying to blame, if there is greedflation, if there is corporate inflation, maybe that's a protest to a degree to the policies enacted by the Biden administration, the higher minimum wages, the ridiculous shipping costs that you see ever since Biden took office, the refusal to even strive to become energy independent and, again, lower those shipping costs and the supply chain line. there's so much economically that can be pointed to that is going to be completely ignored in this upcoming election. It really pisses me off.
Well, but this is exactly these issues and breaking this down and actually talking about something like this, that's what gets lost in the headlines around, Hunter Biden and Donald Trump Jr. and all these ridiculous distractions, when really we're not talking about policies and the things that affect us each and every day as voters, as human beings, as Americans. And that is the exact problem. Instead, we get in, it's TMZ of politics. And that is the antithesis of the problem.
There was a thread that was on Our Millennials on Reddit recently. I actually just pulled it up to try to bring it back. And it was, stop telling me corporate greed doesn't exist. F you, Taco Bell. And it compared prices from 2019 to 2023 of Taco Bell. And one of the prices I vividly remember was a taco pack, a 10-pack of tacos. 2019 was $11.99. How much do you think it is today?
I remember getting those for like $10.
Yeah.
It's probably like, I don't know, something nuts like 19 or
$22.99.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's almost doubled the entire prices of Taco
for
Bell.
Fake meat. That's not even real. They call it filler.
And the post, it was. Hey, you watch it. I love my Taco Bell.
I don't mind it.
Taco Bell is to Mexican food what Olive Garden is to Italian food. It's
maybe
fantastic.
That's why you have stomach issues.
It's the gold standard. But Our Millennials, the mods had to close the thread because it got so controversial because this guy was trying to blame corporate greed. And others were saying, well, hold on a sec. How can we blame solely Taco Bell? He was calling for a boycott on Taco Bell because of the prices. And people were like, well, this is all over the place. Can we not look towards the governmental administration similarly to how we would do if it was a Republican in office?
I mean, you go to McDonald's, and especially you go any fast food place now. If you're not using coupons, if there's not a deal,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you pay $20 for a meal or two. Like, it's insane.
Oh, $20 for two is not happening anymore.
Oh,
it's sad. Like you look at a combo meal. If you can get a combo meal for under $10, you can still get the discount. Like the 5 for whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it's tough to even spend low amounts of money.
It's supposed to be cheap.
What is it? Every morning, or I don't say every morning. Every other morning, I go to Dunkin' Donuts and I get a sandwich and a coffee, a large iced coffee. I think it's like $11. Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I get a discount because I use the app. That's what I highly suggest.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, that's
download
the thing.
Those apps, man.
You get a ton of deals with the apps.
Yeah. I wonder a lot of times if the inflated prices of fast food are to drive people towards the apps to get them to save some money.
I mean, the thing is, that's how I'm happy. That's one thing about being in the city that's nice. There's things like, a bunch of salad places, or there's a place called Sweet Green. You could and it's like the same price, or Chipotle, or it's at least something more fresh, and it's around the same price. And I think that's why all those like fast casual places are popular now. Because why do you want to pay $14 for a Big Mac?
Yo, Chipotle, have you seen those prices recently?
They've gone up a lot.
It's not even cool. Like me and Maisie went the other night, right? $13 for a steak burrito bowl is what I was gonna get. Hers was gonna be like 11 something for a chicken, and then we wanted a large chips and queso. It was $10.50. The total for our Chipotle was like $37.
And their portions are all over the place. Like, they used to be known for huge portions, especially because they have fresh ingredients, so it's going to go bad. Just use it.
Yeah.
They've skimp all the time. There's no consistency. Like, they used to be so regimented, and now they're so all over
Pro
the place.
tip, do you do this? Go order a burrito bowl and then get the tortilla on the side?
I usually get the bowl in general. I like the bowl.
Yeah, there's definitely more filling when you get the bowl in the burrito.
For sure.
Kind of going down a weird path here. I just want to go back to some comments here. Ipsos says prices also went up because of the rise in minimum wage. Paying someone $15 for skill-less labor will cause what they sell to be more expensive. I mean, it seems so obvious.
But to a point, you know why minimum wage goes up? It's because it's their own fault. The government's volition and their own incompetence leads to these things that then obviously hurt them in the long run. And then these states who are trying to overcompensate for the issues that come from the Fed, pretty much overall, they have to inherit them, and they try to pay their low-wage workers more because the cost of living is so high.
Cost of living so high, and what else is high? Debt, student loan debt.
Oh, yeah.
Completely spiraling out of control as well. And it's because it's weird because Democrats are the only ones that want to offer a solution, but I blame Democrats fully for allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
Because their in-bed relationship they have with the universities.
I think that's something that, the Republicans let it happen as well. And that is, I think, the entire establishment letting this happen to our next generation of people is absolutely unacceptable, in my opinion, especially allowing the cost to rise and rise and rise and rise and rise and just accept it, the compliance And that's exactly what we were saying in the beginning of the segment, talking about taxation. It's the same thing. We just act like it's normal because it's the current system and don't realize the infringement of government into society that creates these issues every single time.
Yeah.
Hey, show me one program that's done good. Call me, tell me one. 855-839-1210. Tell me one government program that actually helps us and shows us that the government cares about us, please.
Social Security?
It's going to be gone by the time we're,
true.
in our 80s. So
Yeah.
if we make it there.
Welfare?
Does it work anymore?
Yeah.
We were talking about
not
this
abused?
this morning. Supposedly, immigrants are getting it over citizens who have been paying their taxes. And I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong, but we shouldn't pay for people to live here just because they want to be here. It's not how it works.
That's a great point. You're listening to The Other Side. That's Anthony Dorenzo. I am Dan Borowski. I'm the producer of the Dom Giordano program, On the Other Side of the Glass from Dom. Anthony's On the Other Side of the Glass from Dawn Stenslin and Kayal & Co. He's the co from Kayal & Co. We'll be right back after the break. 855-839-1210. Please dial us in. As Rush used to do, open line Fridays. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. 855-839-1210 or youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Back after the break.
Dawn Stansland here. Now is the time to get the vehicle that's been on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group. With financing for a limited time as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like the 2024 Mazda CX-5 with standard all-wheel drive from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson and the 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. PiazzaMazda.com and PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at joeconklin.com.
Kayal & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We are going to enter next year with the smallest military in over 80 years as active duty troop numbers sink to less than 1.3 million. And the Pentagon is now coming out and issuing a national call of service to Gen Z.
Does anybody get the feeling that maybe if this continues to go in the wrong direction, we're going to have a draft?
Start your day with Kayal & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'll stay for nothing less. I'll never stand again.
Welcome back into The Other Side. Dan Borowski here. Anthony Dorenzo on the other side of the glass today. Other side, other side, other side. Go listen to our podcast. That's where you can find us. You hear me regularly with the Dom Giordano program, Anthony with the Dawn Stenslin program, and the Kayal & Co. being the part of the co for Kayal & Co.
Company, yes.
Are you all the company? What
Not
would
the
Greg
whole
Stalker have to say about you being all the company? This week, you are indeed all the company, though. So.
I guess, yeah.
So, Anthony, some comments coming in again on YouTube. Who is it? Shelly? Was that who wrote this one? I paid off my loans in full-time school, 2 jobs, sports club activity. Grads are whiny today. I have to shake my head at them.
Well, I think we also sell them a bag of goods that they don't understand what they're signing up for. And I will say this is another thing that goes to inflation and the acceptance of rising costs. Nobody pushes back on it, and these kids just continue to go into debt and don't realize the long-term implications of these decisions. I'm not trying to defend it, but the colleges just gouge them. gouge them as much as they can for every single penny. And they don't realize you get robbed blind. And I get it, you sign those papers, but you have they don't. Your college advisors in high school, they don't tell you what you're signing. No. They want the commission.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Oh, they want the Again, they don't want you not signing up. They're not going to tell you the reality
buying a
TV. Of it. Yeah.
And that's the thing is, college education. It's become I don't know. It's as necessary as it once was. I don't think so. But at the same time, there are a lot of college grads with a hell of a lot of college debt. And I hate to break it to you, a lot of young voters today, a good chunk of them are those that suffer from said college debt. And my biggest fear, politically, strategically wise, is when Trump gets to that general election and student loans become an issue, which they inevitably will be because Democrats are going to make it, how's he going to address and approach the issue of student loans? Is he going to continue with that comment that we have here on YouTube where it's calling out and making fun of, people who are whining about it? Or is he going to take an approach where he's attacking the universities, big universities themselves? And I think conservatives would do themselves justice in winning if they were to grasp the issue and instead twist it against the universities and welcome those who have this crazy amount of debt and say, look, you guys were victims of this huge university problem and let's take it on head on and maybe you can win some new voters like that.
Yeah. No, I absolutely think it's something that should be addressed. I think the Republicans have to find a way to address it. Paying it off isn't the right answer, but reforming this entire system. I mean, by the time I have a kid that's going to college, it can't be the way it is now. It can't. I mean, we can't keep enabling the system, and Americans need to stop keeping up with the Joneses and saying, oh, because my neighbors went to college and my cousins and my aunt, we have to stay in that. No, you don't.
Well, that's the thing that bothers me a lot is a lot of the older generations, they look at the young generation and say, oh, look at you guys with the student loan debts complaining about it, taking horrible degrees. I hate to tell you, it was your generation that used it as a status symbol. Like, you were the ones that said when you had kids, if you had a kid that didn't go to college, it was somewhat an embarrassment. You didn't want to admit that. You wanted to admit that, or you wanted to brag that your kid was going to a
or even community college.
Yeah.
And that was my favorite. I went to 3 schools, in my radio career. And community college was my favorite one. It was my favorite one.
So all I ask is, can we all just look at this issue, say that there's a huge screw up here, things have gotten way out of hand, and let's search for solutions. One solution I'd suggest if I were running for president is let's cap tuition based on a percentage of the average amount that said degree earns.
Mm-hmm.
So say you're an art major in the arts, the eventual careers that they get into average $45,000 a year. You can only charge 5-10% of that for your tuition, but it scales. So if you're a doctor making $700,000 a year on average, that's way higher than that. Then a doctoral degree or a pre-med degree can be more expensive.
I would say, to compound onto that, at the same time, Republicans should double down on a system. Audit these universities, state universities especially. Look at what they're charging kids.
Yeah.
Look at where that's money. Where is that money going? How are they spending all of it? I'm sure
where
some
the hell's
of it.
The endowments going?
I'm sure some of it's justified, but I'm sure a lot of it isn't justified at the same time. So hold these universities accountable, make them pay kids back for what they took them advantage of for. And I mean, really, they took advantage of the government at the same time because it's just a blank check. So hold them accountable, get students a little bit happier. I mean, obviously still charge them for their core degree costs, their university living costs, all that, obviously. But at the end of the day, I think look at this logically. You want to Democrats always bring up price gouging. This was the ultimate price gouging, and these universities continue to do it. And actually, the prices go up every year, even since COVID. When the product's worse, the prices have been going up. So I think that's where you start holding these universities accountable.
And it starts with the publics, the state's universities. You go after the public, and what happens is supply and demand. A Forbes article came out last month that said, I think it was half of college seniors won't apply to colleges that charge more than $40,000 in tuition. So is that going to affect private universities? Hell yeah, it is. Their applications are going to go down, and if they're charging double the amount of these state universities by the time things are said and done, their prices are going to have to come down too. It's supply and demand.
Well, and that's why I was someone who always wanted to go to state universities because it was affordable, and as you're saying, it continues to just go up in price. Will people even look at that as affordable, or will they only look at something like a community college? Which, that's another thing. That's taboo. You don't even want to tell people, I go to community college. 13th grade, 13. Who cares?
Like people, I hate to say, people that went to community college are the smart ones.
Yeah.
Like if you go 2 years to community college, a college that has a transfer system
Get
with
your core
with a
degrees
4-year
out.
university,
Yep.
get your core classes out, transfer. You save a hell of a lot of money. You still got that same diploma as those kids that pay.
And you have
a hell of a lot
professors
more.
that know who you are and can cater to you because it's small. It's it's a community-based system, and that's. I mean, it is. And like you're saying, I think for general classes, it's better.
In the chat, some tuition prices. Syracuse, a private university, ipso facto says tuition was $13,000 back in the early 1990s. Let's get it under control. Donald is calling in. Donald in Levittown. Don, what you got to say today?
Yes, thank you. Love the show. All I want to say is, and I know you guys are with me on this, but that we need to stop pitting the generations against each other and just recognize that all generations need to address this problem. I'm 35. I'm one of these people that have this debt. We went to school and did these things based upon what we were taught by our parents and our grandparents. So, whenever we point at a generation and say, why are they doing something crazy? Well, who raised that generation? You have to work together.
And my point is, Donald, I mean,
problem.
Being a 35-year-old guy, I don't know which way you lean, but do you feel it's at all alienating the way that conservatives approach the topic of student loan debt?
It is, but I get their point. I lean conservative. I entirely get their point. Look, you sign a deal, you got to stick to it. But there's a bigger issue going on that's really going to affect the economy very badly. So, we got to figure this out together. I'm not saying let everybody just go scot-free, but, we can't just do nothing. People are drowning in debt to the point that they can't even pay their bills. I don't think it's right to just say, well, that's your problem. People racked up these bills based upon the advice of people they were trusting, their own family advisors, the older generations who are now laughing at us. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, it's a great point, Donald. Thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate it. And on his point, I mean, we're talking, I don't have student loan debt. Maisie does, but it's like an extra mortgage payment. We're trying to get it all paid off in time. That way, once we have kids, we can kind of just not have to worry about it. It's nuts.
It's rough.
It's real rough.
I don't like it.
But at the same time, I'm not in favor of student. I'm not in favor of forgiving
neither am
the debt.
I. That's and everyone needs to understand we can't
forgive what's already been done.
We can't keep just accepting handouts and looking at each other as victims.
And to expect that will happen and inflation won't go absolutely nuts, giving free money out there too. Like if you
we saw it with COVID. We saw that. Look at all that money that went out, and now the money's gone, and credit card debt's going up, student loan debt. People aren't making payments as often. It happens. We can't just give out.
And these are the
things.
arguments that conservatives need to make.
Yeah.
Essentially say, look, we recognize this as an issue. It's 100% an issue, but the Democrat solution is only going to F us horribly.
Yeah.
Like you think about it, the housing right now, if you give 20 to 30-year-olds that kind of expendable income in the current housing market that's already super inflated and impossible to get a property, can you imagine what that's going to do to housing prices?
I mean, the housing already is insane.
So we got to figure out a solution to this issue without giving free handouts, but also not making fun of those who are calling for free handouts, because those are potential voters you might be able to win over if you approach this at a level-handed approach.
Yeah, no, I think there's that disconnect of where the party thinks every voter is 50 and up.
Yeah.
And they need to stop operating in that system. And if they can pivot and find a way to frame these things and message them in a good way, it could change everything. But I think that's the entire problem with the party right now, and they don't understand that. They don't even, they don't even have a sort of instinct to try to move this direction.
They have no idea
clue.
what they're doing. Like Ronna McDaniel thanking the Pennsylvania GOP for the work in swapping Beaver County when Scott Pressler's the one out there knocking on doors, going to Oaks Gun Show, doing the groundwork, and actually
grassroots people.
Because what happened there is there was some economic funkery in Beaver County that really pissed off a lot of Democrats. So if you can capitalize on that, political moment and switch Beaver to a red county and potentially make Pennsylvania even more purple and potentially red, that's a huge political strategy that the Republicans just completely seem to forget about.
Yeah, you'd think they'd want to take advantage of it. You'd think they would. But.
Yeah, you don't see anyone, signing people up. And
they wave the white flag. They wave the white flag a lot.
855-839-1210. You're listening to 1210 WPHT, The Other Side with Dan and Dorenzo. We are live on youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Some great comments there. Appreciate Shelly for really driving this conversation. So
Yeah,
thank you for that, Shelly.
yeah.
So 855-839-1210. The Other Side, Dan Lorenzo, back after the break.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Tailgating and watching the birds go hand in hand. And when it comes to tailgating, is there anything better than tailgating with Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world? I don't think so. And now Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can, ready to drink at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Jack and Coke, born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's at Old Number 7, a registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Cozy Jewelers isn't an ordinary jeweler. They create beautiful, one-of-a-kind heirlooms designed to stay in your family for generations. So for something extra special for your anniversary, or just because, choose Cozy. With over a century of combined experience, Cozy Jewelers artisans know every piece and moment should be magical. Before you buy off the shelf, experience handcrafted custom jewelry from local specialists with the 5 C's of diamonds: cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. COZZIJewelers.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
It's a Hessert holiday at Hessert Chevrolet, and that means it's time to get the best price on a new Chevy this year. Hessert has a huge inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles and will pay top dollar for your trade. Online or in person, shop Philadelphia's most convenient, hassle-free car dealership. Enjoy a Hessert holiday and get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Chevy, together let's drive.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
See dealer for complete details.
Calling on Media PA to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The Other Side with Dan and Lorenzo on the Dawn Stanslin Show today. The Other Side podcast available everywhere Odyssey podcasts can be found. I'm Dan Borowski, producer of the Dom Giordano program. Anthony Lorenzo, producer of Dawn Stanslin, Kayal and Company. Yo, did you see that Mark Cuban's out of the NBA now? No more Mark Cuban. It's kind of depressing. I like Mark Cuban. Are you a fan of his?
I do.
Yeah?
I like him generally. I think it's good. I like a lot of the ventures he does. And, I mean, we were talking about healthcare. I think what he's doing with his healthcare and pharmaceutical company is interesting. So, I appreciate him.
Look, I don't agree with his politics 90% of the time. But the guy,
I don't agree with anyone, really, fully. So
just a little bit about Cuban. I went to Indiana University. I'm a Hoosier. He was a Sigma Pi, I think he was. And he gave a lot of money to the university, a lot of, he built a house for that fraternity, and just seems like a generally good guy. I like him a lot on Shark Tank, but he sold the Mavericks, Anthony, and I want your opinion on this, to the families who run Las Vegas Sands. A casino company is now going to own an NBA team. Is that not a conflict of interest? Is Tim Donaghy not, like, shaking his fist at the sky right now?
That is very much a conflict of interest, and it almost makes me think, like, it's something like, the government. It sounds like what we talk about with politics every day. Just total corruption. Like, how is that? Like, isn't that why sports betting was so controversial in general? Coming to then now a casino's owning a team.
So, like, what can a team owner do to fix a game, though?
It's hard. I know. I guess that's true, but I don't know.
I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
Like it seems incredibly wrong. But what are they going to have? Like their
it's
coach
probably-
lose
it might-
games on purpose or try to fix a spread or?
I mean, I know in certain states they'll ban things. Like for college, I know you can't necessarily bet on every college team of your own state in certain states, and they have restrictions. So maybe there'd be a restriction on that sports book that you can't bet on that team. I don't know if they'd put some sort of issue.
But isn't the entire point of having a sports team in Las Vegas is to drive sports betting?
You would think, yeah.
Just seems like Seems like a very odd move. $3.5 billion going into the pockets of Mark Cuban. You ever see Cuban out here?
I have not seen Cuban here.
So a little information for our listeners. We're at a 2400 Market. It's a great building, but in our building we have a very prime club.
Yeah, I know. He has an office down there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has an office here in the building, but I've never had the privilege of seeing Mr. Cuban.
Yeah.
What is it? There's a rumor that he has an office. I've never confirmed the rumor, though.
I walk by it. I've seen it.
Oh, have you actually seen the
Yeah,
nameplate?
yeah.
Why does he have an office? Just when they...
It
Mavs
could
would
just
come
be
to
his
76ers,
company.
or?
I don't know if it's him necessarily. It could just be people who help him with finances or assets in the area, you know.
It's the same club that was rumored to house Ben Simmons when he was missing from the
Yes,
76ers and his practicing. So
That's true.
Yeah, a lot of fun here. But you're listening to The Other Side, Dan and Dorenzo. We got to hit the top of the hour here, but we'll be back after that. Please join us, 855-839-1210 to call in. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about or chime in on what we're saying. Or go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We pride ourselves, Anthony, you can vouch for this, on being a fully interactive show. So comments come in, we like to play with them, we like to have conversations with our commenters. So head over there, become involved. The Other Side, Dan and Dorenzo, back after the break. Talk to you then.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. What can you do on your holiday break that's going to make you look and feel great? Very easy. Book an appointment with my friend, Dr. Michael Veneria at Veneria Dental. Call today, get at his calendar for the new year, and get that $1 million smile. I've been telling you about him for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike Veneria today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family. So give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
This is Larry Steinhetz of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every year, millions of Americans use opioids to manage pain.
and reliance on opioids has led to the worst drug crisis in American history. That's why the CDC recommends safer alternatives like physical therapy to manage pain. Physical therapists treat pain through movement, hands-on care, and patient education. No warning labels required. When it comes to your health, you have a choice. Choose physical therapy. Visit moveforwardpt.com to find a physical therapist in your area.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm Peter King. The latest Russian attacks on Ukraine have been relentless, with dozens of people reported killed and wounded. CBS's Cami McCormick says the barrage is now being called the heaviest aerial attack of the 22-month-old war.
Air raid sirens sounded throughout Ukraine. The Russian missiles and drones hit residential buildings, a maternity hospital, schools, and a metro station. Electricity was cut off in many regions. While rescuers are still searching the rubble, the UN human rights chief, who said he was shocked by the scale of the attacks, called on Moscow to end them immediately.
As Israeli forces try to flush Hamas leaders out of hiding in Gaza, CBS's Linda Gradstein says one area has escaped the bombing and people are clamoring to get there.
Rafah specifically, since that's where the aid is coming in, a lot of people are going there thinking, well, I might as well, get as close to the humanitarian aid as I can get. It's just the aid is not getting to the people who need it.
Maine has tossed Donald Trump off of its GOP primary ballot because of his role in the Capitol insurrection. Elections law expert David Becker.
There is another pending matter in the United States Supreme Court based on the Colorado decision. So the United States Supreme Court could resolve this issue for all states at any point in time, and hopefully soon.
A Colorado court disqualified, then reinstated Trump to its ballot as that state waits for that decision. When you're in Santa Cruz, California, you expect the view, but not necessarily the huge waves that have been coming ashore. The mid and northern California coast has been hit hard by heavy rain and high winds, with another wave expected today. CBS's Carter Evans.
Waves as high as 40 feet are pounding the California coastline. In Ventura County, the surf flooded streets with debris reaching several blocks inland.
We've got high swells. We've got waves coming in directions we're not used to them coming. Even the most seasoned swimmer and surfer.
Evacuation orders were issued in several communities in Santa Cruz and Marin counties.
A South Central Kentucky man faces several charges after police found a missing 16-year-old North Carolina girl hidden in his home. The man's mother had called police after she heard what she thought was a fight between the man and his girlfriend. Lincoln County Sheriff Ron Luster.
They realized that she was there, and there was actually a room cut out in the floor that you accessed through the floor and was covered with a rug, and that's where the juvenile was located at.
The man is believed to have brought the girl from North Carolina after meeting her online. The Dow is down 22. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prosecutors in the Dominican Republic say Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco was a no-show for questioning yesterday. Franco was accused of having an illicit relationship with a minor. Well, there are many reasons to root for sub-freezing weather this time of year. CBS's Wendy Gillette tells us about one of them.
Warmer weather may be pleasant this time of the year, but it's not so hot for the country's lakes. In Minnesota, ice houses that were set up are getting torn down. And one group that fishes items that have fallen through the ice is particularly busy right now. Tri-State Diving in Detroit Lakes is warning residents to clear items from the ice or they will sink. The business has rescued a four-wheeler and multiple fish houses over the past week. It's dangerous work with ice cracking around employees as they move items off the ice. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
And I'm Peter King, CBS News.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some people say I should drop out of this race. Really? I'm the only one saying Donald Trump is a liar. He pits Americans against each other.
Really?
His Christmas message to anyone who disagrees with him, rotten hell. If he to riot on Capitol Hill, he'll burn America to the ground.
Whoa, Christy.
Himself. Every Republican leader says that in private. I'm the only one saying it in public.
Chris Christie has got nothing going except I could be tougher on Trump. He's not tougher on anybody. He's a slub.
New Hampshire, it's up to you. I'm Chris Christie, and you bet I approve this message.
Oh, my God. Oh, Christie. Now running to ads. Specify that he's not dropping out.
I'm here to stay.
Here's the calls. I don't know if there's any conservative who's not calling for him to drop out at this point. You're listening to The Other Side. Dan Borowski here from the Don Giordano program with Anthony Dorenzo, that other voice you hear. We do a podcast called The Other Side, available anywhere podcasts can be found on the Odyssey platforms. Anthony, what the hell is Chris Christie still doing in the race? You know it's just spite. You know, he wanted a position with Trump, and Trump wouldn't give it to him, so now he just wants to tear the guy down.
Yep.
I gotta say, though, if there were a reality show being made about any politician, Chris Christie's my choice.
Yeah.
You still?
Yeah. I mean, he's that guy that will do whatever he needs to do to stay. I think he's a perfect example of, a legacy politician who slides and slithers around till he figures out what he can do next to stay relevant.
He fascinates me, though. Like, I just want to know what he does in his personal life besides go flop on a beach chair while telling everyone else to stay off the beach.
Oh,
like, what do you think this guy eats on a daily basis? How many meals?
I mean, supposedly he always gets offended when people bring up his weight, but then he acts like he's on some diet. I mean, I don't know.
Chris Christie, who's got nothing going except I could be tougher on Trump. He's not tougher on anybody. He's a slob.
It's not us saying it. No, it's not us. No.
Slob.
Did you know you can now live television shows? It's a new marketing tactic being employed by Netflix, other streamers, one of them being Squid Game that you see pop up. You can play the red light, green light game. Now only Murders in the Building are doing a murder, what are they, murder dinner kind of things, murder mysteries. Something you'd ever want to check out yourself?
I think so. I mean, when that whole Squid Game reality show came out.
Did you watch it?
I did. I want to do it.
It was, I went into it expecting to absolutely hate it. I watched the first episode by myself.
It's literally human. It's just a social experiment. That's all it is.
And they have like ink. So if you haven't watched the Squid Game, I'll take you all the way back. Squid Game was a Korean series, if you're unaware, on Netflix that went completely viral. It's a story of classism. Elite class brings in a lesser class and has them compete for a astronomical amount of money. The caveat is that you die on the way. So it's a life or death competition, and the finalist wins all the money of all the contestants combined. Well, they created a reality show of it, and obviously you can't kill people on TV. I don't think. Legally, it's possible.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
So they took ink blots, and I guess they remotely connected it and were able to press a button and make the ink explode, making it look like they were shot. And the contestants were, I guess, told by producers to act like they were being shot. And it kind of, if you can suspend disbelief long enough, I'm a wrestling fan, so it's part of my TV watching job is to suspend disbelief. Yes. You can pretend that they're being eliminated, and it's a lot of fun. It's a really good show, a lot of good social dynamics, and I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting a crap show, to be honest with you.
I liked it a lot, and I think it shows you, I think, a lot of the dynamics they tried to portray in the show, but it wasn't necessarily... I mean, it was so focused on the story of the show, so there isn't necessarily that human and social element that you really saw in the reality show. And I know people, the winner came out and said they hadn't been paid yet, but supposedly the winnings was, they were supposed to be after the show came out and over a period of time. So there's been all this drama, but they are confirmed for another season. So I might.
Dude, how about that one girl on the bridge? That she wouldn't go, and they all had a plan. So the team all made a plan that they'd do, and then when it came to this one girl, she refused to do it and let other people kind of do it for her, and everyone seemed to forget it. And the one person that pushed back against it got trouble for pushing back against it.
Classic.
You have absolutely no idea what we're talking about if you haven't seen Squid Game, the reality series, but I do suggest it. It's a lot of fun. It's not a
I'm gonna sign up
informative
for next
watch
season.
by any mean.
I might be out of work for a month. I'll be at the Squid Game reality show.
Are you gonna be there?
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
Could you imagine?
I'd be cheering you on.
I would love that.
You think
man.
you'd do well?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be tough. I think it's a matter of luck. Like, I'd be locked in, but a lot of those games, it's hard, and it's almost a matter of chance with like what you get, the hand you're dealt, and what you have to go through.
Yeah, the alliances that you make and
Yeah,
such. It's similar
yeah.
to Survivor.
Yeah,
I've always
yeah, it
wanted to
is.
go on Survivor, but I have absolutely no desire to live in the wilderness without any
It's true. Yeah.
access to bathroom or
At least you're just
toothpaste.
at some big warehouse with the Squid Game.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
It seems much more bearable. It's like Survivor
Yeah.
light kind
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
Hell's Kitchen is another show that me and Maisie just became addicted to.
I love
Gordon
Hell's
Ramsay
Kitchen.
is the
Yeah.
man.
That's like a comfort show for me. Like if I have nothing to watch, I'll just throw on. Love watching Gordon Ramsay. Or even there's compilations online of Gordon Ramsay talking to kids, and then Gordon Ramsay on Hell's
There's no one
Kitchen
better
and
than Gordon
contrast.
Ramsay than completely undressing people.
Oh yeah.
And still having their respect. Like people are
It's true.
excited and proud to
It's
be
true.
attacked by Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, you want to be roasted.
So Rolling Stone released their top 10 shows for 2023. Let's run through them real quick. Number 10, Party Down on Stars. Have you checked that one out?
I don't think I don't have Stars anymore, so yeah, I didn't see
Okay,
that
what
one.
is this? It's an ensemble comedy about a team of LA cater waiters. And it's really just almost like The Office, but instead following caterers. It's a lot of fun. Adam Scott's in it. I don't know, though. I couldn't get into it. I tried hard to get into it. Couldn't do it. Number 9, Somebody Somewhere. Know nothing about it on HBO. You know that one?
I don't think I watched that one either. See,
Hunk
we're
on
behind.
Earth on Netflix. Number 8 is it's a somewhat of a documentary making fun of type show.
Yeah.
Not for me. Blue-Eyed Samurai on Netflix. You know what? Rolling Stone's list sucks.
Yeah.
I'll put that out. Because number 6 is the first one I recognize. Beef on Netflix with
Yeah.
Stephen Yeun.
Yeah, yeah.
Really good series. Did you watch?
Yeah, I did like Beef.
So what it is a guy and a girl. The guy cuts off the girl in a parking spot, I believe, and then it just unfolds. It's a road rage incident that completely escalates and escalates until these two are trying to enact harder and harder revenge on each other. And I think it ends differently than you'd expect it to, is all I'll put it out there. 5, Last of Us, based on the video game. Great start
I
to it,
love
but I
that.
fell off of it after like 6 or 7 episodes.
I mean, I just like that story. I played the video game, so I was excited. I just think the acting was great, and they did really go in their own direction.
So as someone that
Which was
played
nice.
the video game, were you happy that they followed it almost scene for scene those first couple episodes to the video game?
I think that's smart to start that way, but I'm happy that they started to pivot away from that, because it is because people are going to be like, oh, I want it true. And I think to tell the story the right way, you kind of have to set the stage with those iconic moments.
Number 4 is Poker Face, Anthony, and I don't know, Natasha Lyonne is so annoying to me.
Yeah.
She's on commercials and all with her raspy voice, and like she could be the sweetest of all sweet, but she is just so grating and annoying, and I could not get into Poker Face because of it on Peacock. Number 3 is I think your favorite show of 2023, that final season of Succession.
Yeah, I think that was it's just such an impeccable show. I think they really show the power dynamics and the egos and the drama.
Is it an
in such a
underhand
fun
shot
way.
at the Murdochs, though, and conservatives?
People said that to me, and I really, really didn't take that. I mean, obviously they are alluding to it being more conservative network, but at the same time, I didn't necessarily feel like they were talking about the Murdochs per se. Could that be what they based it off of? Sure. But I think the way they did the show was, I mean, it really wasn't about, it didn't seem like it was about a bigger message.
It's one of those shows. It was season 4 was the final season.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't watch season 4 without watching seasons 1 through 3, right?
Yeah, you have to watch all of them. I mean, It's not like The Office or like Always Sunny where you can like bounce
Just
around.
drop 'em.
It's the story has a lot of layers to it, and you got to start from the jump.
The song you hear behind us was used as the ending song of one of the episodes of my favorite series from 2023, that being The Bear on Hulu.
Oh, I love The Bear.
I love The Bear. Number 2 on Rolling Stone's list. I haven't felt a show more than I feel The Bear. After the emotions that you feel when those credits roll, it's not something I felt probably since like Breaking Bad kind of era of television. Jeremy Allen White is fantastic. I was really upset to not see him as the new Willy Wonka because you think he looks so much like Gene Wilder that he would have made a great Willy Wonka. And I think he was offered a role in Marvel and recently said he'd never want anything to do with them.
I saw that report.
And I appreciate that from Jeremy Allen White. Fantastic
actor. He's a real actor, and like you're saying, this is a show. I think it's a very important show to people who have worked in the service and restaurant industry. It's just everything in it. It's so to a T. They brought in real chefs. They talked to real people that worked in Chicago, and it is exactly what you'd expect from that kind of experience. And I think it does touch. And not only that, it's a touching story.
And I don't think there's anything that's done better because I also worked in the service industry in kitchens. There's no show that does a better job of capturing the chaos of a kitchen than The Bear.
Well, and it shows the chaos behind a terrible restaurant, but also the like symphony.
Yeah.
When you get it right, how great it is.
So The Bear is essentially someone in South Philly, but that version of South Philly is being in Chicago here, who has a sub shop, a sandwich, a very famous roast beef. Chicago beef shop. And he takes over his brother's shop after the brother passes away and does his best to make it successful and goes through a ton of family issues, family drama in that first season. The second season, the first season ends on an extremely high note. Second season is more favorable to the main characters, but it leads to even more drama between them. And it starts off kind of slow the second season, but by the end you realize it, and once you hit that Christmas episode, which I think might be one of the best episodes on television of all time, it's up there for one of my favorite series. It's not only 2023, but all time.
I agree.
Number 1, finally, Rolling Stone, Reservation Dogs. On Hulu, tried this one, couldn't get behind it at all. It's all over the place. You sent me one, I think it was number 3 on their list. Every list I looked at least 10 of these lists coming up here. Reservation Dogs was either 1 or 2. Have you seen Reservation Dogs on Hulu?
I've heard all the hype around it. I haven't watched. I should check it out. I know a lot of people say it's good. I don't know. None of the
fresh.
It didn't bring me in.
So what Reservation? It's almost shot like a mockumentary style, like Blair Witch Project was. How it's like a very crudely shot, and it's the story of kids on a reservation, essentially, Indian reservation. And I think there are political themes that probably lead to the high ranking by critics, but it's a new take on a different concept that I think is really taken off. And I'm not a fan of Reservation Dogs, but I respect it, and I respect the critics' opinion of it, and I think that there's going to be a lot of shows that take similar looks at different situations. So you have that reservation, the crude kind of comedy that's on a reservation. I think that will spread over to other genres, and that's what we'll see as a new theme in television moving forward after the success of Reservation Dogs. You're listening to The Other Side. I'm Dan Borowski. We'll get more into politics after the break. With Anthony Dorenzo from Dawn Sensland and Kayal and Company, 855-839-1210 to get in, or head over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Dan, the Bear looks like the Kensington area, Shelley says. It's not a bad assessment there. Probably more than South Philly. Talking about cutting the cord over in the YouTube chat. The Bear is amazing from Rodeo, writes in. Heard good things about the Iron Claw. Don't know that one. Have to check that one out. But we'll be right back. 855-839-1210.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's Natural Supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It was a scary evening for a Marlton Mattress Warehouse employee who was roughed up and locked in a closet during an armed robbery attempt. Maine Secretary of State determines former President Donald Trump cannot be on the state's primary ballot. Displaced Palestinians are crowding into the already packed southern Gaza border city of Rafah.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, West Berlin. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back into The Other Side with Dan and Dorenzo. Dan speaking, Dorenzo on the other side of the glass today. How you doing, sir? It's a pleasure doing the show with you, man.
Yeah, man. I'm ready for a nice New Year's Eve weekend.
What you got going on?
Not too much. It's my brother's birthday. Actually,
that sucks.
Here's free plug. Free plug.
I'm blaming your dad. I know he's listening. Come on, really? We gotta have a kid this close to Christmas.
Yeah, it's true.
Do you celebrate this? You celebrate a half birthday? Because I know a lot of people with this close to Christmas.
No, not really. But I think Philip doesn't mind it. He always gets a couple more gifts.
It's got to be kind of cool too.
Yeah.
Because the holiday then becomes about you after Jesus.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. You're more important than Jesus now.
We moved on from Jesus. It's now you.
But actually, here's a free plug. If you're in the city tonight, my brother's band Laser Shark, they will be playing at the Grape Room in Manayunk. So head out there, Grape Room in Manayunk. They have tickets. Actually, tickets are online as well. If you just look up the Grape Room website online, they have tickets there. It'll be $10 at the door. So if you're looking for a nice little rock show tonight, that'll be. They have a couple openers as well.
What's their name again?
Laser Shark.
That's an awesome name.
Yeah.
And Laser Shark does our intro for our podcast, right?
They made yes. Actually, the slower one. Yeah, they did make that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So some great stuff there. Happy birthday, Phil.
Yeah. Happy birthday to my brother.
That's
Shout
awesome.
out, Phil.
So I'm not doing anything either. Dom's gonna be live New Year's Day. So New Year's Eve, me and Maisie are probably just gonna have a couple friends over and take it easy.
I mean, is New Year's Eve? I think New Year's Eve, especially as you get older, it's the most overrated.
It is.
Holiday.
It's completely overrated. I mean, I don't want to. I stay up just because I feel like I have to. Like
exactly.
I have FOMO.
I get up at 4 a.m. every day now too, so I'm like an old man.
Oh, you stay up?
I mean, sometimes, especially if I nap. But I mean, somehow I have the energy. Sometimes I don't know, or I'm just an insomniac. But,
yeah. You
You
ever go to Times Square New Year's Eve?
I haven't been there New Year's. I mean, I love New York. I won't lie, but that just sounds like a nightmare to me.
Well, especially with Eric Adams coming out now and saying, there might be rogue actors.
Yeah, you could run
Is
into...
it not like...
There might be terrorism. There might be.
There might be.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Reminds me like how... It's just like something Cuomo would say.
Like, what a stupid... It's stupid to come out and say that, is it not?
They don't know what else to say.
And what happened to our colored terror threats? Remember we used to have like wearing yellow and wearing red, orange? Is that just not politically correct anymore?
I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't even thought about that.
I feel like now would be a good time to bring that back with everything that's going on with the anti-Semitism and all.
I mean, New York's on high alert. I know I keep seeing those reports for New Year's, especially with all these protests. So
asinine. I can't believe our generation. And in the realm of politics, we also have, if you haven't heard yet, Maine's Secretary of State now joining along with the Colorado Supreme Court to keep Donald Trump off the ballot. There's been some movements by Republicans to do the same. Here in Pennsylvania, we had a state representative who came on and said he'd like to keep Biden off the ballot. It's all malarkey. It's all anti-democratic, in my opinion.
It's malarkey.
Malarkey. But Paul in Westchester wants to weigh in on the topic. One of my favorites on the Dom show, I got to say. He's always talking about how Dom needs to count his blueberries if he's so concerned with the inflation. I love this guy. Paul, what's up, man? How you doing, sir? Oh, no, don't fail me now. Paul,
where you at? Oh, my goodness.
I hear him running back to the phone. This is the second time it's happened today. Paul, why don't you have the cool Nicki Minaj hold music? Paul, you there? What do you think Paul's doing?
God. All right, we can't. This is we tell you to call in, you're not even ready. Just, jeez, my God.
What he wanted to say, though, is Paul, who's someone from the left side of things, said, well, we still have the same kind of idea of what we're saying about Maine and Trump and the Supreme Court if Trump was black. It's a ridiculous question.
I don't care what your race is.
I don't care what the hell color his skin is.
I want a president that works in the interests of the people.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I don't care what their race is.
I really
I don't care about identity politics.
It doesn't matter to me whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like and back to that conversation about the VP, we're talking about Nikki Haley saying that she'd appeal to women, but you read between the lines, she's appealing to women because of her stance on abortion, not because she doesn't have a wiener between her legs.
I mean, I continue to make this point. It really frustrates me that we really can't look past our differences on and on and on again. We always just focus on them, which isn't the entire point, to realize that we are different, and that's the whole point of America. We were all immigrants. We were all from other places, but we came here to be one people. And nobody talks about that anymore. It's like that's a forgotten, both sides. Republicans don't preach that. They act like, their Democrat friends are lepers or, vice versa. So, I don't know. We need to get off of this whole looking at what we are. Look at people's content of character, like MLK said back in the day.
Why is that offensive to say now?
I don't know. Didn't the Democrats used to scream and shout to everyone in their name, don't talk about the color of their skin, talk about the content of their character and who they are as a human being and accountability? And
I don't know what the hell they're thinking anymore. Like Harvard with the Claudine Gay situation, trying to protect her. And I just say that because it's just a progressive insanity that we see over and over again. It's trying to twist something that for an entire generation we were taught that you don't judge people by the color of their skin, and now we're supposed to judge people by the color of their skin, saying that they all have lived experiences that are different. And you know what? That's acceptable, but that's not a way to look at race in a healthy way, in my opinion.
I agree. We need to start looking at each other as one people, and I get it. Certain groups of people were for sure subjugated and targeted, and we're not saying ignore that, but I think we just time and time again look for reasons to double down on why we're different from each other.
Yeah. In the realm of progressives going a little bit haywire here, California now finding stores that don't have a gender-neutral kids' toy section.
This again, why is this such a top-of-mind government issue? Why is that what they're ruling on?
Yeah.
In a state like California, where they have plenty of issues. I mean, every state has issues, but that's the top of the list. That's something they're ruling on right now. And that shows the culture war and the influence the culture war has on everything.
It's a great example of the culture war, because how much of the population is actually trans or gender neutral?
I mean, I think it's somewhere around 10% when you include every type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a sizable number. I mean, trans itself, I think, was 0.5.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's small. And I saw today, I think 12 to 14% of children today are now identifying as no gender or transgender.
Non-binary. Well, that's the thing. There's so many levels
to it.
I don't even know what's what anymore. But and who do you group with who? And that, I think that's even a conversation within their own community they're trying to grapple with and figure out how to handle it. So, and that's something that they see their own hypocrisies on. And I think most people in those communities, they don't want this stuff thrown at kids either. So, and that's just.
I mean, I've talked to very many, classic gay men who are in their 50s and 60s that look around and say, everything we fought for, this is not what we fought for.
Yeah.
We fought for equality. We didn't fight for changing people's lives. We didn't fight for indoctrinating children or striving so politically so extreme. They feel that a lot of the movement has left on it. one of the people that kind of made viral news because of his response to an LGBT plus individual is Vivek.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, what did he say exactly? Do you have?
I mean, he gave her the mic, and kind of it's a longer clip just because they go back and forth. She didn't necessarily want to accept the mic. I forget what he was talking about, but she just goes out there.
I have the summary of what he said.
Yeah.
And he essentially laid it out this way. He goes, the mixed messaging is confusing. He says, the gay movement, the sex of the person you're attracted to is, quote, hardwired on the day you're born. With the trans movement, your sex is completely, quote, fluid over the course of your life. So the LGBTQIA plus movement, you must believe both of these things at the same time or else you're a bigot. And it's a great point. It's I don't know. Like, I want to be accepting. I want to, think that everybody has their own place in the world and everybody should be able to do what the hell they want. I'm a classic, I guess you could say, partially libertarian when it comes to social issues in particular. But when you're starting to, it's the same thing with Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm all for people being religious as hell if they want to be religious. But when you start knocking on other people's doors and trying to force how other people think, that's where I draw my line.
And I think people need to realize that's the entire antithesis of the problem. We can't keep trying to control one another. I think that's it's a whole nother part of the conversation, but I think that's part of the disconnect.
Don in Franconia. Don, how you doing, sir?
Good morning, Dan, and good morning, Anthony. How are you two guys doing today?
Doing fantastic. Having a lot of fun here on Dawn Show.
And I'm having a lot of fun listening, as usual. You guys...
Is Don going to become our first regular? I think, Don, you're like Norm at this point. Every time you come on, it's like, hey, Don, how you doing, so?
Well, I don't know. It's I enjoy the camaraderie, and I enjoy you guys, and I enjoy everybody on this station. I agree usually about 100% with most of it.
Well, thank you. That's a good thing. So on the situation up in Maine, what do you got to say about Trump and what's been ruled now?
Well, what I want to say is I want to thank the Secretary of State. I might not get this name right. I think her name is Sheena Bellows.
Yes.
For being the biggest Trump supporter probably in the state with her edict of taking him off the ballot. Trump pretty much had no chance to win Maine before she opened her big mouth, and now that's going to be overturned, of course, by the Supreme Court before the election, so his name will be on that ballot, and I think she did more to get more voters to vote for him in Maine than anybody else could do.
I completely agree with you, Don, and that's why when we opened and talked about this, I think the party keeps helping him. By playing this dirty, they continue to help him. They give him more supporters. They find him more. My
question to Don is, do you think this is a political strategy, an effort to face Trump in the general election, or do you think this is just blind Trump hate and they just want to see the guy, out of the realm of politics?
I think it's blind hate. I mean, Trump sometimes is his own worst enemy. If he didn't do a lot of the stuff he does or says, he'd win by a landslide. I mean, most people who vote for somebody else against him are voting against Trump, not basically in support of the person they're voting for. Yeah. They're just voting against him. And that's a damn shame.
And that's the problem with politics, I think, Don. We always look at who's the worst one and who's the more evil one. We never look at who cares the most or what policy will help us the most. We don't focus on that.
Did you hear the Colorado Secretary of State? I think her name is Jenna Griswold. What she had to say. I think you're right when you say it's a lot of it's just pure blind Trump hate because as you listen to this clip, listen to just the aggression in her voice ramp up more and more as she thinks of the name Donald Trump, and she just listen to this.
Unfortunately, the stat you just referred to were the death threats that came in within 3 weeks of the case being filed. And they have increased since the Colorado Supreme Court has made the decision to disqualify Trump, both against me and against the justices of the Supreme Court. And yes, unfortunately, I believe that they will continue throughout the United States Supreme Court's action. Because at the end of the day, Donald Trump has incited violence to try to get his way. He incited violence on January 6th, leading to the death of police officers. He incited violence. Some of the people who were listening to him were intent on hanging the vice president of the United States. And he has incited violence to election workers and secretaries of state all over this country. And I just think it underlines that he is a danger to democracy. He is a danger to the right to vote. He is a danger to women and people of color in this country. And whether or not he is on the ballot, Americans have all of the power come November to protect our democracy and fundamental freedoms.
He's a danger to democracy. As you're taking people off the ballot, you have the chutzpah to say that this guy's a danger to democracy. Any last thoughts, Tom, before we let you go?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing that probably none of my damn business, but I know you recently purchased a home, Dan.
Yep.
And you probably are well aware of this because it happened to me many years ago when I was in the same situation. Pay a lot of attention to the mortgage rates as they now are starting to go down. You can save one heck of a lot of money over the course of your lifetime if you remortgage when the situation is right.
Thank you, Don. That's fantastic advice. And it's funny you say that because right now we're locked in for 5 years. We actually have a first-time home buyers. That gave us a little bit of a down payment, but we lock in our rate for 5 years. And I'm hoping that the rates, we're starting to see them go down. I'm already getting letters as to what we can, refinance for. I'm hoping that holds, for Don. 5 years, I hope rates are extremely low and we can, right at that 5-year point, just do a refinance and get our rent down. And the plan would be financially, Don, to go from there. Our house is over in Deptford. It's kind of near the Deptford Mall. It's a good renting place. So what we would like to do is once we refinance, we're able to get our, mortgage under a comfortable point for us to charge rent, then, move on to our next place. But fantastic. Thank you so much for the suggestion, man. It's a great suggestion. And I think actually from your calling into the Dom Giordano program, I think you're one of the people that put that nugget into my brain. So thanks again, brother. Appreciate it.
Well, it's my pleasure, Dan. And both of you guys have a great New Year's, and thanks for taking my call. Bye-bye.
Happy New Year, Don. Thank you.
Happy New Year. Hey, we're way over time for a break. You're listening to The Other Side with Dan and Dorenzo. 855-839-1210 to get involved, or youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go like and subscribe and comment, and we'll get your comment in on here. All right, we'll be right back after the break.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. This is a very easy app to use. You don't have to be a football expert. As I said, you can get live same-game parlays, find bets in the new Explore tab, make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find popular parlays that they set up for you. Visit FanDuel.com/DOM, D-O-M. Make that first bet a layup. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You have to be 21 plus. Present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
Howdy, I'm Hank, and I'm a plumbing pro who installs Bradford White water heaters. I've done so many, my buddies call me Hank the Tank. If you want a reliable, efficient, long-lasting water heater that's built to be the best, you want Bradford White, and you can only get one from a pro like me. How you heat your water matters, so make it a Bradford White water heater. Check out BradfordWhite.com and find a pro like me. Take it from Hank the Tank. Choose Bradford White.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction production vehicles. Visit us now.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
I'm sorry for the way I am. I never meant to be so cold. Never meant to be so cold.
Not Shinedown, Anthony, who just came in my ear. It's Crossfade, 2004.
Oh, yes.
They had nothing else besides that song.
No, Colors. Colors. You remember the song Colors? That one was.
Is that Crossfade too?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, they had more than one.
Like Red Album cover,
yeah,
right?
Here's Colors.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude.
Oh, I know this one.
This is taking me back to like PS2, like BMX Riders soundtrack.
Well, I think Cold that I just played was in one of the Madden soundtracks.
Yeah, probably.
A lot of the music I listen to comes from Madden. I was telling you too, like out of the voices that I've heard most of my life, Dom's definitely up there now. He might have surpassed this guy as number 2 because of the amount of hours I spent with him. I grew up listening to Howard Stern. My brother always had it on. I had it on all throughout college, so I consider him probably my number 1 most listened to voice in my entire life. Number 2 is Tony Bruno. Or Dom, but I always say Tony because through the mid-2000s, the guy was doing the Tony Bruno radio show on Madden, and it was a technological marvel that they could, in your franchise mode, take what was happening that week and somehow come up with an AI-generated radio show using Tony Bruno's voice that talked about what was happening, and now the games suck. But that was the glory days of Madden, and Tony Bruno was the soundtrack to that game along with these kinds of songs.
Yeah, he was an all-time legend in Madden, that's for sure.
Super Mario Odyssey cuts depression symptoms by nearly 50%, so some video games are good for depression, apparently.
I love Mario. I need to check that one out.
Yeah.
I do.
So a couple of good things that happened in the year before I get into the top 10 news stories. I said this yesterday, and I want to say it again because I actually had a tweeter ask about it. There's a new stem cell injection that halts the progression of multiple sclerosis that's going through clinical trials. A lot of people with MS might not know this, but they're injecting stem cells somewhere into the brain, and it actually halts the progress of MS.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so some awesome technological advances, both there and also FDA approved a treatment that cures sickle cell disease in 2023. So sickle cell anemia might be on the way out. A complete Stegosaurus fossil was found with a skin still intact. Like these stories, I feel like should be headlines. These are good news, and all we just get is the crap, the divisive crap every day.
Yep.
But the top 10 news stories, there was a poll that came out. Breitbart had it. We talked about it on the Dom show yesterday, but I want to explore it with you. Number 10. Trump indicted for questioning in the 2020 election. We can see why Trump is going to be probably a couple numbers on this top 10. Yeah. Number 9, actor Matthew Perry dies. Was that as big of a story as...
I mean, people love Friends. And I mean, he was young, and the way he died was weird. And it's just...
What was it,
it's sad.
Ketamine?
No, he drowned in his hot tub, and he didn't have drugs in his system.
Well, no, I thought they came out saying that there were drugs.
Oh, really?
I think...
Really? I might be wrong on that. I would have to double... I don't follow, like, People Magazine hard enough, but...
I think they said he had traces of like ketamine or something in his system, which if you
a lot of those dudes, doesn't matter how much money you have, a lot of those guys get lonely and they start doing things like that. So
Jimmy asked what was my rate on my mortgage. I think it was something like 8%. Oof. Yeah. It's nuts. Sorry. That's youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We have a fully interactive show here, so sometimes you hear us detour a little bit into that. Number 8, Trump's mugshot. Yeah, it's still in the studio behind me.
Yeah, it is.
I think you might be able to see it on YouTube.
Yeah, it's right behind you.
7, the Covenant school shooting in Nashville. Horrible, horrific school shooting, but the only school shooting on the list, and I think that's because of the questions regarding the shooter themselves and the manifesto that took forever to come out. 7.5, earthquake in Turkey is a number 6 story. I didn't hear anything about this. Did you?
Yeah, because half the time we follow ridiculous headlines instead of real news like that.
5, for good reason. It should be higher. It's the Hamas terror attack on October 7th.
Yeah, it should be like 1 or 2, probably.
Yeah. Like, I can't imagine that's not the most seen story.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Like, protesters out in the street calling attention to it wrongly on the wrong side.
I mean, yes, this is impacting society more than many of them.
Number 4 is interesting, and a lot of conspiracy talk happening in the chat today, probably because I'm here hosting a show. But number 4 is the Canadian wildfires impacting the United States East Coast. And what happened is we remember the
Blade Runner days when
it was
the
like
air quality was 0, or whatever. It was the air quality was like 100 or whatever the hell.
Everyone had to wear masks, not for COVID reasons, but for other reasons, and
to breathe normally.
Weirdly, I don't know. This is maybe just a little conspiratorial for me, but there are so many questions about how those fires started and whether they're actually lightning strikes. And if you look at the heat map, like across the country. Multiple began at the same time, so I don't know. Maybe a little too
Calling to
conspiratorial.
George Norrie tonight. See what he thinks.
Yeah, and that leak of a train of never mind. Number 3, Kansas City wins the Super Bowl is number 3. Unsurprising NFL-related news. Number 2, the submersible Titanic implosion. That was horrific.
People forget about that, but yeah, that was crazy. That story was
maybe
insane.
I cared about it more than others, but I just put myself in that
too.
submarine, and
Yeah.
could you just imagine being there? And number one is the Chinese spy balloon.
Yeah. That's just straight up insanity.
We're on this. There's a chat of Zioli's mom talking.
Oh
about it.
yeah, Mama Zioli. Hold on, I have a cut sheet or whatever. I have a whatever it's called. One
All
of
right.
these machines.
Well, while you do that,
Put
what was
up.
your biggest?
Oh,
story?
here we go.
Oh, you have it.
Oh, put it up. Put up my hotkey. Come on.
Which
What
one's
are
your
we doing?
hotkey?
I think they're blowing it up.
Yeah, there's Mama Zioli. She was filming it live, and when the spy balloon exploded, yes,
I love
she was
when Rich
there.
goes to his mom
So
and-
1210 WPHT live on the scene with Mama Zioli.
There was one time that his mom wanted to fix something, and he just had her call into the show and on air.
Yeah, I remember that.
Rich Zioli show from 3 until 7 here on television WPHT. Highly suggest you check it out.
Yes.
Just right after the Dom show, which you hear me every day. And the guy you're going to hear next as well, we're going to welcome him in, Dom Giordano, for a little bit of other side crossover before the guy takes the mantle for his show this afternoon.
Dom time.
Some Dom time on the other side after the break. 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210 to get in.
Dom Giordano.
Hey, Paul, good afternoon.
You're crying about inflation. When was the last time minimum wage has been raised to catch up with inflation?
You're perfectly fine. Do you and your wife both do the shopping together? You're perfectly fine with what things cost because they're not going to go down anytime soon.
Unless you have coupons. It's not rocket science, Don.
Oh, it is. So how about the blueberries? So I should just ration the amount of blueberries I eat each week, right?
Count them up.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here, friends. It's the holiday season. You need to hurry to your local Piazza dealer. Take advantage of year-end savings. Now through January 2nd, you get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like the 2024 Mazda CX-5 from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson and the 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. Just visit your local Piazza dealer for details and additional offers. PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Join WIP's Devin Caney and John Johnson with Brent Selleck for the Birds New York watch party for the final game of the season at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe on the Delaware River. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Cheer on the Birds and take a picture with Brent and the championship ring. Enjoy $3.50 Miller Lite bottles and drafts. It's Brent Selleck with Devin Caney and John Johnson for the final Miller Lite watch party of the season at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe. Game date and time is to be determined, so check out 94WIP.com for info. It's Miller Time, Philadelphia. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Denis on Eagle Road in Havertown, Saturday, January 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back into The Other Side with Dan and Dorenzo, a podcast on the Dawn Sensland Show today. You can hear us regularly anywhere podcasts can be found, the Odyssey platforms, iTunes, wherever you go, Spotify. But today we're live. We're live on air, which means we can interact. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. We love to have all our commenters there. Or we love to have some callers, too. Let's try Paul again. Paul in Westchester.
Paul.
You just heard him on a promo for the Dom Show. He's a regular caller there. Hey, Paul, how you doing, sir?
Hey, Dan, I'm going to start calling you Dan the man because you was definitely that guy.
What guy?
I really do appreciate you. And you know what, Dorenzo? You need to stop pump shaking it because when I be calling in to stop that hard-boiled egg from bullying you, how them bagel runs turning out? You don't allow me on the air.
What bagels did you get this morning?
You don't allow me on the air. And you let him bully you, tell you you'll be fired. And then when somebody trying to stop the bullying, you figure you'll let me on the air. And anyway, with that
Paul, let me stop you real quick. I just want to make a comment, and I just say this really with a smile on my face. I'll accept it here because you got a producer. But one thing that I ask you to do in the future is if you call into one show, just don't call out the other host because that creates issues for us behind the scenes. And I don't want to deal with it. I love having you on.
So in other words, in my Jack Nicklaus voice, they can't handle the truth.
No comment.
I don't want no trouble.
Just ask you not to leave the other host out of it.
But also, with that being said, now here we go. Now this is going to. I appreciate y'all taking over the Vanna White show with her, but I'll
hey, what I just say, Paul?
I got you. I digress. But anyway, yeah, thanks for taking my call, Dan. Yo, y'all know for one thing, let me ask you this. Here go a hypothetical. You're talking about these judges and everything. Dan and Dorenzo, if your mom, let's just say she had a career as a judge, so you think it's deplorable because she made a decision based on the law that she should be threatened with her livelihood or her family? Wouldn't you consider that deplorable for her just doing her job? And you guys sitting there keep talking about this two-tier system of justice. Well, us black people have been saying that for since we came over on the boat. Now, sudden 60 cases that have been proven through the law. Now, sudden, it's a two-tier justice. Now, you also for your audience because see, that's the choir y'all talking to. Those are y'all cheerleaders out there. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. So with that being said, how is it that if Trump been in office for 4 years, Obama been in 8, how has he had so much of a good time? Everything was prosperous with Trump, all this good economy and everything. And then yet when Biden been in less than 2 years, all of a sudden it's so bad. The math don't add up. Trump don't give Obama no credit for the backlash. I mean, backwash from his economy. He don't give nobody credit. And what do Christie saying wrong? Y'all critique Christie so bad, and y'all talk about
he's just a hater. That's because he's just a hater. He doesn't do it. Yeah,
he has no purpose.
Tell us what you'll do. If he starts telling me what he'll do, I'll accept him.
Going through your list of questions, I'll say there's never a time, Paul, and you know me well enough. There's never a time I'm going to endorse violence against somebody, even if they make a stupid decision. So to answer your first question, I think that the amendment in question is very much in question. And when you have an arbiter making these types of decisions, even as her child, there's no doubt I might push back and say, hey, Ma, maybe you shouldn't be sticking your neck out to make these kind of national decisions. But at the same time, there's absolutely no way I'd endorse her having death threats, and I would not endorse death threats being made against the main Secretary of State either.
And to your presidential point, I think we overlook every single administration and say, oh, it's just because of one president. Like, it's not. It's every president compounds on the other, and they get positives and negatives.
But I think, to his point, though, when it comes to Trump versus Biden, I think he came in making a lot of promises to progressives and prioritized keeping those promises for virtue signaling purposes over the actual health of our nation.
Exactly.
And Trump didn't do that, and I think we need a president who doesn't do that, and that's one of the primary reasons I'm against Biden is because he clearly prioritizes looking good to his voters over the actual health and prosperity of the citizens of this nation.
That's the problem with the system, but yeah.
Another caller, your dad.
Oh, God.
Daddy Dorenzo, Dave Dorenzo on the phone. How you doing, sir?
I wouldn't have let him on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right.
Don't you have to sell some ads? What are you doing?
What is this car? So Jim put up on the board.
You know what you get when you have a real job, fellas? You get a vacation.
You want to make some money?
Yeah.
We'll put dead air on.
Okay.
So if you're unaware,
One
Mr. Dorenzo.
of your topics, you two geniuses, you two eight balls. One of your topics, I think, was the most listened to voices in your lifetime. Did I get that right?
Yeah. Dan just mentioned it. It wasn't like the focus.
All right, well, I keyed in on that because it's near and dear to me in the business we're in audio. We're all about audio here at Odyssey.
That's
of
true.
course, there are many voices of which Anthony should say me atop the list.
Well, you should say your son. I mean, I hope you heard your son's voice more than on the radio.
I hear him. I don't listen. There's a difference.
I could tell you
Here
that.
are the ones I would tell you are the ones that I think are most iconic to me and many other Philadelphians without speaking for others. I would say the top of the list for me is Sid Mark.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I grew up with Sid Mark. It goes back to, forget when Anthony grew up with him. That's all later on, actually. I grew up with him as young as 4 or 5 years old, sitting in my kitchen with my parents, and he was on then WWDB, which is actually our frequency now. It's TDY, our sister station, 96.5. And so that goes back decades. Sid's been on the radio over 67 years. He's still on posthumously, beautifully. Every Sunday, 11 to 1, we'll plug it, right? Yeah. And he just gave us a beautiful Christmas spectacular, courtesy of the very talented Frank Kayal. By the way, Frank Kayal's up there. Frank Kayal is on. Frank Kayal might be one of the most listened to voices. Nobody knows who he is. He can walk down the street and get a sandwich. No one knows him.
And he's the most
listened to voice.
So, Dave, we got to get rolling. Thank you for calling in, man. But I want to bring in one other voice that I'm sure you've heard a bunch, being that you do a great job selling for this guy, and that being Mr. Dom Giordano. Dom, checking in. How you doing, sir?
Well, I don't know, but go easy on the selling for us. We need many more clients here. Is this segment brought to us by Cento, or is it brought to us
what are we
by...
doing? Yeah.
Dave, we get a sponsor for this segment?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
The other side needs a sponsor.
All of my clients. Put them all in one.
Yep.
Thank you, Dorenzo. Appreciate you calling.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, so, Dom, what's coming up on your show today, sir?
Well, in addition to, you guys did a good job with what's happening in Maine, even CNN, even their guys saying, how in the world do you base this on no charge of insurrection even, let alone a conviction? But Governor DeWine of a red state, Ohio, has just moments ago struck down 2 bills that were passed overwhelmingly, one on so-called gender-affirming care, the other on females or males in female sports. He vetoed both of them, which is just... And he used the lame excuse. I heard you talking about Christie, and you're right. Christie on his feet, you know what I believe is the best that I've ever seen. But he's just a hater. He's just in this because he feels wronged by Trump. And he has nothing else really to say other than that.
Hater. That's what he is. I'll see you later, alligator.
Okay,
in about,
all right.
Look at me rhyming on the way out. About
Have
5
a good
minutes.
New Year, Anthony. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Dom.
We'll be right back with the Dom Giordano program. You were listening to The Other Side. Thank you to Dawn Stenslin for allowing this to happen, and Greg Stocker for trusting in us enough to give us these 2 hours. You can hear me, Anthony, anywhere Odyssey podcast can be found. Just search The Other Side, or on YouTube. Just search The Other Side. We're usually live on YouTube when we go live with the podcast. Anthony, any final words for the
Just thank you all for listening. We really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a great 2024 and keep it locked in here. You know, we'll be talking about every news update. So
we'll see you next year. Well, I'll see you next hour. But Anthony, we'll see you next year, sir.
Have a good one, guys. Thank you.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Make recycling part of your holiday season. If you get a new computer, tablet, or cell phone this year, recycle your old one by selling it or donating it to charity. Otherwise, dispose of it at a proper e-waste facility. Recycle your Christmas tree by turning it into wood chips and mulch. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. What do you call a typo on a tombstone? A grave mistake. No kidding, folks. Whether you need carpet for your home or business, whether it's your boardroom, bedroom, or investment property,